Chapter 1, Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin, if you want to watch this garden grow from nothing into a power that shakes the heavens, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a harvest. A single like plants the seed of our story. Now let's begin. The punishment was the same as always. 3 hours in the blazing sun, digging through the eastern garden beds with a wooden shovel that was older than Luo Chen's father. His hands were bleeding. Small cuts across his palms had opened again where the splintered wood had worn through old calluses. He didn't complain. Complaining only extended the task, and Luo Chen had learned long ago that the fastest way out of punishment was simply to finish it in silence. "You're wasting water," his eldest brother, Luo Kun, called from the veranda where he sat shaded by silk curtains. "Father says the budget is already exceeded this month. Try not to kill the entire crop with your incompetence." Luo Chen didn't respond. He repositioned the shovel and drove it deeper into the sun-baked earth. Around him, the merchant family's eastern garden sprawled in careful geometric rows, medicinal herbs, vegetable crops, and the prized jasmine bushes that Luo Chen's mother had brought from her hometown before she died. The jasmine was the only part of the garden that felt alive to him anymore. 3 years ago, before the aptitude test that had determined his entire future, Luo Chen had been permitted to study cultivation alongside his brothers. He'd practiced the 5-breath technique every morning at dawn. He'd memorized the 9 sacred postures. He'd even passed the basic comprehension examinations with respectable marks. Then the aptitude evaluator, a thin man with cold eyes and a cultivation base in foundation establishment, had placed a sensing crystal in his palm. The crystal hadn't glowed. His cultivation potential was so minimal, so utterly worthless, that the crystal hadn't even flickered. The evaluator had said only one sentence: this one should pursue a practical trade. Then he'd moved on to Luo Chen's younger brother, Luo Wei, whose crystal had immediately blazed with golden light, confirming what everyone already suspected. Luo Wei was destined for greatness. That had been 3 years ago. Now, at 19 years old, Luo Chen was the family gardener. Not their disciple, not their scholar, not their hope, their gardener. He drove the shovel deeper, felt the resistance of a stone, and worked around it. The work was mindless enough that his hands could do it while his thoughts drifted to the locked building on the western edge of the family compound, the storage house where the younger disciples kept their cultivation supplies. Sometimes, if he timed it right, he could glimpse their practices through the windows, the way their chi flowed visible as shimmer in the air, the grace of their movements, the power that came so naturally to them. It all should have felt hollow, watching them. But Luo Chen had discovered something surprising about himself. He didn't actually want to fight. He didn't crave the power that came with cultivation, the combat techniques, the ability to intimidate. What he wanted was right here in his hands: the earth, the growing things, the satisfaction of planting a seed and watching it become something real. The problem was that nobody valued a gardener anymore. Not when cultivation promised immortality and strength. Not when a single martial technique could be worth more than a year's harvest. Luo Chen. His father's voice cut across the garden. Inside. Now. Luo Chen straightened, his hands screaming with the effort. He was careful to set the shovel down respectfully and wipe his palms on his work clothes before approaching his father, who stood in the shadow of the compound entrance with arms crossed. Luo Xian was a practical man, all sharp cheekbones and sharper business instincts. He built the family merchant business through careful trades and calculated risks. He had no patience for poetry, sentiment, or anything that didn't generate profit. It was the one trait all his sons had inherited, though in Luo Kun and Luo Wei, it manifested as ambition. In Luo Chen, it mostly just manifested as the ability to be disappointed without complaint. The assessment from the Emerald Frost sect arrived this morning. His father said without preamble, "Your brother has been accepted as an outer disciple." Luo Chen felt something tight in his chest. Luo Wei had been training for only 2 years, but his talent was obvious. Still, the Emerald Frost sect was one of the 3 major sects in the region. Acceptance meant everything. "That's excellent news," Luo Chen said, and meant it. Luo Wei worked harder than anyone he knew. He deserved the opportunity. "Your mother's dowry money has finally been released from probate," his father continued, ignoring the congratulatory sentiment. I've decided to use it to fund your brother's first year of cultivation supplies and sect fees. This will elevate our family's standing significantly when he begins producing results. Luo Chen nodded. This was expected. This was always how it went. There is, however, another matter. His father's expression hardened. If that was possible, the Western storage house needs to be reorganized. Your uncle has complained that the layout is inefficient. You'll spend the evening reorganizing. Also, the stone tablets in the back garden need cleaning. Every single one. You'll begin at sunset and finish before dawn. It was an impossible timeline. There were at least 40 tablets, each covered in moss and mineral deposits. And the reorganization of the storage house could take hours. Yes, father, Luo Chen said. One more thing. His father's gaze was distant, as if the conversation was already boring him and he was thinking of something else. The cultivation assessor is returning to the village tomorrow to evaluate young prospects from other families. I don't want you visible. Work the back garden or go into town. Your presence is distracting to the process. There it was. The real message. You failed, and your failure reflects poorly on my house. Hide. Understood, father. Luo Xian turned away without another word, already dismissing his fourth son from his mind. Luo Chen stood in the sunbright compound, wiping blood from his palms onto his trousers, and tried to decide whether to start with the storage house or the tablets. He chose the storage house first. The work was mindless, moving boxes and jars, reorganizing tools, adjusting the layout of supplies based on frequency of use. It was actually interesting in its way. The optimization of space, the way a well-ordered system could save time and effort. Luo Chen found himself reshaping the entire layout, creating a more efficient workflow. His uncle would appreciate that, at least, even if his father never would. By the time the sun touched the western mountains, Luo Chen was kneeling in the back garden with a scrub brush and a bucket of water, attacking the first stone tablet. It was covered in a thick layer of moss that had been undisturbed for what looked like years. He worked methodically, his sore hands burning with each stroke, the water in his bucket turning a muddy brown almost immediately. 3 tablets down, 37 to go. The stars were beginning to emerge. It was near midnight, when his hands could barely function, that Luo Chen noticed the anomaly in the back corner of the garden, an area so rarely visited that he'd never actually paid close attention to it. The soil there seemed to have sunken slightly, creating a shallow depression. And there was something in the depression, half-buried, that definitely hadn't been part of the family's garden. Curiosity, that useless trait that had gotten him in trouble before, made him approach. He set down his brush and knelt beside the depression, using his aching hands to carefully clear away loose soil. It was a pot, ancient, judging by the weight and the glaze, made of clay fired so long ago that it had taken on a reddish-brown patina. The shape was elegant, a bulbous body that tapered toward a narrow mouth, with handles that looped gracefully. On its surface were carved symbols, so worn that they were barely distinguishable, but Luo Chen recognized them as cultivation-era characters, probably more than 1,000 years old. The strangest part was the warmth. Even as he brushed away the cool night soil, the pot was warm to the touch, as if it had been sitting under the afternoon sun despite the fact that it had been in the ground, insulated, in darkness. Luo Chen glanced back toward the compound. No one was visible. No sound came from the sleeping house. He was alone with a mysterious ancient pot that was far too warm to be natural. Almost of its own accord, his hand reached out. His fingers brushed the clay. The warmth exploded into heat. For just an instant, less than a heartbeat, Luo Chen felt something vast and sleeping suddenly, desperately aware of his presence. He gasped, pulling his hand back, and the sensation vanished. His heart hammered against his ribs. He was alone in a dark garden with a pot he should probably bury again and pretend he'd never found. That was the sensible thing to do. That was what his father would expect. Hide anything unusual. Keep your head down. Don't attract attention. Instead, Luo Chen did what he always did when presented with something he didn't understand. He investigated. Very carefully, trying to be quiet despite his trembling hands. He worked the pot free from the soil. It was heavy, heavier than it should have been, as if it contained something substantial. But when he held it up to the moonlight, he could see through the glaze to an empty interior. Almost empty. In the very bottom, there was something. A single seed, black as obsidian, lying dormant on a bed of silver-white soil that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Luo Qin's breath caught. He'd been around gardens his entire life. He knew what seeds looked like, and he'd never seen anything remotely like this one. The compound was dark. The servants were asleep. His father was asleep, probably dreaming of profit margins. No one would know if he took the pot to his quarters. No one would know if he planted that seed, just once, just to see what happened. Of course it was a terrible idea. Of course it violated every rule about hiding from his father's gaze, keeping quiet, making no trouble. Luo Qin made his decision in less than a heartbeat. He carried the pot to his small room in the servants' quarter of the compound, set it carefully on his wooden crate table, and stared at it in the moonlight. The clay still radiated warmth. The seed inside still seemed to glow, though that might have been his imagination. He found his personal garden tools, a small spade, a planting trowel, a watering can, and retrieved a handful of soil from the family gardens, the richest and best-tended soil he could gather. He felt like a thief, stealing earth from the family plot, but the pot seemed to demand it. His hands were steady as he worked. He loosened the seed from its bed of silver-white soil and held it for a moment, marveling at its weight. Then he planted it in the fresh earth, covered it gently, and watered it with careful precision. And then he waited. Nothing happened. He sat by his table until dawn, watching the pot, waiting for some impossible manifestation of power or revelation. The pot continued to radiate warmth, but nothing emerged from the soil. The seed lay dormant. By the time the sun rose and he heard the servants beginning their morning routines, Luo Qin understood that he'd been foolish. It was just a pot, just a seed, just another disappointment. He hid the pot under his bed and got up to resume his regular duties. Chapter 2. The next morning, the assessment for the visiting cultivator evaluator began. Luo Qin had expected to remain invisible. His father had made that clear. But as he was returning from fetching water for the morning ablutions, he literally collided with Luo Wei in the hallway, and his younger brother caught him by the shoulders. There you are. Luo Wei was practically vibrating with excitement, his cultivation base visibly active in the way his eyes seemed to glow faintly. I was looking for you. The evaluator wants to see all of us, even you, apparently. Father was angry, but the evaluator specifically requested a full family assessment. Come on, we're already late. Luo Qin's stomach dropped. He specifically requested. Yes, isn't it strange? Come on. It was strange. It was so strange that Luo Qin's mind immediately went back to the pot under his bed, warming softly in the darkness. But he couldn't mention that. So he simply followed his brother to the main hall, where the evaluator was waiting along with his father and brothers. The evaluator was different from the one from 3 years ago. This one was a woman, younger than Luo Qin would have expected, perhaps 40, though with cultivation-level users it was always impossible to tell, with silver streaking through her black hair. Her eyes were sharp, assessing, and when she looked at Luo Qin, something in her expression changed to intense focus. Interesting, she murmured. I felt a resonance all the way from the Emerald Frost Gate. I thought it was coming from one of your elder sons, Luo Xian, but now I'm not certain. Let me conduct a proper assessment. She pulled out a crystal, similar to the one from 3 years ago, but this one seemed finer, more sophisticated, more sensitive. She handed it to Luo Qin first, who carried it with the confidence of someone who knew he'd failed it. The crystal flickered faintly, poor talent, but usable for a merchant or low-level disciple. She assessed Luo Wei next. The crystal blazed with golden radiance, so bright that everyone in the hall had to squint. The evaluator smiled with satisfaction. As expected, she said. Excellent potential. The Emerald Frost sect will be fortunate to have you. Then she turned to Luo Qin. Luo Xian shifted uncomfortably. That won't be necessary. The assessment 3 years ago already. Humor me, the evaluator said, and there was something in her tone that made Luo Qin's father fall silent. She handed Luo Qin the crystal. He took it, and for a moment, nothing happened. It was the same as before. No glow, no shimmer, no indication that he had any cultivation potential whatsoever. But then, it was subtle, so subtle that if Luo Qin hadn't been watching closely, he would have missed it. Deep inside the crystal, in its core, something shifted. For just an instant, there was the faintest hint of color. Not gold, not silver, but something greener, something more like the color of fresh leaves in spring. And it was warm, the same impossible warmth he'd felt from the pot. Then it faded, and the crystal was inert again. The evaluator's eyes widened. She took the crystal back and examined it with an intensity that suggested she was checking whether it was malfunctioning. "How very interesting," she said softly. "You're right, Luo Xian. There is no detectable cultivation potential. And yet," she looked at Luo Chen directly, "and yet I felt something. Something dormant, perhaps, or something just beginning to wake. Have you noticed anything unusual lately? Any dreams? Unusual sensations? Physical changes?" Luo Chen's mouth was dry. He could feel his father's gaze on him, hot with anger that a simple assessment had been complicated. "No," Luo Chen lied. "Nothing." The evaluator studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. Perhaps it was a malfunction in the crystal. These things happen. She turned to address the family. "Your son Luo Wei has excellent potential and will undoubtedly become a strong cultivator. As for the others," she glanced at Luo Kun with polite dismissal, then back to Luo Chen with something that might have been a knowing look. "Life takes many paths. Not all of them are marked by martial strength." Luo Xian bowed, clearly relieved that the assessment was concluded and his least useful son had been adequately dismissed. The evaluator was shown out with appropriate courtesy. The moment she was gone, Luo Xian's anger fell on Luo Chen like a hammer. "Don't ever let me catch you trying to manipulate an assessment like that again. Your desperation was pathetic. Get back to work." Luo Chen bowed and retreated. But all day, as he worked the gardens and completed his other duties, one thought consumed him. The evaluator had felt something. Something dormant. Something waking. That night, he carefully retrieved the pot from beneath his bed. In the darkness of his small room, it still radiated warmth. And for the first time, he dared to whisper a question to it. "What are you?" The pot didn't answer. But as he held it, he felt that same vast presence again, sleeping, but aware of him. Present, patient, and waiting. Chapter 3. Luo Chen didn't dare try to move the pot again until 3 days later, when his father left the compound on an overnight business trip to a neighboring town. That's when he carried it carefully down to his private garden space, a small plot at the very edge of the family lands that he'd been permitted to tend for the last 5 years. It was small enough that no one in the family cared about it, which made it perfect for experimenting with new plant varieties that no one else would notice if they failed. He set the pot in the center of the plot and carefully examined the soil around the seed he'd planted. It had sprouted, not in the way normal seeds sprouted, with a small green shoot emerging over several days. The soil around where he'd planted it was visibly disturbed, as if something had pushed forcefully upward, and a tiny seedling had broken through the surface. It was no more than an inch tall, but it was sturdy, with 2 perfect jade-green leaves unfurling against the moonlight. Luo Chen knelt beside it and felt the soil with his palm. It was warm, not the mild warmth of earth that had been sitting in sunlight all day. This was internal warmth, radiating from deep down, as if there was a fire burning in the soil beneath the roots. And he felt that presence again, vast, ancient, infinitely patient. This time, it didn't feel like it was sleeping. It felt like it was waking up, slowly and deliberately, stretching after a very long rest. "Please," Luo Chen whispered, and he didn't know why he was whispering or what he was pleading for. "Please be real." The seedling seemed to pulse with warmth. Over the next hour, as Luo Chen watched, too afraid to leave, too amazed to do anything else, the plant grew. Not dramatically, not in the way of cultivation tales where flowers bloomed in an instant and became legendary artifacts, but steadily, visibly, the seedling extended its roots deeper into the soil, spread its leaves wider into the night air, and began to develop additional stems. By the time the false dawn began to gray the sky, the plant was nearly a foot tall, with strong leaves and a woody stem, looking like it was weeks old rather than hours. And Luo Chen, who had never in his entire life experienced cultivation power of any kind, realized that he was beginning to feel something in his body. It was subtle, not the overwhelming rush that his brother had described after his first cultivation session, but more like a gentle warmth in his center, a kindling, a very slow beginning. He looked at the pot, still warm beside the growing plant. "I don't understand what you are," he said, "but I think I understand that you've been waiting for something. For someone. And I'm beginning to think that someone might be me. The presence in the pot seemed to pulse with something that might have been affection. Over the next 3 days, Luo Chun learned the boundaries of his new situation with careful experimentation. First, the pot was definitely ancient cultivation era, but it wasn't actually valuable in the way his family would value it. If he'd taken it to an appraiser, they would have recognized it as an antique, but not as anything magical or dangerous. It looked like a decorative artifact, nothing more. Second, water from the pot's soil made things grow differently. He tested it by planting regular seeds in 2 adjacent plots, watering one with ordinary well water and one with soil water from the pot. The difference was startling. Within a day, the plants watered with the pot soil were at least twice as large as their counterparts. Third, the pot wasn't actually that warm to the touch anymore, except for the few moments each day when Luo Chun placed his hand on it and felt that presence awaken. The warmth was internal, not external. It was invisible. Fourth, the presence had a kind of personality, or perhaps intent. It seemed to guide him. When he was uncertain about whether a plant would thrive, he would touch the pot and sense an answer, not in words, but in a kind of knowing that appeared in his mind. It was the most subtle form of power, barely perceptible, but undeniably real. By the end of the week, he'd successfully cultivated 3 healthy plants using seeds from the family gardens and soil water from the pot. Each one had grown to about twice the size of its normal counterpart, with stronger stems, more vibrant colors, and a subtle shimmer to the leaves that suggested the presence of qi. He was standing in his private plot early one morning, examining a particularly promising jade-green plant, when he heard someone approach. His heart nearly stopped. It was Luo Wei, already dressed in his outer disciple robes from the Emerald Frost sect, carrying a small travel bag. "There you are," Luo Wei said cheerfully. "I've been looking for you. I'm heading to the sect for the first time to begin my formal training. I wanted to say goodbye before I left." He looked at the plants. "What are these? I don't recognize the species." Luo Chen's mouth was dry. He'd been so careful to keep the plot hidden, working only in the early morning before anyone else was awake. But somehow his brother had found him. "Experiments," Luo Chen managed. "New varieties. Probably won't work." But Luo Wei had already knelt beside one of the plants and was examining it with the kind of attention that only a cultivator could bring. His eyes were glowing faintly, as if he were examining it at the qi level. "This is strange," he murmured. "The qi density is at least 10 times higher than a normal plant of this age and size. And the growth rate." He reached out to touch one of the leaves, and when he did, his eyes widened. "Luo Chun, what did you do?" "I didn't do anything," Luo Chun said, which was partially true. "They just grew that way." Luo Wei looked at his brother with an expression that was difficult to read. For a moment, Luo Chun thought he would demand answers. But then something shifted in his expression, and he smiled instead. "You know," Luo Wei said quietly, "I've been training at the sect for only 2 months, and already I can feel how limited my potential is. Father thinks I'm special because the crystal glowed, but the truth is that most of the outer disciples are stronger than me. I'm going to have to work harder than anyone else just to keep up." Luo Chen didn't know how to respond to this vulnerability from his brother. "But when I look at these plants," Luo Wei continued, "I see something that most cultivators spend years trying to achieve. Perfect growth, optimal qi density, a complete harmony between form and essence. There's a kind of magic in what you're doing here, even if the crystal doesn't measure it." He placed his palm on one of the plants gently, respectfully. "Be careful," Luo Wei said finally. "Whatever this is, Father won't understand it. He doesn't understand anything that doesn't generate immediate profit. And if he thinks you're wasting resources on failing experiments, he'll destroy these plants and punish you. So be careful." Then he stood, embraced his brother briefly, a gesture that was rare between them, and departed. Luo Chen stood alone with his impossible plants, feeling the presence in the distant pot, and understood that he'd been given a warning and, perhaps, permission to continue his work. Chapter 4. 2 weeks later, Luo Chun had expanded his private plot significantly. He'd been careful to do it gradually, moving boundary stones incrementally, adding soil from the surrounding areas when no one was watching. His father was too busy with business concerns to notice a few extra meters of cultivated land in an area he'd already deemed worthless. He'd planted a dozen different varieties of seeds now, all obtained from the family gardens or from his own careful collection of wild plants. Some were medicinal herbs with proven healing properties. Some were ornamental plants, useless for anything but beauty. Some were vegetables. He'd planted everything, treating the pot's guidance as his instruction manual. And everything grew. Every single plant he cultivated in this plot, using the water and soil of the pot, grew to an ideal size, developed perfect chi density, and achieved a harmony that even Luo Wei, during a secret visit, had grudgingly admitted was almost unnatural. But there was something else happening. Something that Luo Chun was beginning to understand about the pot. The pot itself, when he held it and touched his consciousness to that vast presence within, felt less dormant each day. The presence was waking up. Or perhaps it was accepting him, becoming used to his touch, responding more actively to his care. One afternoon, after his regular duties were finished, Luo Chun sat in his small room and held the pot close to his chest, feeling its warmth soak into him. "What are you?" he whispered. "Are you alive? Are you conscious?" For the first time, the response came as something more than just a feeling. It came as an image. Luo Chun saw, in his mind's eye, a vast garden. Not the small, careful plot he was tending, but an enormous cultivation realm, with mountains and valleys, with plants that glowed like stars, with fields of herbs that rippled like oceans. He saw civilization, structures that were neither quite buildings nor temples, but something between, in harmony with the landscape. He saw cultivators, working the soil with reverence, harvesting fruits that contained power, planting seeds with ceremony. Then he saw betrayal, war, celestial fire falling from the sky, destroying the garden, killing the people, sealing, binding, imprisonment, and darkness, an eternity of darkness, dormancy, waiting. Then, suddenly light, a new hand, a boy's hand, the boy touching the pot, and the long sleep beginning to end. Luo Chun gasped, pulling back from the vision. His chest was heaving, his heart racing. He held the pot at arm's length, staring at it with a mixture of terror and wonder. "You're not just a pot," he whispered. "You're a whole world. A pocket world." The presence seemed to pulse with something that might have been relief or recognition, or simply the vast satisfaction of finally being understood. That night, Luo Chun made his decision. He retrieved the pot very carefully and carried it in both hands down to the edge of his private plot. There, in the center of the garden, he set it down and knelt beside it. "If you're truly a pocket world," he said softly, "and if you've been waiting for someone to tend you, then I'm asking you to show me. Properly. I want to understand what you are. I want to help you wake up completely." He placed both palms on the pot's warm surface, and the world changed. For a moment, less than a heartbeat, but feeling like an eternity, Luo Chun wasn't in his body anymore. He was something else, something vast and expanding, seeing through 100,000 eyes at once. He was the pot, and the pot was a door, and behind the door was a cultivation realm the size of a small city, all trapped in suspension, all waiting for him. Then his consciousness snapped back into his body, and he gasped, nearly falling backward. But something fundamental had changed. As Luo Chun slowly got his breath back and pushed himself upright, he understood that he had just crossed a threshold. He was no longer a failed cultivator pretending to be a gardener. He was something else now, something new, and the pocket world was awake, waiting, ready to grow. In the distance, the lights of the compound flickered, and Luo Chun heard a servant girl laugh. The normal world continued, unaware that everything had just changed. Luo Chun smiled, placed his hand one more time on the pot's warm surface, and whispered a promise. "I'm going to help you grow. I don't know how yet, but I swear it. You've waited long enough in darkness. I'm going to bring you light." The pot's warmth intensified beneath his palm, and Luo Chun understood that the pocket world had heard and accepted, and was already beginning to accelerate its awakening. Chapter 5. The first proper harvest came 5 days later. Luo Chun had stopped working on the dozen normal plants he'd been cultivating and had focused instead entirely on the pocket world's core garden. The plants growing around the pot had begun to shift, to transform, to become something other than ordinary. The jade green plant that Luo Wei had examined was now a full foot taller, with leaves that shimmered with visible qi. The medicinal herb he'd planted in the second week had developed flowers that glowed softly in the moonlight, emitting a faint scent like honey and starlight. The simple vegetable he'd planted almost by accident had grown into something almost unrecognizable, its leaves larger and more perfect than any natural plant had the right to be. And they were all ripe, all ready to harvest. Luochen had no idea whether he was supposed to harvest them. But something in his intuition, perhaps the pocket world's presence guiding him, told him that this was the moment, that the first harvest was crucial. So on a night when his father was asleep and the servants were settled in their quarters, Luochen crept down to his private plot with a woven basket and his harvesting tools. The air felt different tonight, charged with anticipation. The sky was clearer than it should have been, and the stars seemed closer, brighter. He began to harvest carefully, reverently, the way his mother had taught him when he was very young. He cut each plant at its base, handling the produce gently to avoid bruising it. Each item he placed in his basket glowed faintly, as if each plant was genuinely alive with power. By the time he'd finished, the basket contained maybe 10 items, barely enough for a single meal by normal standards, but each one was dense with qi, heavy with power. Luochen carried the harvest back to his room and set the basket on his table, unable to look away. This was impossible. This was the kind of harvest that should take weeks of meditation and cultivation practice to produce. And he'd done it in less than a month, without any formal cultivation training whatsoever. He selected one of the herbs, the medicinal one with the glowing flowers, and examined it. It was perfect, unblemished. And when he carefully broke off a small piece and tasted it, it was transcendent. Flavors he'd never experienced before, warmth spreading through his body, a sense of his internal systems becoming more refined, more efficient. His meridians, which had never held qi before, suddenly seemed to tighten, to sharpen, to become more defined. And in the center of his chest, where cultivators spoke of holding their qi, something began to glow. Luochen gasped, dropping the herb. He lifted his shirt and stared at his bare chest. There was no visible marking, no sign of what he'd felt. But his internal awareness had shifted. He could feel qi now, actually feel it moving through his body like a river through channels. He was absorbing the herb's power. Genuinely, actively absorbing cultivation energy, the way proper cultivators did. It's working, he whispered. The pocket world is actually working. He spent the rest of the night in a state of wonder, carefully sampling each item in the harvest and feeling his body transform in small increments. By dawn, he was trembling with exhaustion and exhilaration. He hid the basket beneath his bed, along with the pot, and went through his daily duties in a kind of daze. Chapter 6. By the end of the week, Luochen was faced with a practical problem. He had too much produce and nowhere to sell it. His private harvest was accumulating. The pocket world continued to guide him to plant more seeds, and the growth rate was accelerating. What had taken 5 days before was now happening in 3 days. The plot was becoming visibly overgrown with impossibly healthy plants. He couldn't hide it forever. Someone would eventually notice. He was considering his options. Perhaps he could sneak into town and sell a single item to an herb merchant, just to see what happened. When he heard a commotion in the compound's main courtyard. A stranger had arrived. A traveling merchant, from the look of him, with dusty clothes and the kind of weathered skin that came from spending most of your time on the road. He was in conversation with Luochen, and the tenor of the conversation seemed professional. Luochen watched from a distance, trying to decide whether to hide or to present himself, when the merchant's eyes happened to drift across the compound and land on him. The man's pupils dilated. He excused himself from Luochen's father mid-sentence and approached directly. "You," he said. "What's your name?" Luochen hesitated. "Luochen. The fourth son." "Yes." The merchant studied him for a moment longer, and Luochen felt that same overwhelming sense of being seen that he'd experienced when the assessment crystal had flickered. This man could see something, could sense something. "Where are your gardens?" the merchant asked abruptly. "This isn't." Luochen started to object, but the merchant waved him off. "Please, humor me." Something in Luochen, that instinct that had guided him to plant the seeds and tend the pocket world, told him to trust this man. He led the merchant away from the courtyard, toward the eastern edge of the compound, where his private plot lay hidden behind a natural screen of older trees. When they rounded the corner and the plot came into view, the merchant went completely still. "What is this?" he whispered. Luochen's private garden was visibly vibrating with qi. The plants were glowing, each one at a different stage of growth, some just sprouted, some at full maturity, all of them perfect, all of them shimmer with power. I grow them, Luo Chun said carefully. The merchant approached one of the plants, a flowering vine that Luo Chun had just planted days ago, but was now in full brilliant bloom, and reached out as if to touch it. He stopped short, his hand trembling. This is immortal-grade, he said softly. The chi density alone. This is the work of a master gardener with decades of experience. This is the kind of product that cultivation sects would kill for. Luo Chun felt his throat tighten. It's just an experiment. Where did you learn this technique? The merchant demanded. Who taught you? No one, Luo Chun said, which was partly true. The pocket world had taught him, in its own way. The merchant stared at him for a long moment. What's your name again? And be honest with me. Luo Chun. I'm Yao Xian. I trade in rare herbs across this region and several others. I've never seen plants like this, not even in restricted sect cultivation grounds. These are the kind of products I could sell for enough money to. He trailed off, as if calculating something in his head. How many of these can you produce? He asked finally. Luo Chun thought about the pocket world, about the vast space he'd glimpsed in his vision, about the presence that seemed to want him to expand its growth infinitely. I don't know, he said carefully. More? I can produce more. Yao Xian produced a small pouch from his pocket and placed it in Luo Chun's hand. Take this. It's money. Enough to buy a small house. I'm making you an offer. Continue growing these plants. Any products you create, I will purchase at triple the normal market value. Keep this secret from your family. They'll try to monopolize the profit, and you'll be trapped. Work with me instead, and you can have independence. Luo Chun stared at the pouch. It was heavier than he'd expected. Think about it, Yao Xian said. But don't think too long. Something like this, once it's known, will attract attention. The kind of attention that will tear your family apart. I suggest you accelerate your timeline. Then he turned and walked back toward the compound, leaving Luo Chun alone with his impossible garden and a pouch of money that felt like both opportunity and a timer counting down to disaster. That night, Luo Chun held the pot close and whispered a question. How much faster can you grow? How much power can I access? Because I think I need to escape this place. And soon. The presence answered with a sensation of determination, of will crystallizing into action. The pocket world was ready to wake up fully. And Luo Chun was beginning to understand that he was ready too. Chapter 7. The next 2 weeks were transformative. With the pocket world's guidance and Yao Xian's encouragement, Luo Chun began to accelerate his cultivation experiments dramatically. He planted dozens of different seeds, harvested daily, and consumed the produce in a controlled way that allowed him to absorb the power slowly enough not to damage his meridians. His body was changing. His skin was becoming clearer, his muscles more defined, his reflexes sharper. And most importantly, his internal cultivation meridians were opening, strengthening, beginning to hold qi the way proper cultivators did. He was still nowhere near the level of his brother Luo Wei, who was now deep into his formal training at the Emerald Frost sect. But he was genuinely cultivating now, in his own way, through his connection to the pocket world. Yao Xian came by every 3 days with a scale and a notebook, purchasing the harvest at the promised premium rate. He was making good money, more money than Luo Chun had ever seen in his life. He was hiding it in a carefully sealed container buried in his room. But money wasn't the real transformation. The real transformation was in his relationship with the pocket world itself. The more Luo Chun tended the pocket world's garden, the more the presence within the pot communicated with him. It wasn't spoken language, but it was unmistakably purposeful communication. The pocket world was teaching him. It showed him which plants wanted to grow where, which combinations of species would create symbiotic relationships, which seeds needed to be planted first to create the proper foundation for others. It was like having a master gardener whispering instructions into his mind at all times. And the pocket world was changing. As Luo Chun's skill improved, as he became more attuned to its needs, the realm itself began to shift. The space allocated for the pocket world's garden was expanding. What had been a 100-meter square plot was now somehow containing a 150-meter square garden, and the physics of that expansion defied any normal explanation. Luo Chun started documenting what he saw in a private journal, trying to make sense of the changes. Day 12. The soil in the western section has changed color. It's now a deep violet, almost black. Plants grow twice as fast here. The pocket world seems to be healing itself, or perhaps the proximity to the clay pot at the center is accelerating some kind of time distortion. Day 18. I saw something today that I can't quite explain. When I touch the pot and extend my consciousness fully, I can sense the entire pocket world, not just the garden plot. It's vast, unimaginably vast. The garden is only a small portion of something much, much larger. Day 24. The pocket world showed me another vision today. I saw a building in the distance, within the realm. A cultivation pavilion, I think. It was damaged, but still standing. When I mentioned it to the presence in the pot, I felt something like excitement. The world is waking up. It's remembering what it was. By day 26, Luo Chun had accumulated enough money to leave the compound if he wanted to. He had a small pack prepared, hidden under his bed with his most valuable seeds and a detailed map of the nearest towns where he could establish himself independently. But he hadn't left yet. He was waiting for something, some kind of sign that it was time. On day 28, the sign came. It was evening, and Luo Chun was in his private plot as always, tending the plants, communicating with the pocket world's presence. The sky was dimming toward sunset, and he was planning to head inside soon to prepare for the next morning's duties. That's when he felt the disturbance in the pocket world's presence. It was sudden, sharp, alarming, like a nerve being pinched, a threat being sensed. Luo Chen's eyes snapped open. He looked around, but the compound seemed peaceful, nothing visibly wrong. Then he heard it. Footsteps approaching through the trees, faster than normal. Multiple sets of footsteps. Luo Chun, a harsh voice called. "Where are you?" It was his father. Luo Chen's heart jumped into his throat. He stood quickly, preparing for either confrontation or flight, when his father emerged from the trees followed by his eldest brother Luo Kun and two men that Luo Chun didn't recognize. One in cultivation robes, one in town guard uniform. "Father," Luo Chun said carefully. "I was just finishing the evening tending. I know what you've been doing," his father said, and his voice was cold in a way that Luo Chun had never heard before. Yao Xian was arrested in town last night for possession of stolen goods and operating an illegal trading operation. When the magistrate questioned him, he mentioned where his merchandise was coming from. When the magistrate investigated further, he realized those goods matched rare herb species that were reported missing from the Crimson Flame sect's Eastern Depot 3 weeks ago. Luo Chun felt the world tilt under his feet. "Father, you didn't what? Steal cultivator-grade herbs? You didn't sell them to a black market merchant? You didn't bring shame and criminal liability on this entire family." Luo Xian gestured to the cultivation-robed man. "This is an inspector from the Crimson Flame sect. He's here to investigate the theft and determine what punishment this family must face." The inspector stepped forward, and his expression was coldly assessing. "Show me what you're growing," he commanded. The pocket world's presence suddenly flooded Luo Chun with terror, not its own fear, but guidance, pure and simple. "Run." Luo Chun didn't think. He moved. He lunged for the pot in the center of his garden, grabbed it, and ran. His legs took him deeper into the garden plot, toward the rear boundary where the compound's walls were older, weaker. Behind him, he heard his father shouting, the inspector calling for the town guard to stop him. But Luo Chun was faster. The pocket world was lending him power, pushing him forward, making his legs stronger, his reflexes sharper. He hit the compound wall at full speed, crashing through the aging wooden structure as if it were paper. He rolled in the dirt on the other side and kept running, clutching the pot to his chest as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Because it was. The pocket world, his pocket world, was the only thing that had ever truly seen him, understood him, believed in him. And someone had noticed what he was doing. It was time to disappear into the world and become someone new. Chapter 8. Luo Chun ran through the night. He had no clear destination in mind, just a desperate need to put distance between himself and the compound before they caught him. The pot was impossibly heavy, or perhaps that was just the weight of everything he was leaving behind. His family, such as it was. His position. His name, at least in his hometown. His feet pounded against the packed earth road, and every muscle in his body screamed with exertion. Behind him, or at least in his mind's eye, he could see his father's fury when he discovered the theft, the compound's guards mobilizing to track down the runaway fourth son. They would come after him eventually. They always came after what they considered theirs. But the pot was his, had called to him across the years of his neglect and dismissal, and he would die before letting them seize it and use it for profit. The night was moonless and cold. The spring air bit at his exposed skin, and his breath came in ragged clouds of vapor. More than once, he nearly stumbled on rocks hidden in shadow, nearly turned an ankle on roots creeping across the road. But he pressed on, driven by something more than mere fear. The pocket world itself seemed to urge him forward, the warmth radiating from the pot against his chest like a living heartbeat synchronized with his own, pulling him inexorably towards some unknown destiny. By dawn, he'd covered nearly 5 leagues and had collapsed in an abandoned farming village on the road north. The buildings were empty. Some plague or failed harvest had driven the inhabitants away years ago, and Luo Chen took shelter in what had once been a storage shed. The wooden door hung crooked on a single hinge, and the interior smelled of dust and mildew, of seasons untended and harvests never reaped. He dragged himself inside and pulled the door closed behind him, though he doubted it would provide much protection if anyone came looking. He sat in the dimness, catching his breath, and tried to assess his situation with the clarity that only came with exhaustion so profound it bordered on numbness. He had no money with him. The coins were still buried in his room, hidden beneath loose floorboards his brothers would never think to examine. He had the pot, which was invaluable but impossible to sell without exposing what he'd done, what he'd created. He had a few changes of clothes, wrinkled and dusty from the night's desperate flight. And he had nothing else. Hunger gnawed at his stomach like a persistent rat, but his thirst was worse. His lips were cracked, his throat dry as paper. How long could a person survive like this? Days. Hours. The questions spiraled, each one darker than the last. Without money, without connections, without cultivation talent to protect himself, what realistic chance did he have of even surviving to see another week? The pocket world's presence was quiet, but still there, still present. It wasn't panicking. In fact, it felt almost satisfied. Underneath his despair, Luo Chen sensed something like approval radiating from the pot, as if the world within it had been waiting for this moment, had somehow orchestrated his exile through the strange pull it exerted on him. Luo Chen addressed the presence directly, since there was no longer any need to hide his apparent madness from anyone. What do I do now? I can't go back. I can't stay. And I'm a failed cultivator who knows nothing about the world outside my father's compound. I have no resources, no allies, no real skills except gardening and farming. What advantage do I have? Why should I believe I can survive what comes next? The answer came not as words, but as images and feelings, welling up from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. He saw a road stretching northward, worn smooth by countless travelers over centuries. He saw a city, larger than any he'd imagined, with walls of stone and towers reaching toward heaven itself. He felt the presence of rare herbs, plants of power, a place where such things were coveted and where no one would ask inconvenient questions about their origin. The image crystallized further. A sect, Emerald Frost sect, to be specific. He recognized it from his brother's descriptions, whispered comments about strict training and legendary mentors, about opportunities to grow beyond the mortal world. His brother had spoken of it with envy and resentment, as if it represented everything that had been denied to Luo Chen. I should go to the sect where my brother is training? Luo Chen asked aloud, doubting his interpretation of this mental guidance. The pocket world, if that was what was communicating with him, seemed to operate in riddles and symbols, not plain instruction. Another image came, sharper and more vivid than the others. He saw a girl with sharp eyes and quiet confidence, dressed in outer disciple robes of pale blue. She was examining something that glowed with inner light, and her expression was one of pure fascination tinged with confusion. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the glowing object, and Luo Chen recognized the wonder on her face. It was the same wonder he felt every time he beheld a harvest from the pocket world. Luo Chen understood. The pocket world was showing him someone who might understand what he had, what he was becoming, someone who would be important. The name surfaced in his mind as if the world itself spoke it, Lin Mei. So he began to walk, the pot tucked carefully in a fabric sling against his chest, heading northward toward the Emerald Frost sect. His legs were unsteady, his hunger acute. But with each step forward, he felt the pocket world's presence strengthen, as if sharing its vitality with him. The warmth from the pot seemed to ease his hunger, at least somewhat, lending him strength that defied explanation. He didn't know it yet, but his life had just entered its proper beginning. Chapter 9. The road to Emerald Frost Sect took 3 days of careful travel. Luo Chun kept to secondary paths, avoiding the main highways where town guards might have been alerted to watch for a runaway from his family. He slept in abandoned buildings and hidden groves. He foraged for food using his knowledge of edible plants. And he maintained constant communication with the pocket world, drawing on its presence like a spiritual anchor. By the 3rd day, he was approaching the sect's territory, recognizable by the way the landscape had begun to shift. The hills became more dramatic, the forests thicker, and everywhere, he could sense the presence of cultivation chi, places where trained cultivators walked, where the natural world had been shaped by cultivation techniques. He was nervous. The pocket world had showed him Lin Shuang, but that didn't mean she would believe him, help him, or do anything other than report him to the authorities. Then, almost like it had been orchestrated by fate itself, he heard a sound, the snarl of a feline beast somewhere nearby. Luo Chen froze. He wasn't equipped for combat with a wild spirit beast. He had no weapons beyond a kitchen knife. He had no combat training. But the pocket world had stopped being quiet. It was broadcasting a sense of intensity, of purpose, of readiness. And Luo Chun felt his body respond. Every plant in the surrounding area suddenly became vivid, hyper-aware, full of potential. A large feline creature burst from the trees, a cultivator-level beast, its fur crackling with lightning chi. It had probably sensed the unusual presence of the pocket world and was investigating. Luo Chun felt panic and something else in equal measure. The pocket world was not panicking. The pocket world was excited. "Okay," Luo Chun whispered. "I trust you." He closed his eyes and let the pocket world guide his hands. Vines, where they came from, he didn't know, because there were no vines in this immediate area. But the presence bent the growth of nearby plants, accelerated their development, shaped them into weapons. Vines erupted from the earth, wrapping around the beast's legs, restraining its movement. The creature snarled and struck with lightning chi, burning through the restraints. But Luo Chun was already moving again, his hands guiding the plants with an instinct that wasn't his own. Roots came up from the earth, entangling the beast. Thorns extended from every direction, forcing it back, driving it away. And then, finally, Luo Chun sensed a moment of weakness. The beast was confused, hurt, not understanding the nature of its opponent. In that moment of uncertainty, Luo Chun reached out with his mind and offered the plant world a single image. Asterisk, let it go. Let it run. Asterisk, the plants released. The beast, sensing the reprieve, bounded away into the forest with a final snarl. Luo Chun stood in the middle of a circle of disturbed plants, breathing hard, completely astonished. I just commanded nature. I shaped plants into weapons. He didn't have words. The presence in the pot was radiating something like pride. A voice interrupted his shock. That was remarkable. Dangerous. Foolish. But remarkable. Luo Chun spun to see a figure stepping out of the trees, a young woman, maybe 17 or 18, with sharp eyes and the bearing of a trained cultivator. She was wearing the gray robes of an outer disciple for the Emerald Frost sect, and her hand was resting on a cultivation sword at her hip. It was Lin Shuang, exactly as the pocket world had shown her. "You have an interesting way of drawing attention," she said, and there was a hint of amusement in her expression. "Most people run from spirit beasts. You stand and fight them with plants." Luo Chun couldn't find words. "My name is Lin Shuang," she continued, "and from what I just saw, you're either a master gardener, a pocket world cultivator, or someone with a very unusual cultivation base. None of those seem like a typical person to find on the outskirts of Emerald Frost territory." "Luo Chun," he said carefully. I'm looking for the sect." Lin Shuang studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled, not unkindly. "Well, you certainly have my attention. Let's find somewhere we can talk. I have a feeling your story is much more interesting than your appearance suggests." She turned and began walking deeper into the sect's territory, clearly expecting him to follow. Luo Chun did, clutching the pot to his chest, and felt the weight of everything changing again. He had just revealed the pocket world's power to a stranger. He had just met someone that the pocket world had shown him in a vision. And he had just taken the first real step toward a life that was no longer small, hidden, and ashamed. Chapter 10. They reached a secluded waterfall in a river gorge, hidden from view of the main sect paths. After about an hour of travel, Lin Shuang sat on a flat rock and gestured for Luo Chun to do the same. She studied him with those sharp eyes that seemed to see far more than surface details. So, she said, "You're running from something. That much is obvious. The pot, the plants, the way you move, like you're trying not to be noticed. You're either a criminal or someone running from a bad situation that made you into something more than you were before." Luo Chen held the pot carefully. "If I tell you the truth, will you turn me into the guards?" "Possibly," Lin Shuang said, which was at least honest. "But I'm more interested in understanding what I just witnessed. That spirit beast didn't run away because it was tired. It ran because you told it to, using the plants themselves as your voice. I've never seen cultivation like that. My sect master has never mentioned techniques like that." Luo Chen made a decision. He explained everything. The discovery of the pot, the pocket world within it, the harvest, his father's discovery and betrayal, his escape. Lin Shuang listened without interrupting, her expression shifting from skepticism to fascination to something like awe. When he finished, she sat in silence for a long moment. Then she reached out slowly, as if approaching something fragile. "May I touch it?" she asked, gesturing to the pot. Luo Chen hesitated, then offered it. Lin Shuang's eyes widened as soon as her fingers made contact. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, I've never felt anything like this. This isn't a treasure. This is a cultivation realm unto itself. How is this possible?" "I don't know," Luo Chen admitted. "I don't know how any of this is possible." "Where exactly did you find it?" Lin Shuang asked, her mind already working through implications. "In my family's back garden. Buried, as if it had been hidden on purpose." Lin Shuang carefully handed the pot back. "Listen to me carefully. What you have is beyond valuable. If the wrong people find out, sects will go to war over it. If the right people find out, you'll be protected but controlled. And you're also apparently a gifted cultivator through some completely unique method that no one has ever documented. So what do I do?" Luo Chen asked quietly. "First, you can't tell anyone else about the pot. I'm going to recommend that you come to the Emerald Frost sect, but as a supply specialist, not a disciple. Tell them you're a gardener with expertise in cultivation stage plants. You can legitimately grow rare herbs, and it won't be suspicious because you're not claiming a cultivation base. Only I will know the truth." "Why would you help me?" Luo Chen asked. "You don't know me." Lin Shuang smiled slightly. "Because what I just saw was the most beautiful combat technique I've ever witnessed. It wasn't aggressive. It was perfect harmony with nature. And because something in my spirit felt a connection to your pocket world, as if it was trying to tell me something." She paused. "Also, because the Crimson Flame sect is always trying to poach our resources, and if you can grow rare herbs at the rate I'm sensing from this pot, that's a massive advantage for us." She stood. "Come on, let's get you officially introduced to the sect. And Luo Chen, keep the pot hidden. Don't let anyone see it. It will be your secret. And mine." As they walked together toward the sect's main gates, Luo Chen felt the pocket world's presence settle into something almost content. It had guided him here. It had known, somehow, that Lin Shuang would be the first person to truly understand. The world was no longer small. It was vast and expanding. And Luo Chen was finally, truly, becoming the gardener that the pocket world had been waiting for. Chapter 11. Elder Song Wei of the Emerald Frost sect was the first official member of the sect to meet Luo Chen, and she was not what he expected. Most of the cultivation realm figures Luo Chen had encountered, his father's contacts, the assessment evaluators, the sect inspector who had chased him, were cold, calculating, or dismissive. But Elder Song Wei was ancient, with silver hair and eyes that contained the kind of infinite patience that came from living a long life. She received him in her chambers at dawn, before most of the sect was awake. Lin Shuang had arranged this, apparently using some combination of status and persuasion to convince the elder to meet a random gardener with no cultivation credentials. "Lin Shuang tells me you have an unusual gift for growing rare herbs," Elder Song Wei said, offering him tea with her own hands. a gesture of respect that shocked Luo Chun. I have some experience, Luo Chun said carefully. I can produce cultivation-grade plants, given time and proper soil conditions. Cultivation-grade plants are not easy to produce, the elder mused. Most require either a cultivator actively channeling their power into the soil, or they must be grown in specific cultivation grounds where the ambient qi is already elevated. How do you propose to produce them regularly? Luo Chun met her eyes. I have excellent soil, and I have a method for ensuring optimal growth conditions. It was a lie by omission, but not an outright falsehood. Elder Song Wei seemed to be examining him at multiple levels, not just physically, but through cultivation senses that Luo Chun couldn't quite understand. After a long moment, she smiled. Whatever your method is, keep it. Secrets are valuable, and I'm not one to demand answers I'm not ready to hear. What I'm interested in is whether you can produce enough rare herbs to make it worth employing you here at the sect. I believe I can, Luo Chun said. Good. You'll be assigned to the cultivation gardens with the title of ground specialist. Your role will be to cultivate rare herbs for the sect's medicine-making, cultivation elixirs, and trade. You'll be paid fairly, given housing, and provided with soil and seeds from the sect's stores. In exchange, any herbs you produce will belong to the sect, and you'll make no attempt to cultivate them independently. Luo Chun's heart sank. That last condition, to make no attempt to cultivate independently, would prevent him from using the pocket world openly. But he'd anticipated this. I understand. Will I be permitted to maintain a personal study garden? For my own education and experimentation? It's how I developed my current methods. Elder Song Wei considered this. A small plot. Nothing that interferes with your primary duties or competes with the sect's interests. It was enough. A small plot was all the pocket world needed. I accept, Luo Chun said. Within an hour, he'd been formally assigned to the Emerald Frost sect as a ground specialist. He was given a small room in the support staff quarters, a work schedule, and a tour of the cultivation gardens that left him staggering under the scope of what the sect had accomplished. The gardens stretched across multiple hillsides, terraced and carefully organized by plant type and cultivation grade. He could see plants that must have taken decades to reach their current power level. He could feel the ambient qi in the air, thick and tangible, like walking through warm water. The head of the gardens, an older man named Master Chun, explained the rotation schedules and the specific requirements for different plant types. It was technical, detailed work, the kind of thing that would normally bore Luo Chun, but which instead fascinated him because he could now recognize how much care and skill it required. Your specialization will be rapid growth cultivation, Master Chun told him. We've never had someone successfully accelerate herb maturation without either damaging the plants or creating unstable cultivation-grade mutations. If you can solve that problem, you'll be worth far more than your salary. That night, in his small room, Luo Chun held the pot and made his first real communication with the pocket world since his arrival. We're in, he said. We have access. We have resources. We have time. Can you start waking up now? Properly, I mean. Not just guiding me. Can you actually begin to activate? The response came as a sensation of profound contentment, of homecoming. The pocket world had been waiting. It had guided Luo Chun to this place because it knew, somehow, that the Emerald Frost sect was where it could finally begin its true awakening. Outside, the sound of the mountain echoed with night wind. Inside his small room, the pot began to glow so faintly that no one else would have noticed. But Luo Chun could see it clearly. The pocket world was waking up, and everything, from that moment onward, would change. Chapter 12. 3 weeks into his employment at Emerald Frost sect, Luo Chun experienced his first true cultivation breakthrough. It happened in his private study garden, which he'd managed to claim a small corner of the sect's cultivation grounds. The space was no more than 10 meters square, but it was more than enough for what he needed. He'd been harvesting his first real crop, herb plants that he'd grown using the pocket world's guidance and the sect's rich cultivation soil. The produce was extraordinary, qi-dense and perfect in every way. He'd consumed small amounts daily, allowing his body to absorb the power gradually. But tonight, something shifted. He was in the study garden at dusk, tending a particular plant that the pocket world had been guiding him to grow, a rare herb called silver moon root. As he harvested it, he felt something different in his meridians. The channels were suddenly full, saturated with qi in a way they'd never been before. His body could no longer simply absorb power passively. It needed to be processed, organized, refined. Luo Chen sat beneath the silver moon root plant and felt the pocket world's presence guide him through what was happening. It was a breakthrough to qi gathering stage, the foundational stage of formal cultivation. His meridians, which had been opening and strengthening through his work with the pocket world, suddenly achieved a critical mass of qi. The channels locked into place, became stable and permanent, capable of holding power without simply releasing it back into the world. It was extraordinary and painful and exhilarating all at once. As his meridians solidified, Luo Chun felt his entire body transform. His perception sharpened. His strength increased noticeably. His connection to the pocket world deepened until it felt like he and the pot were two halves of the same entity. When the breakthrough finished, probably only a few minutes later, though it felt timeless, Luo Chun remained kneeling beneath the silver moon root plant, trembling, gasping for breath. "I did it," he whispered. "I actually broke through. I'm cultivating. I'm actually doing something that makes absolutely no sense given your official cultivation status." Luo Chen's eyes snapped open. Lin Shuang was standing at the edge of his study garden, observing him with an expression that was equal parts amusement and concern. "How long have you been standing there?" he asked, scrambling to compose himself. "Long enough to see you absorbed enough qi to kill a normal person and emerge from it stronger instead of dead." She stepped into the garden. "Your eyes were glowing, Luo Chun. That's not something that happens to people who don't have cultivation talent. Your brother didn't have eyes like that until months of training." Luo Chen didn't know what to say. His secret wasn't entirely secret anymore. "It's the pocket world," Lin Shuang said, as if it was obvious. "It's directly facilitating your cultivation. That's not a technique. That's a direct energy transfer. You're not fighting to accumulate qi like normal cultivators. You're absorbing it from the pocket world's influence." "Yes," Luo Chen admitted. "But I couldn't tell anyone. I still can't." Lin Shuang sat down on a nearby stone, and her expression became thoughtful. "You're right. If anyone official found out that you're cultivating using the pocket world's power, they'd seize you immediately. They'd confiscate the pot. They'd make you into a tool. So what do I do?" Luo Chen asked. "You hide it perfectly," Lin Shuang said. "You do your work as a ground specialist. You appear to be making steady, unremarkable progress. And you cultivate in secret, through the pocket world, until you become strong enough that hiding won't matter anymore." She paused. "And you let me help. Because I can cover for you. I can make sure no one suspicious gets assigned to watch your garden. I can create distractions if necessary. And frankly, I'm fascinated by what you're doing. I want to understand the pocket world." "Why?" Luo Chen asked. "Because," Lin Shuang said, her expression becoming serious, "when I touched that pot, I felt something. A recognition, maybe. Or a calling. It was as if the pocket world was acknowledging me as someone important. And I want to know why." She stood. "Rest for tonight. Tomorrow, we'll expand your study garden, and I'll start helping you develop a cover story for your rapid progress." As she left, Luo Chun held his hands up and watched them glow faintly with qi. A few weeks ago, he'd been a failed cultivator digging in a garden. Now, he was breaking through cultivation stages using power from an ancient pocket world. And he had an ally who believed in him. The pocket world's presence radiated contentment. Everything was proceeding exactly as it had planned. Chapter 13 Word of Luo Chen's unusual plant quality eventually reached Elder Song Wei again, just as he'd suspected it would. By the end of the first month working for Emerald Frost Sect, the herbs from Luo Chen's study garden had produced 3 successful batches of cultivation-grade medicinal plants. These were distributed to sect disciples, who reported unusual potency and perfect quality. Master Chun had been impressed enough to request larger production quantities. Elder Song Wei summoned Luo Chun to her chambers again, and this time, she wasn't alone. A younger man, probably in his early 40s but with the bearing of someone who'd lived a long time through cultivation advancement, stood beside her. He had sharp, assessing features and an air of authority that made Luo Chun immediately nervous. "Luo Chun," Elder Song Wei said, "this is sect member Qin Feng. He handles our external relations and information gathering. He's been reviewing reports about some unusual activities that have come to my attention." Luo Chen's stomach clenched. This was it. They knew. They were going to confiscate the pot. But sect member Qin Feng's expression was thoughtful rather than hostile. There have been some reports, Qin Feng said slowly, of unusual herb activity in the region beyond our sect. Merchants reporting cultivation-grade herbs of exceptional quality appearing in small quantities, then disappearing. No clear source. No tracking it to a consistent supplier. Luo Chen forced himself to breathe. Coupled with the fact that you've arrived at our sect with no prior cultivation credentials, yet produce herbs of exceptional quality, some might form a conclusion, Qin Feng continued. However, Elder Song Wei has suggested an alternative explanation, that perhaps you're simply a gifted gardener without formal training, and that the external herb reports are coincidence or rumor. He paused, letting Luo Chen understand what he was saying. I've decided to accept Elder Song Wei's explanation, Qin Feng said finally. But understand this. If you're ever found to be supplying resources to external parties or conducting independent trade, you'll lose your position here. The Emerald Frost sect offers protection and resources. That comes with the expectation of exclusive loyalty. I understand, Luo Chen said carefully. Good. Elder Song Wei finds your work valuable. We'll be increasing your allocations of rare seeds and premium soil. In exchange, we expect a corresponding increase in your output of cultivation-grade herbs. After Luo Chen was dismissed, he immediately sought out Lin Shuang. Yao Xian was arrested, he told her. He was selling my herbs, and now someone suspects me. Lin Shuang's expression became grim. I know. I heard about the arrest through sect channels. But Luo Chen, Yao Xian didn't mention you. They questioned him extensively, and he gave up nothing about your identity or your location. He protected you, even though it meant facing serious legal consequences. Why would he do that? Luo Chen asked. Because merchants have a code, Lin Shuang said. They protect their sources. It's essential to business survival. He's probably buying his way out of trouble right now, using whatever profits he made from your herbs. I feel like I should do something for him, Luo Chen said. Later, Lin Shuang said, when you're strong enough that no one can touch you. For now, you stay quiet, keep your head down, and let the sect believe you're just a talented gardener working within their system. Over the following weeks, Luo Chen settled into a routine. By day, he worked as a ground specialist, producing herbs for the sect. By night, he cultivated using the pocket world's power, absorbing qi from harvested plants, advancing his meridian strength. He reached mid-stage qi gathering, then late stage. The progression was accelerated compared to normal cultivators, but not so accelerated that it seemed impossible for someone with his apparent talent level. Lin Shuang covered for him, redirecting suspicions, creating plausible explanations for his progress. And the pocket world, buried deep in his locked room, continued to glow softly in the darkness, satisfied and patient. Everything was proceeding exactly according to the plan that neither Luo Chen nor the pocket world had consciously made, but which both of them seemed to understand at a fundamental level. Chapter 14. The letter arrived on a winter morning when the sect was covered in fresh snow. Luo Chen was working in the cultivation gardens when a sect messenger found him with an urgent message. He was to report to the outer gate immediately. A traveler had arrived specifically requesting to speak with the grounds specialist named Luo Chen. His heart nearly stopped. Had his father tracked him down? Had the town guard followed him? But when he reached the gate, the traveler was someone completely unexpected. It was Yao Xian. The merchant looked worse for wear. There was a fresh scar on his cheek, and he walked with a slight limp. But his eyes were the same sharp, calculating ones that had recognized Luo Chen's talent months ago. You're making quite a reputation for yourself, Yao Xian said without preamble. Even in jail, I heard reports about unusual herb quality appearing in the Emerald Frost sect supplies. What happened to you? Luo Chen asked. I heard you were arrested. Minor legal trouble, Yao Xian dismissed it. Cleared up quickly once my business associates vouched for me. I've learned to maintain connections with the right people. He glanced at the sect members passing by, then lowered his voice. Can we speak privately? Lin Shuang appeared from around the corner, as if she'd been waiting for this. Luo Chen wasn't sure whether to be grateful for her involvement or annoyed at it. Follow me, Lin Shuang said, and led both men to a secluded meditation chamber that was, conveniently, empty. I wanted to deliver a message personally, Yao Xian said once they were alone, and to offer you something. I'm grateful for what you did, Luo Chen said. For not mentioning me to the authorities. That was self-preservation, Yao Xian said bluntly. My reputation in the merchant community depends on never betraying a source. But more importantly, I've been thinking about what you are and what you can do. He pulled out a small crystal vial containing a single seed. This is a divine-grade seed. I obtained it from a collector in the capital region. It's worth more than you've probably earned in your entire life. I'm giving it to you. Luo Chen stared at the vial. Why? Because I believe in investing in potential, Yao Xian said. You have the most interesting potential I've ever seen in a gardener. And I want to be your partner when you finally decide to strike out on your own. I'm not striking out on my own, Luo Chen said. I have a secure position here at the sect. For now, Yao Xian said. But eventually, your talent will become too obvious to hide. And when that happens, you'll need someone who understands the herb trade, who knows the right people, and who isn't afraid of a little danger. Someone like me. He placed the vial in Luo Chen's hand. Think about it. And when you're ready, you know where to find me. After Yao Xian left, Lin Shuang examined the seed Luo Chen had been given. This is valuable, she murmured. A true divine-grade seed. Yao Xian is serious about that partnership offer. What should I do? Luo Chen asked. Nothing yet, Lin Shuang said. But keep it safe. And when the time comes, when things here start to become complicated, remember that you have options. That night, Luo Chen planted the divine-grade seed in his study garden, using the pocket world's soil and power. As it sprouted and grew, glowing with visible cultivation chi, he understood something that hadn't been clear before. He wasn't just a gardener hiding at a sect. He was becoming someone important, someone valuable, someone that multiple factions would eventually want to control. The question was, what would he choose to do when that moment came? Chapter 15. The breakthrough came in late spring, when Luo Chen had been at the Emerald Frost sect for nearly 4 months. He'd been working in his study garden late one evening, harvesting a particularly powerful batch of herbs that the pocket world had guided him to create. As he harvested and consumed the cultivation materials, he felt his meridians reach another critical threshold. This wasn't the gentle, continuous progress of normal cultivation. This was something sharper, more significant. His internal channels were reforming, restructuring themselves at a deeper level. The foundation was being established, the literal foundation of cultivation practice that would support all his future growth. Luo Chen closed his eyes and let the transformation happen. The breakthrough to foundation establishment took hours, during which time seemed to become elastic and strange. His meridians locked into their new configuration. His cultivation base solidified from being something delicate and fragile into something permanent and stable. He could feel the power stabilizing in his center, no longer just passing through him, but actually residing there. When the breakthrough finished, Luo Chen opened his eyes to find that dawn had arrived, and Lin Shuang was sitting on a nearby stone, watching him with a mixture of pride and concern. You broke through to foundation establishment, she said simply. Just like that. In a single night. The pocket world, Luo Chen said, his voice stronger now, resonating with the power that was flowing through him, is accelerating my cultivation. I'm advancing faster than should be possible. Which is fine, as long as no one notices, Lin Shuang said. But Luo Chen, you're running out of time to hide. Your power is becoming visible. Soon, someone will look at you and recognize that you're cultivating, not just working. What would happen if they knew? Luo Chen asked. Lin Shuang's expression became serious. The sect would either try to protect you, in which case you'd become a tool they used for their advantage, or they'd try to control the pocket world directly. Given that the Crimson Flame sect is actively trying to undermine our strength right now, I'm guessing Elder Song Wei would choose the first option. You'd be integrated into the sect's military structure. You'd be forced to serve their interests. So, I need to leave, Luo Chen said. Or, a new voice said. You need to make a strategic alliance before your hand is forced. Elder Song Wei herself emerged from the darkness of the garden, and Luo Chen realized she'd been there the entire time, watching. I assume you have cultivation senses by now, the elder continued. You should have felt my presence. Unless you were so focused on your breakthrough that the entire world fell away. Luo Chen scrambled to his feet, suddenly terrified. He'd been discovered. It's all right, Elder Song Wei said, raising a hand. Sit back down. I've known for some time that you were cultivating at an accelerated rate. I also know that the Crimson Flame sect has been making inquiries about a gifted gardener who appeared at our sect several months ago. And I know that there were reports of unusual herb production before you arrived here. She settled herself on a stone beside him. What I don't know, and what I'm genuinely curious about, is the exact nature of your cultivation source. I'm going to guess it has something to do with that small clay pot you keep locked in your room. Luo Chun felt his heart stop. I had a suspicion, Elder Song Wei continued. So I did what any responsible sect leader would do. I carefully examined your room while you were asleep, using advanced cultivation senses that wouldn't leave obvious traces. I felt the presence in that pot. Ancient, vast, powerful, dormant, but waking. She looked at Luo Chun directly. You found a pocket world, haven't you? One of the lost cultivation realms that disappeared during the heavenly wars 1,000 years ago. There was no point in lying anymore. Yes, Luo Chun admitted. Elder Song Wei smiled, and it was a complex expression, containing genuine joy, strategic calculation, and a hint of what might have been envy. This changes everything, she said. And it means that your future is no longer something you can control alone. But, and she raised a hand to forestall his objection, I'm not here to take it from you or control you. I'm here to offer you something that might protect you. Official alignment with the Emerald Frost sect. Not as a servant, but as a partner. Chapter 16 Elder Song Wei's proposal took Luo Chen's breath away. She sat across from him in her private cultivation chamber, a place of quiet power where the walls themselves seemed to hum with accumulated years of cultivation. Silk scrolls hung from the rafters, displaying poetry and philosophical treatises about the nature of growth and harmony. The air smelled faintly of old books and incense, of accumulated wisdom. She proposed that he be integrated into the sect's hierarchy as a cultivator, not a ground specialist or temporary asset. His origin story would be carefully crafted. He'd been a talented individual with unusual cultivation methods, discovered through chance circumstance, and the sect had recognized his revolutionary potential and brought him in to develop his skills further. In exchange, Luo Chun would provide the Emerald Frost sect with regular harvests of cultivation-grade herbs, as many as the pocket world could produce. Teach promising disciples his cultivation techniques, provide combat-enhanced plants for the sect's warriors, and defend the sect's interests in times of conflict. The Crimson Flame sect is growing bolder with each passing season, Elder Song Wei explained, her ancient voice carrying the weight of decades of political observation. Their sect Master Qin, who has ambitions that extend beyond simple territorial disputes. We need cultivators with unique advantages to match their increasing power. Your ability to rapidly produce cultivation-grade herbs and create combat enhancement plants gives us an advantage that no other sect can replicate. With that advantage protected by our resources, together, we can protect both your secret and ensure the sect's prosperity and security for generations to come. Luo Chun listened carefully, feeling the weight of the proposal settle on his shoulders like a physical thing. This wasn't just an offer of protection, it was a binding of fate, a merging of his destiny with the sect's larger story. And when other sects inevitably learn about my ability, Luo Chun asked carefully, when the politics become complicated and other powers become jealous. When people realize I'm not just a talented cultivator, but something far stranger, then you'll have an entire sect backing you. Elder Song Wei said simply. 183 cultivators, discipline, resources, political connections that extend to the capital itself. We have elder councils, trade relationships, and the respect of several lesser sections. That's worth more than you might think. Your individual power is impressive, but organized power, institutional power, that's something that keeps you alive when assassination squads come hunting. It made sense strategically. The logic was sound, perhaps even inevitable. And yet, Luo Chun felt a hesitation deep in his bones. The pocket world's presence within him was also hesitant, pulsing with uncertainty, as if warning him that alliances with sects, with large organizations of powerful people, came with their own complications. Complications they couldn't yet predict. Before he could voice his concerns, before he could ask the deeper questions that nagged at him, there was a commotion outside the cultivation chamber. Shouts echoed through the corridors of the sect compound, not the ordinary sounds of training or work, but something harsh, urgent, and violent. Sect members were shouting. Defensive formations were activating with visible light and power. The kind of controlled chaos that indicated an organized attack, not a minor skirmish or internal dispute. Elder Song Wei's ancient expression became grim. Her hand instinctively moved to rest on the cultivation sword at her side, an ancient blade that had drunk deep of qi for over a century. "It seems this discussion is coming to a head faster than I anticipated," she said quietly. "They must have been waiting to see if we would defend you openly." She stood with surprising grace for someone her age and rushed toward the conflict with remarkable speed. Lin Shuang and Luo Chen followed, racing through the sect's stone corridors toward the sound of battle. They emerged into the outer courtyard to find chaos. Emerald Frost disciples in their pale blue training robes were engaged in desperate combat, with attackers bearing the crimson insignia of the rival Crimson Flame sect. Swords clashed with singing sounds that split the air. Cultivation techniques exploded in brilliant displays of power against defensive barriers, creating waves of force that shattered stone and scorched earth. It was a full military incursion, not a raiding party, but an actual assault force numbering nearly 50 warriors. This wasn't a warning. This wasn't a demonstration of strength. This was a real assault meant to break the sect's defenses and capture or kill critical assets. Elder Song Wei moved into the fray with lethal grace, her power evident as she engaged multiple attackers simultaneously. Her sword moved in patterns too fast to follow clearly, and 3 Crimson Flame disciples fell before they could even properly defend themselves. But the Crimson Flame sect had miscalculated or planned poorly. They'd sent more forces than expected, and Elder Song Wei, despite her power, was only one woman fighting against trained warriors who came in coordinated groups. Luo Chen watched, his heart pounding, as an enemy warrior managed to land a shallow cut along Elder Song Wei's shoulder. Her blood marked the stone, and something in the pocket world roared with fury. Without thinking, without planning, without even consciously deciding to act, Luo Chen moved. He reached out with his mind to every plant in the cultivation garden surrounding the courtyard, the training grounds, the meditation gardens, the medicinal herb plots, every growing thing that the sect had nurtured. For a moment, there was resistance, as if the plants didn't want to respond to violence, didn't want to participate in bloodshed. But the pocket world surged through him, commanding, insisting, and the plants obeyed. Vines erupted from the earth with explosive force, thick as a man's arm, growing from seeds that had been dormant in the soil. Thorns extended from their surfaces like spears, each one hard as stone. Roots came up from beneath the ground, creating barriers between the Crimson Flame disciples and the Emerald Frost defenders. Every plant became an extension of his will, shaped by his intention and the pocket world's overwhelming power. The Crimson Flame disciples were completely unprepared for combat against an enemy who controlled the very environment around them. One moment they were engaging in disciplined sword work. The next moment, vines were wrapping around their weapons, pulling them from unprepared hands. Thorns were driving them backward, drawing blood, forcing them into defensive postures. The earth itself became unstable beneath their feet, roots rising and shifting, creating treacherous terrain that caught ankles and threw warriors off balance. A Crimson Flame cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment tried to burn away the vines with a flame technique. The vines simply grew faster, fed by the heat and energy he was pumping into them, absorbing his power and growing stronger. In less than a minute, the surviving Crimson Flame disciples were in full retreat, running back toward their sect's territory with vines snapping at their heels and roots trying to entangle their legs. Several didn't make it. They stumbled and fell, and the vines held them pinned until Emerald Frost disciples could secure them. The courtyard fell silent. Where moments before there had been chaos and violence, now there was only calm, and the gentle rustling of vines settling back to normal growth patterns, thorns retracting, roots sinking slowly back into the earth. Elder Song Wei stood in the center of the devastation, looking at what Luo Chen had accomplished with a mixture of amazement, satisfaction, and something that might have been awe. Her shoulder wound sealed itself with a cultivation technique, and she turned to examine the battlefield with the eye of someone who had been waging wars for over a century. "That," she said quietly, her voice carrying through the sudden silence, "is exactly the kind of advantage we need. That power is a game changer." She turned to face him directly, her ancient eyes gleaming with intensity. "Luo Chun, I need your answer now, not after deliberation or further discussion. Will you accept my offer? Will you formally align the pocket world's power with the Emerald Frost sect's protection?" Luo Chun looked at Lin Shuang. She stood nearby, breathing hard from the excitement of the battle, her eyes reflecting her own sense of the momentousness of this decision. She nodded slightly, as if to say, "This is the path you need to take now. This is what comes next." "Yes," Luo Chun said, his voice steady despite the racing of his heart. "I accept." In that moment, with the pocket world thrumming with approval in his chest, a sensation like the earth itself was celebrating, Luo Chun understood that his life had fundamentally changed again. There was no going back from this. The hidden cultivator with the secret pocket world was gone forever. He was no longer anonymous. He was becoming a legend, and the pocket world, finally, was being acknowledged by the world at large. Chapter 17, the integration into Emerald Frost sect's formal ranks, happened quickly, though carefully. Elder Song Wei announced that a new cultivator had joined their ranks, one with unusual botanical expertise and environmental combat techniques. Luo Chun was introduced to the sect's hierarchy, assigned a proper disciple robe with advanced status markings, and given a formal position as a special consultant on cultivation material production. The other sect members were curious but respectful. Luo Chun was clearly powerful, clearly important to Elder Song Wei, and therefore not to be questioned too directly. Within 2 weeks, he had the largest cultivation laboratory and study area in the entire sect compound. He was given access to all the rare seeds and cultivation materials in the sect's archives. He was permitted to expand his garden space to encompass nearly a half-hectare of prime cultivation ground, and he began to produce herbs at a rate that astonished even the sect's most ambitious cultivators. Legendary-grade herbs appeared in increasing quantities. Cultivation stage plants that normally took months to mature were ready for harvest in weeks. The sect's alchemists and healers had never had such abundant, high-quality materials to work with. Luo Chun's reputation grew. Whispers began to spread through the sect. "Have you seen what the new cultivator can do? Plants grow like magic around him. His power is in harmony with nature itself." But not everyone was pleased. There was a sect member, one of the elder instructors, who viewed Luo Chun's arrival with suspicion and jealousy. His name was Instructor Han, and he had been expecting to become the sect's next influential figure based on his mastery of combat techniques. Now, suddenly, a nobody was appearing at important sect meetings. A mysterious figure was being given unprecedented resources and authority. And the other cultivators were becoming more interested in Luo Chun's botanical methods than in Instructor Han's martial theory. One afternoon, about 6 weeks after the Crimson Flame attack, Instructor Han confronted Luo Chun in the cultivation gardens. "Your techniques are unorthodox," Han said, his hand resting on his cultivation sword. "We don't actually know what you are or where your power comes from. For all we know, you could be a spy planted by the Crimson Flame sect." "I'm not a spy," Luo Chun said calmly, "and my techniques are documented. Elder Song Wei has approved everything." "Elder Song Wei is growing old," Han said coldly. "She's making decisions based on what seems advantageous in the short term. But you represent a threat to our sect's stability, a power source no one can control or predict." He drew his sword in a fluid motion. "I'm challenging you to a formal cultivator duel. If I win, you'll be investigated for potential sect sabotage. If you win, I'll accept you as a full member of our community." Luo Chun felt the pocket world's presence respond to the threat with something like amusement. It was offering power, offering techniques, offering the chance to demonstrate what it could truly do. "I accept," Luo Chun said. They chose a cultivation ground, a wide, open arena where sect members sometimes tested their strength against one another. Word spread quickly, and within minutes, dozens of disciples had gathered to watch. Instructor Han was skilled, there was no doubt about it. He moved with the precision of someone who had spent decades perfecting his craft. His sword work was flawless. His cultivation technique was solid, combat-proven, devastating. But he was fighting against someone connected to a pocket world. Luo Chun didn't draw a weapon. Instead, he extended his hands, and the very ground around them responded. Vines erupted from the cultivation ground, not to strangle, but to create obstacles, to define space. Thorns extended upward, forcing Han to constantly adjust his movement. Han adapted quickly, slashing through the plants with his sword. But with every plant he destroyed, 5 more grew in its place. The entire arena became a living weapon, under Luo Chen's control. And then, Luo Chen accessed something deeper. The pocket world showed him a technique he'd never consciously learned. The ability to channel his power not just through the physical plants, but through the cultivation chi that the ground itself contained. He drew power from the earth, from the ambient chi of the sect's cultivation ground, from the spiritual energy that had been accumulating there for decades. He shaped it into visible form, walls of pure energy that extended from the ground, defensive barriers that Instructor Han couldn't penetrate. After 5 minutes, Instructor Han was breathing hard, exhausted. He'd done nothing but fight for his life, while Luo Chen had barely exerted himself. "Yield," Luo Chen said simply. Instructor Han's face was dark with rage, but he understood. He had lost. He bowed, gestured respect, and walked away without another word. As Luo Chen left the arena, he felt something unexpected, not satisfaction, but sadness. The pocket world offered comfort, but Luo Chen understood something important. Power without wisdom led to exactly this kind of conflict. And conflicts, won or lost, damaged everyone involved. He was no longer just a gardener. He was a weapon, and he wasn't sure how he felt about that. Chapter 18. That night, Luo Chen found Lin Shuang in the meditation gardens, sitting alone beneath a flowering tree that he'd cultivated in the early months of his work here. "I heard about the duel," she said. "The entire sect is talking about it. You completely humiliated Instructor Han." "I didn't want to humiliate him," Luo Chen said, sitting beside her. "I just wanted to win. But the pocket world's power is so overwhelming. It's hard to hold back. That's the burden of being stronger than everyone around you," Lin Shuang said quietly. "You have to learn restraint. You have to understand that power itself isn't enough to make you a leader people respect." They sat in silence for a moment. "I'm worried," Luo Chen said finally. "The pocket world is waking up, and its power is absolutely real. But I don't fully understand what it is, what it wants, or what it's ultimately capable of. What if I'm not equipped to handle it?" "Then we figure it out together," Lin Shuang said. "You, me, Elder Songwei, Yao Xian when he shows up again. Everyone around you has a stake in making sure you don't lose control." She paused. "Also, I wanted to tell you something. My father was killed 3 years ago during a border conflict with the Crimson Flame sect. He was an outer disciple here, skilled but not exceptional. The Crimson Flame sect saw him as a competitor and eliminated him quietly." Luo Chen turned to look at her, understanding the shift in her tone. "I've been training to become strong enough to avenge him," Lin Shuang continued. "And I was content with a slow, steady path. But meeting you and seeing what the pocket world can do, I realized that the normal path of cultivation might never make me powerful enough to actually face the Crimson Flame sect and win." "So what are you saying?" Luo Chen asked. "I'm saying," Lin Shuang said, her eyes meeting his, "that I want to be part of this. Not just as your ally, but as someone who understands what you're becoming. I want to help you master the pocket world, and in doing so, help myself become strong enough to honor my father's memory." She reached out and took his hand. "And maybe, eventually, we can both stop running and hiding. Maybe we can use the pocket world's power to change things, to make the sects less hostile, to create a world where power doesn't have to come through violence and domination." Luo Chen felt the pocket world's presence resonate with Lin Shuang's words. It was as if she'd named something that both of them had been searching for without knowing it. "Okay," he said simply. "Let's try to change the world." It was an ambitious goal, maybe even an impossible one. But Luo Chen had learned to trust the pocket world's guidance. And right now, it was telling him that Lin Shuang was absolutely correct. Everything that was happening, the conflicts, the growth, the expanding influence, was all leading somewhere. And that somewhere felt like it might actually matter. Chapter 19. The next few weeks were transformative in ways Luo Chen hadn't anticipated. With the pocket world's power openly acknowledged by the sect's leadership, Luo Chen was able to expand his experiments dramatically. He created specialized cultivation zones in his garden spaces, each one optimized for different types of plants and different stages of growth. He began training other disciples in his techniques, though naturally, he kept the deepest secrets about the pocket world to himself. Most of the training focused on the practical aspects: soil preparation, water management, pest control, and timing of harvests. The results were extraordinary. Within weeks, other sect members were producing herbs at nearly double their previous rates. The sect's overall power increased noticeably. Even the normally cold administrative structures began to acknowledge that Luo Chun was making the Emerald Frost sect significantly stronger. But with increased attention came increased complications. Envoys from other sects began to arrive, asking questions about the sect's suddenly improved herb supplies. The Crimson Flame sect made increasingly aggressive moves in the border territories, perhaps sensing that Emerald Frost was strengthening and wanting to strike before that strength fully consolidated. And Luo Chun himself continued to advance through cultivation stages at an accelerated rate. 2 weeks after the duel with Instructor Han, he broke through to late-stage foundation establishment. His power had grown enough that he was now one of the sect's strongest combat cultivators, despite having started as a civilian. One afternoon, Elder Song Wei called him to a private meeting. "The Crimson Flame sect has made an official challenge," she told him without preamble. "They're demanding a formal sect competition to determine territorial boundaries and resource rights. It will take place in neutral territory within 30 days. "What kind of competition?" Luo Chen asked. "Exactly what it sounds like. Multiple cultivators from each sect competing in various challenges. Combat, cultivation theory, strategy, endurance tests. The sect that demonstrates superior overall strength wins increased territorial access and resource rights." Luo Chun understood what Elder Song Wei was implying. "You want me to participate?" "I need you to participate," Elder Song Wei corrected. "You're our strongest cultivator now, though no one outside the sect knows that yet. The competition is also our opportunity to announce your arrival to the cultivation world. When you defeat the Crimson Flame sect's best, it will shift the balance of power significantly." There it was. The moment when Luo Chun would stop being a hidden secret and become a public figure. A known entity. Someone with a reputation that would follow him everywhere. "What if I don't want that?" Luo Chun asked. "What if I just want to tend the garden and not be involved in sect politics?" Elder Song Wei's expression softened. "Then I wouldn't force you. But you should understand what the alternative looks like. If you hide your power, other sects will eventually test the Emerald Frost sect anyway. They'll wonder why we've suddenly improved, and they'll investigate. When they discover what you are, it won't be from a position of strength. It will be from a position of exposure." She paused. "But if you step into the competition, if you openly demonstrate your power, suddenly you're not an anomaly to be interrogated. You're a legitimate cultivator with a unique technique. You're someone to be respected and negotiated with, rather than threatened." Luo Chen thought about it, and the pocket world's presence offered its own understanding. It had been dormant for 1,000 years, waiting for awakening. This competition was part of that awakening. Not just the physical world of the pocket world itself, but the integration of that power into the conscious, active cultivation community. "Okay," Luo Chun said finally. "I'll participate, but I want Lin Shuang to be part of my team." "Done," Elder Song Wei said immediately. "She's one of our best disciples, and having her on your team will strengthen the strategic balance." The next weeks were intense preparation. Luo Chun trained with the sect's best combat instructors, learning techniques and theory he'd never had time to study before. He sparred with other senior disciples, testing his power against varied opponents. Lin Shuang became his primary partner, and through their partnership, their personal relationship deepened. They trained together at dawn, discussing strategy and philosophy. They harvested plants together in the evening. They meditated together at night. Lin Shuang now beginning to understand the pocket world's presence herself. The pocket world was visibly more awake, more active. The ambient qi around Luo Chen's cultivation areas had increased noticeably. Plants grew faster, stronger, more perfect. And Luo Chun felt something shifting internally, as if his cultivation base was reaching another threshold. He suspected that during the competition, he would break through to core formation stage, the cultivation rank that would fully qualify him as a powerful, legitimate cultivator in the eyes of the cultivation world. The competition was going to be his official debut. And after that, everything would change. Chapter 20. The day of the inter-sect competition arrived with clear skies and an atmosphere thick with anticipation. The location was a vast arena built into a neutral valley, equally distant from the Emerald Frost sect and the Crimson Flame sect. The arena itself was enormous, a circle of packed earth perhaps 200 meters across, surrounded by tiers of stone seating that had been carved into the earth over centuries. Thousands of cultivators from both sects and from independent groups had gathered to watch, transforming the valley into a festival ground of banners, food stalls, and merchant tents. Luo Chun stood with the Emerald Frost team in one section of the arena, feeling the weight of eyes on him. He'd been introduced to the crowd as a new disciple with botanical and environmental combat specialties, a deliberately vague description designed to provoke curiosity but reveal nothing. No one in the audience knew he'd only been with the sect for a few months. No one understood that he'd been a mortal farmer less than a year ago. The competition began with individual combat challenges, a series of one-on-one matches designed to showcase skill, technique, and power. Luo Chen's first opponent was a Crimson Flame cultivator named Wu Hang, in mid-stage foundation establishment, confident in his abilities and utterly unprepared for the reality of what he'd be facing. The match lasted less than 2 minutes. Luo Chen stood in the center of the arena and called upon the pocket world's power. Vines erupted around him, creating a garden of combat. He controlled the entire arena using plants and environmental manipulation, made the earth rise and fall like waves, gave his opponent multiple clear opportunities to surrender and walk away unharmed. When Wu Hang finally stopped trying and threw down his weapon in defeat, the crowd's reaction was mixed. Admiration from the Emerald Frost disciples, shocked silence from the Crimson Flame contingent. His next opponents were of similar skill levels. A female cultivator in early foundation establishment, a male warrior whose martial technique was solid, but who had no answer for someone who could manipulate the ground itself beneath his feet. Another Crimson Flame fighter who tried to use flame cultivation to burn away his botanical manipulations, a strategy that failed spectacularly when the plants simply grew faster, absorbing the thermal energy and converting it into even more aggressive growth. He won every engagement with a combination of overwhelming power and visible restraint. He was demonstrating not just strength, but control, the ability to win without killing, to display dominance without cruelty. Each victory impressed the neutral observers watching from the stands, merchants, and independent cultivators who would carry word of his abilities to other sects and cities across the region. By the time the individual matches concluded after 6 consecutive victories, the Emerald Frost sect had won 12 of 15 competitions overall. The Crimson Flame sect was already diminished, their best fighters forced to acknowledge that they were outmatched by opponents with superior strength or technique. Then came the team challenge. Environmental navigation and resource gathering in an artificial cultivation ground set up specifically for the competition. The teams would have to move through a landscape filled with obstacles, cultivate chi-enhanced plants, gather specific herbs from difficult locations, and return to the starting point within a time limit. It was designed to test coordination, problem-solving, cultivation efficiency, and speed. Luo Chun and Lin Shuang worked together with an almost supernatural synchronization. She navigated the complex terrain with precision while he used his connection to the plants to clear paths, identify resources, and locate the hidden medicinal herbs that the competition organizers had scattered throughout the ground. Where other teams stumbled and wasted time, they moved with the efficiency of dancers who had practiced the same routine for months. The Crimson Flame team tried to compete, but they had no answer for Luo Chen's ability to sense and manipulate botanical life. They fell behind quickly, and by the middle of the challenge, it was clear that the Emerald Frost team would win. But as Luo Chun moved through the final phase of the challenge, he felt something building inside him. The power of his chi-gathering cultivation was reaching a critical point. The pocket world's essence, flowing through him constantly as he worked with the plants, was pushing him closer and closer to the next major threshold. His cultivation base was approaching core formation stage, a breakthrough that would ordinarily take years to achieve. The power was building inside him like a pressure that demanded release, like a river at flood stage desperate to break through a dam. During the final challenge, With only minutes remaining and victory already assured, Luo Chun felt the threshold approach. The pocket world resonated through his entire body, ready. The essence of thousands of cultivated herbs flowed through his spiritual meridians. His core, still crystalline and forming, vibrated with the energy ready to complete its transformation. He accelerated the pace, pushing himself to the absolute edge of the breakthrough, drawing on the pocket world's presence to accelerate the process. And in front of thousands of witnesses, in the center of the arena, surrounded by glowing plants and with the crowd roaring around him, Luo Qin pushed through the final barrier. His cultivation base shattered and reformed. The power of core formation flooded through him like liquid light. Golden chi exploded outward from his body in a wave that sent spectators staggering backward. Plants in the arena began to glow with unprecedented radiance. Not mere botanical life, but quasi-magical organisms transformed by the surge of his power. The ground itself seemed to resonate with his cultivation, responding to his presence like a living thing waking after a long sleep. For a moment that stretched like an eternity, the entire arena fell silent. Thousands of cultivators watched in stunned silence as something impossible happened in front of them. A major breakthrough achieved not in meditation, but in the middle of a competitive arena, through the raw power of the pocket world's essence. Then the crowd erupted. The Emerald Frost sect disciples cheered, their voices rising in a chorus of triumph and pride. Observers from other sects whispered in shock, passing word through the stands that a new power had just revealed itself. The Crimson Flame sect team had already lost their match, but now they were witnessing something unprecedented. A cultivator advancing through major breakthrough stages in real time, in front of thousands of witnesses, as casually as drawing breath. The judges of the competition looked uncertain. There was no rule against breakthroughs during competition, but the revelation of such power shifted the entire political calculus of the event. Luo Chun, feeling the power of core formation settling into him like a new skin, looked across the arena at Sect Master Qin, who of the Crimson Flame sect. The older cultivator sat in the prominent viewing box reserved for sect leadership, his expression transforming from confident arrogance to something else entirely. For the first time, Luo Chun saw genuine fear in that man's eyes. Not anger, not rivalry, but actual fear, the recognition that he was facing something beyond his ability to control or suppress. He understood in that moment that he had crossed a threshold from which there was no return. He was no longer a hidden secret carefully protected by the Emerald Frost sect. He was a known force, a major piece in the cultivation world's complex political and military calculations. Other sects would be plotting, analyzing, deciding whether to approach him for alliance or plan his elimination. And everything, from that point forward, would be defined by his decisions and his power. As the crowd continued to cheer and the Emerald Frost sect celebrated their overwhelming victory, Lin Shuang appeared at his side and took his hand. She smiled, proud and knowing, as if she'd always believed this moment was inevitable. The pocket world sang in his mind, a sensation like deep earth resonating with satisfaction and eager hunger for what came next. The real work, the true testing of his power and purpose, was just beginning. End of Step 1, Chapters 1 to 20, Status. Completed and saved Chapter 21. The roar of the crowd still echoed in Luo Chen's ears as he walked through the Emerald Frost sect's eastern pavilion. 3 days had passed since the inter-sect competition ended, and nothing felt normal anymore. Disciples he'd never spoken to now bowed when he passed. Elders who'd once dismissed him as a farmer boy cultivation genius now smiled with something that looked like hunger. He'd broken through to core formation in front of 500 witnesses. Worse, he'd done it by tapping into power that couldn't be explained by normal cultivation. Lin Shuang found him in the herb garden, kneeling between rows of silver-moon sage, pretending to inspect the roots. She moved silently, a habit developed through years of night work, and sat beside him without ceremony. "They're asking questions," she said. 17 different cultivators have approached me this week. All of them want to know where you found the reserves for that breakthrough." Luo Chen didn't look up. "What did you tell them?" "That if you wanted them to know, you'd tell them." She picked a leaf of silver moon sage, crushed it between her fingers. The silver dust fell like starlight. "That won't hold them long. The sect master wants to see you tonight." his hands stilled on the herb's roots. Qin Hu. No. Our sect master. Qin Hu's message came through Elder One this morning. He's offering you a position. Personal cultivator for his heir. Luxury, resources, freedom to pursue your own cultivation as long as you remain available for the Crimson Flame sect's interests. The pocket world hummed in Luo Chen's chest, a low vibration of warning. It had done that for the past 3 days, ever since the competition, ever since the breakthrough. The herbs inside had trembled when crowds gathered. The cloud petal blossoms had shut themselves closed. Something in that underground garden knew it was being hunted. I'm not leaving the Emerald Frost sect, Luo Chun said flatly. I know. Lin Shuang stood, brushing dirt from her robes. But Elder Song Wei is about to spend a great deal of political capital protecting you. He's negotiating with the sect master now, trying to arrange a position that keeps you safe, but also keeps you here. The terms are complicated. Luo Chen looked at her finally. The firelight caught the sharp angles of her face, the way her eyes held steady on his. Lin Shuang had always looked like someone made from winter itself, controlled, precise, untouchable. But something had changed after the competition. When she'd run to his side as he emerged from the victory arena, her mask had slipped. Just for a moment. He'd seen something underneath. What kind of terms? He asked. The kind that cost more than gratitude. She knelt again, her movement smooth and economical. Come with me tonight. After you see the sect master. There's something I need to show you. He knew, even as she said it, that this was a line they were about to cross. Lin Shuang didn't use language carelessly. She didn't make offers of shared secrets lightly. Where? He asked. The Northern Archives. There's a meditation chamber 3 floors underground. No one goes there anymore. Her eyes met his briefly. It's safe. Luo Chen nodded. The sect master's chambers occupied the highest tower of the Emerald Frost sect's main compound. Luo Chen climbed the spiral stairs as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of copper and ash. Disciples scattered when they saw him coming, bowing so deeply their robes dragged on the stone. He was beginning to hate being recognized. The sect master, Qin Hu's distant cousin, a woman named Lu Fong who'd held power for 30 years, waited by a vast window overlooking the sect's lands. She was smaller than he'd expected, almost fragile, with silver streaking her hair. But her eyes held the cutting clarity of high-altitude ice. Luo Chun. She gestured to a chair. Sit. He sat. You've caused quite a commotion, she continued, not looking at him. The Crimson Flame sect has made an offer. The Azure Harmony Temple sent an envoy asking about your availability. Even the Lotus Pavilion from the Southern Territories expressed interest. She turned to face him finally. Everyone wants to know where your power came from. And more importantly, whether it can be cultivated further under their guidance. I'm not interested in leaving, Luo Chen said. I know. Her smile was thin. Elder Song Wei has already explained your position. He's also explained that you owe the Emerald Frost sect no small debt, given that we've sheltered your growth and given you access to resources most outer disciples never receive. The implication hung between them. What does Elder Song Wei propose? Luo Chen asked carefully. An arranged position. You'll become my personal research cultivator, a new title created specifically for you. You'll have access to the sect's restricted herb garden, a stipend of spirit stones, and freedom to pursue your own cultivation. In exchange, you'll provide monthly reports on your progress, advise the sect on herb cultivation techniques, and make yourself available for sect defense should that become necessary. She paused. And you'll agree to remain within the sect's territorial bounds for the next 2 years, with the exception of authorized missions. Bound. She was binding him. But the alternative, leaving the Emerald Frost sect, becoming a tool for one of the larger sects, was worse. At least here he had allies. At least here the pocket world wouldn't be studied and cataloged and exploited. I accept, he said. Sect Master Lu Fong smiled. Good. Elder Song Wei was confident you would. As Luo Chun descended the tower stairs, his mind was already on the night ahead. He'd accepted the terms. He'd bound himself to the Emerald Frost sect for 2 years. What he hadn't told them was that the pocket world was growing faster than any sect's research could quantify. Every day, new herb varieties manifested. Every hour, the cultivation density increased. In 2 years, he wouldn't need their protection anymore. In 2 years, the pocket world would be powerful enough to survive anything. The northern archives were quiet after sunset, their halls lit only by pale blue ghost lamps. Lin Shuang waited for him by the third descending stairwell, a small lantern in her hand. She wore her sleeveless cultivator's uniform, practical, unadorned, and her dark hair was braided up tight. "You accepted," she said. "It wasn't a question." "How did you?" I heard through the servant lines. "The sect master always celebrates negotiations with wine." The servants gossip. She started down the stairs. "Come." The meditation chamber 3 floors underground was dusty, abandoned for years. But someone had prepared it. 3 oil lamps burned in carefully placed alcoves. A meditation mat lay centered in the stone floor. And on the mat, Luo Chun stopped breathing. Cloud petal blossoms. 5 of them, their petals shimmering with soft opalescence. But not like the ones in the pocket world. These were barely half-formed, their colors muted, their essence thin. "I've been growing them," Lin Shuang said quietly. "From seeds you scattered in the Western Meditation Pavilion last month." "I thought." She paused, uncharacteristically hesitant. "I wanted to understand. The way you work with the herbs. The way they respond. I wanted to understand." Luo Chun knelt beside the blossoms, studying them. He could feel the faint resonance emanating from them. Thin, fragile, but genuine. Someone had been nurturing them with care. Someone had learned how to coax growth from seeds meant for a pocket dimension. "How?" he asked. "Patience. Attention. Supplementing the soil with rare minerals from the restricted garden. Placing them in moonlight instead of direct sun." She sat across from him, her hands folded in her lap. "I watched you. For months, I watched the way you work in the garden. You don't force things. You listen. You provide conditions, and then you let them grow." He looked up at her. In the lamplight, her face was softer than he'd ever seen it. The careful control she maintained was relaxed here, in this dusty underground chamber. This was Lin Shuang without her mask. "Why?" he asked. "Because whatever is happening with you, with your power, with the breakthrough, I need to understand it. And because," she met his eyes, "because I trust you, and I want you to trust me." The pocket world thrummed in his chest, a sound like contented humming. For the first time since the competition, it wasn't vibrating with fear. It was responding to something else. Something warm. "I do trust you," Luo Chen said. Chapter 22. 3 weeks after the competition, whispers became accusations. "Someone's been feeding information to the Crimson Flame sect," Elder Songwei said, his weathered hands clenched around a cup of tea. "Specific information. Movements in our defensive formations. Supply routes for rare herbs. And," he paused, his jaw tightening, "someone's been asking detailed questions about the herb gardens. Which ones you work in. When you're most likely to be found alone." Luo Chen stood at the window of Elder Song Wei's private study, looking out over the sect's grounds. It was late afternoon, that strange golden hour when shadows grew long and the world felt caught between day and night. "You think someone in the sect is spying," he said. "I know it." Elder Song Wei set down his cup with enough force to slosh tea across the table. "I've had my students tracking unusual communications for 2 weeks. Someone is passing messages through the merchant networks. Someone with access to restricted areas and high-level information." The pocket world stirred in Luo Chen's awareness, a sensation like fingers brushing his spine. It had been restless for weeks now, ever since Lin Shuang had shown him the cloud petal blossoms she'd cultivated underground. The herbs inside his dimension had responded to that revelation with a kind of eagerness, as if they, too, wanted to be known. But now they were anxious. The emergency throb of adrenaline. "Who?" Luo Chen asked. "That's what I need you to discover." Elder Song Wei gestured to a chair. "Officially, the Crimson Flame sect is simply attempting recruitment pressure. Standard tactics. But the specificity of what they're asking suggests direct intelligence. Someone is giving them information that shouldn't be available to them. You want me to find the spy. I want you to be aware that the spy exists. The rest, investigation, confrontation, that's not your responsibility. But your safety, your continued presence in this sect, depends on cutting off this information flow." Elder Song Wei's eyes were sharp, intelligent. "Which means you need to be careful. The person leaking information may not know who you are yet. But if they realize they're being hunted..." A knock at the door interrupted him. Yao Xian stood in the doorway, his merchant's robes pristine, his smile warm and unremarkable. He held a leather-bound ledger in one hand. Apologies for the intrusion, Elder Songwei. I came to deliver the quarterly herb inventory. His eyes slid to Luo Chun. Young Luo, still visiting our esteemed elder? Your reputation precedes you. There was something odd in his voice, something that didn't match the smile. Elder Songwei accepted the ledger with a grunt. Thank you, Yao Xian. You can leave the records here. I'll review them. Of course. Yao Xian turned to go, then paused. Oh, and Luo Chun. If you ever need any advice on cultivation, rare herb identification, or market rates for interesting botanical specimens, you know where to find me. I do so love helping promising young cultivators. He left before Luo Chun could respond. In the silence that followed, Elder Song Wei's expression grew darker. He's been here every other day since the competition, the elder said quietly, ostensibly bringing inventory reports and managing the herbs garden transactions. But he's also asking questions about your training methods, your breakthrough recovery time, the composition of supplements you've been taking. You think Yao Xian is the spy? I think Yao Xian isn't who he claims to be. A merchant doesn't ask those kinds of cultivation questions without a reason. Elder Songwei stood, walking to the window beside Luo Chun. Be careful around him. Report anything unusual to me directly. And don't let him anywhere near. He stopped himself. The pocket world's anxious thrumming intensified. Near what? Luo Chun asked quietly. Anything that might be valuable to your continued growth. Elder Song Wei finished carefully. Just be cautious. That night, Luo Chun descended into the pocket world for the first time in a week. The dimensional space had grown noticeably larger. The initial cave-like opening had expanded into what resembled a canyon, with stone cliffs rising 50 feet on either side. The central garden sprawled across a wide flat area, and the herb varieties had proliferated. He counted at least 30 different types now, each one responding to his presence with a kind of eager attention. The cloud petal blossoms were particularly agitated. They grew in neat rows on the western edge of the garden, and as Luo Chun approached, they practically trembled with excitement. He knelt beside them, studying their structure. They were further along than the ones Lin Shuang had cultivated, more vibrant, their petals more fully formed. But they were still somehow separate from the wild growth happening elsewhere in the pocket world. He placed his palms on the earth beside them and opened his perception fully to the pocket world's essence. It came like a wave. The pocket world was alive. Not in a metaphorical sense, genuinely, consciously alive. It had intention. It had preferences. It wanted certain herbs to flourish more than others. It wanted to grow. It wanted to expand beyond the boundaries of the clay pot it had been born inside. And it wanted something else. It wanted to be hidden. The sensation was so clear that Luo Chun actually gasped aloud. The pocket world was afraid of being discovered. It sensed the hunger in the crimson flame sect's attention. It understood what would happen if its existence became common knowledge. Luo Chun straightened, his heart pounding. I won't let them find you, he whispered to the garden around him. I promise. The herbs seemed to settle at that, their frantic energy calming into something more peaceful. But the warning remained, lodged in Luo Chun's awareness like a splinter. The pocket world was vulnerable, and something, or someone, was hunting it. Chapter 23. Lin Shuang found him in the restricted herb garden at dawn. You look like you haven't slept, she said, moving through the garden rows with the fluid grace of a night-trained fighter. She carried 2 cups of something steaming, tea, probably, laced with a cultivation aid. Luo Chun accepted one gratefully. He hadn't slept, in fact. He'd spent the night in the pocket world, exploring its expanded boundaries, studying the new herb varieties, trying to understand the consciousness that seemed to inhabit it. By the time dawn broke, he felt fractured, half present in the physical world, half lost in the dimensional space. Elder Song Wei says someone's been leaking information to the Crimson Flame sect, Luo Chun said quietly. Specific details about me. My movements. My habits. Lin Shuang's hand stilled on her teacup. Yao Xian. Possibly. Elder Song Wei suspects him. Then it's probably true. She sat beside him on the stone border of a planter box. Yao Xian's been in the sect for almost 5 years. He's proven reliable with trade negotiations and herb management. But I never liked the way he smiled. Too many teeth. Too calculated. Luo Chun found himself studying her, the casual certainty with which she made judgments, the way she positioned herself between him and the garden entrance without seeming to think about it. Lin Shuang had always been dangerous. He was only now realizing that she was also protective. If the information is getting out through him, Luo Chen said, then either Yao Xian is working directly for the Crimson Flame sect, or someone inside the sect is using him as an intermediary. Both are possible. Lin Shuang sipped her tea. But the second option is worse. If someone with actual position and power is organizing this, then Elder Song Wei's investigation just became much more complicated. They sat in silence for a moment, watching the gardens begin to stir with the morning light. The silver moon sage glowed silver along its edges. The cloud petal blossoms opened slowly, responding to the dawn. I'm thinking about advancing my cultivation, Lin Shuang said abruptly. To the next stage. I've been stable at mid-foundation for 8 months now. It's time. Luo Chen glanced at her. That's dangerous. Foundation advancement without proper preparation. I'm aware of the risks. She set down her cup carefully. I'm asking if you'd be willing to help me prepare. The way you understand herb composition and cultivation assistance, I don't trust anyone else to manage the supplementation. It was an offer wrapped in a question. An opening. Luo Chen understood what she was really asking. She wanted to be brought deeper into his world. She wanted greater proximity, greater trust, greater understanding of what he was. The pocket world hummed in his chest, a sound of approval and anticipation. Yes, he said, I'll help you. 3 days later, Luo Chen and Lin Shuang were discovered in the underground meditation chamber by one of the sect master's attendants. The discovery itself was minor. They were simply meditating together, a practice that, while unusual, wasn't technically against sect rules. But word spread quickly through the servant networks that the mysterious cultivation genius and the Iceheart swordswoman were spending time together in private. By evening, it had transformed into rumors. By the next day, speculation. By the day after, it was the most common topic of gossip in the sect. Luo Chen didn't mind the gossip, but the timing bothered him. It's deliberate, he said, confronting Yao Xian in the herb storage warehouse. The merchant had been cataloging new deliveries when Luo Chen arrived, and his smile didn't falter at the accusation. My dear boy, what could possibly be deliberate about servant gossip? Surely you're not suggesting that someone wanted word to spread that Lin Shuang and I are connected. Luo Chen moved closer, studying the merchant's face. Someone wanted to create leverage. Something the Crimson Flame sect could use against me. Yao Xian set down his counting tablet with theatrical slowness. You're very perceptive for someone who spent most of his young life planting beans in flower pots. The truth hung in the air like a dropped blade. You are the spy, Luo Chen said flatly. Spy is such an ugly word. Yao Xian smiled, and this time the too many teeth quality of it was obvious. I prefer to think of myself as a facilitator of information exchange. The Crimson Flame sect needed to know about you. I needed to maintain profitable trade connections. A simple transaction. Why? Why? Yao Xian laughed. Because, Luo Chen, the world is larger and hungrier than you realize. The Crimson Flame sect isn't even the largest power interested in your particular talents. There's a consolidated mining consortium in the north, a cultivation clan in the deep south, and several independent cultivators of considerable power who would pay handsomely for even the rumor of how you achieved your breakthrough so quickly. He stepped closer, his manner suddenly more direct. But I like you, in my own mercenary way. So here's the professional courtesy I'm extending. Leave the Emerald Frost sect. Disappear into the wilderness for 6 months. By the time you return, the information I've sold will be old news, and my employers will have moved on to other targets. Luo Chen's hand was steady as he reached out and seized Yao Xian's wrist. The pocket world surged. It came like a second heartbeat, a pulse of cultivated energy that flowed from the dimensional space into his body. The sensation was intoxicating and terrifying. For a moment, he felt the full depth of the pocket world's power. The accumulated life force of 30 different herb varieties, all of them responding to his intent, all of them flowing through him in a coordinated current. He didn't use it to hurt Yao Xian. He simply showed him what it felt like. 1 second of genuine contact with the power that lived inside Luo Chen. When he released the merchant's wrist, Yao Xian staggered backward, his face pale. That's not possible, the merchant whispered. That's not. Nothing moves that fast. Nothing feels like, I don't need to leave the sect, Luo Chen said quietly. And you're going to stop selling information about me to anyone. Or what? Yao Xian's voice shook. You'll kill me? The sect master will have you executed. Or, Luo Chen continued, you're going to go to Elder Song Wei tomorrow morning and confess everything you've told the Crimson Flame sect. Every detail, every payment, every instruction you've received. And then you're going to disappear from the Emerald Frost sect. Why would I do that? Because if you don't, I'm going to let this pocket world grow loose inside you. A single herb seed implanted in your meridians. It will take root. It will spread. By the time anyone realizes what's happened, you'll have the beginnings of a pocket world growing inside your body, and the only person who can stop it from consuming you is me. It was a bluff. Mostly. But Yao Xian didn't know that. The merchant's face went the color of old parchment. You're not civilized, he whispered. No, Luo Chen agreed. I'm just a farmer who tends gardens. And I'm very protective of mine. Chapter 24 Elder Song Wei listened to Yao Xian's confession with the expression of someone who'd already expected it. By afternoon, the merchant had been formally expelled from the Emerald Frost sect. By evening, word came from the Crimson Flame sect that Sect Master Qin, who had officially severed all recruitment overtures toward the Emerald Frost sect. A sudden retreat that made no sense to anyone except Luo Chen and Elder Song Wei. You threatened him, Elder Song Wei said. Not as a question, but as a statement of fact. I made him understand there were consequences, Luo Chen replied carefully. The elder nodded slowly, something like satisfaction crossing his weathered features. Good. The Crimson Flame sect was beginning to consider openly hostile options. This gives us breathing room. But breathing room came with a price. The sect master summoned Luo Chen a week later, and this time her expression was colder than before. Your methods concern me, she said without preamble. Threatening a merchant contractor with death is hardly the behavior of a cultivator who's accepted a position within my sect. I didn't threaten him with death, Luo Chen said. I threatened him with exposure and consequences. Semantics. Sect Master Lu Fong stood by her vast window, hands clasped behind her back. The Crimson Flame sect has withdrawn its recruitment pressure, which suggests you were effective in your intimidation. But it also means you've reminded every sect and independent power in this region that you're dangerous, that you're willing to act outside normal boundaries, that you can't be controlled. She turned to face him. This has complicated my position significantly. I've had to make assurances to the Crimson Flame sect that you're under my authority and that you'll behave according to sect law. I've essentially bet my reputation on your compliance. So now I'm asking you directly, can I trust you to abide by those assurances? Luo Chen met her eyes. As long as the sect protects me and doesn't interfere with my cultivation, yes. And if interference becomes necessary, then we'll have a different conversation. Sect Master Lu Fong smiled slightly. Honest, at least. Very well. Continue your work. But be aware that your actions have consequences that ripple beyond your awareness. Political debts are being called in. Favors are being traded. Your presence in this sect is becoming increasingly expensive. As he descended from the tower, Luo Chen felt the weight of those words settle on him. He was no longer simply a promising young cultivator. He was a political asset, a liability, a problem that needed managing. The pocket world sensed his distress and responded by expanding again. He discovered the change that night when he descended into the dimensional space. A second garden had manifested, an entirely new area adjacent to the original, separated by a natural stone archway. This new garden was wild and untended, filled with herbs he didn't recognize. Mutant varieties. Things that shouldn't exist in cultivation gardens. One herb in particular caught his attention. It was small, with dark purple leaves and a flower that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. When he knelt beside it, he felt something like intelligence emanating from it. Something aware. The pocket world thrummed with satisfaction. It was showing him its capabilities, its range, the breadth of what it could create when given sufficient life force and intent. What are you? Luo Chen whispered to the strange purple flower. The herb didn't answer with words, but with sensation. He felt, understood, that it was a protective measure, a defense mechanism the pocket world had developed instinctively, a tool, a weapon. He pulled his hand back, unsettled. The pocket world had always felt alive, but he'd thought of it as essentially benign. A garden, however powerful, was still just a garden. But this felt different. This felt like the pocket world was beginning to develop purposes of its own, intentions that diverged from Luo Chen's desires. He should have felt afraid. Instead, he felt understood. Chapter 25 Lin Shuang's advancement to late foundation happened on a clear night in the meditation chamber, with Luo Chen guiding her through each stage. She lay on the meditation mat, her breathing synchronized with the cultivation technique Luo Chen had taught her, a method that drew energy from the pocket world's herbs through him. It was delicate work, threading the power carefully through her meridians, monitoring for blockages, adjusting the flow when her body began to strain. It had taken them 3 weeks of preparation, 3 weeks of supplementing her diet with rare herbs, 3 weeks of guided meditation and energy conditioning, 3 weeks of night meetings in the underground chamber, growing closer with every session. Her eyes opened as the breakthrough occurred, a moment of perfect clarity where her cultivation suddenly expanded, shifting into a higher tier. But instead of the usual expression of transcendence that accompanied breakthroughs, Lin Shuang's face showed something raw and vulnerable. She reached for him, her hand finding his wrist, holding it as if he were an anchor to reality. "Stay with me," she whispered. He did. When the breakthrough energy finally settled, she pulled him down to her, pressing her forehead against his. For a moment, they simply existed in that closeness, neither moving, neither speaking. Then she kissed him, a brief, fierce contact that was more claim than affection. "I trust you now," she said against his mouth. "Fully. If I'm going to be in danger because of you, because of what you are, then I'm choosing it. I'm choosing you." Luo Chen understood that this was the moment of commitment, the instant where Lin Shuang crossed from ally to something more dangerous and necessary. He kissed her again, slowly this time, acknowledging the choice she'd made. "I won't let anything harm you," he said. "I know you'll try." She smiled slightly. "That will have to be enough." They didn't make it back to their separate dormitories until hours before dawn. The next morning, the sect's attention shifted to other matters. Word arrived of a major spiritual herb procurement expedition into the Emerald Frost Mountains, a dangerous but profitable venture that the sect undertook once per season. Young cultivators competed fiercely for the limited spots, as successful expeditions could increase one's cultivation resources significantly. Sect Master Lu Feng approached Luo Chen personally to invite him to join. "The expedition will take 3 weeks," she explained. "High-altitude foraging, dangerous wildlife, excellent opportunities for cultivation advancement. I think your particular skills would be valuable to the team." It was phrased as an invitation but carried the weight of a command. Luo Chen understood the subtext immediately. The sect master wanted him away from the main sect for 3 weeks. Time away from his position, time away from internal politics, time away from concentrating power in a way that made her uncertain of his loyalty. "When do we leave?" he asked. 5 days. Prepare your gear." Lin Shuang was furious when she found out. "She's removing you," Lin Shuang hissed, cornering him in the upper gardens. "Getting you away from the center of political power. If something happens while you're gone, if there's another recruitment attempt, another power play, you won't be here to protect yourself. The sect master is within her rights to assign disciples to expeditions," Luo Chen said reasonably, though he felt the same unease that Lin Shuang expressed. "The sect master is playing politics with your life." Lin Shuang grabbed his arm, pulling him deeper into the gardens where they wouldn't be observed. "Listen to me. 3 weeks is enough time for a coordinated betrayal. Someone contacts the Crimson Flame sect. Someone provides them with information about your cultivation methods. Someone— Stop." Luo Chen touched her face, silencing her with the gesture. "I'm not going to hide in the sect cowering from political games. If I do that, I become a liability instead of an asset. The sect master loses confidence. Everything Elder Song Wei has built to protect me collapses. So you're willing to put yourself in danger? I'm willing to survive it." The pocket world thrummed in his chest, almost eager, as if it, too, sensed the approaching challenge and was ready. They spent that last night in the meditation chamber, making love for the first time, slowly, carefully, with the same attentiveness Luo Chen gave to his herb gardens. Lin Shuang was fierce and controlled, her body moving with the precision of a fighter, but her eyes held something soft. Something that would have been terrifying for someone as dangerous as her to show. "Come back," she said afterward, lying in the darkness. "I will," he promised. "To me." she clarified. Not just to the sect. Come back to me. Luo Chen kissed her forehead. Always. Chapter 26. The Emerald Frost Mountains stretched across the eastern horizon like the spine of some ancient beast. The expedition team numbered 12, young foundation stage cultivators, 2 mid-stage guides, and a single core stage overseer named Elder Wan. Luo Chen recognized several of the cultivators from the inter-sect competition, and their respectful distance told him they remembered his breakthrough. The first week passed in steady climbing, foraging, and small-scale combats with the mountain's native spiritual creatures. Nothing challenging. Nothing that pushed beyond foundation stage capabilities. Luo Chen began to suspect the expedition was deliberately mundane. The sect master ensuring he wasn't exposed to genuine danger, just removal. On the 8th day, everything changed. A cultivator named Su Chun, mid-rank foundation, strong in combat technique, approached him while the group was setting up camp in a sheltered mountain valley. You should know, Su Chun said quietly, that several cultivators in this group have been encouraged to note your behaviors and report them when we return. Specifically, the sect master wants to understand the extent of your cultivation advancement and whether it's stable or fluctuating. Luo Chen studied him. Su Chen was competent, but not exceptional. The kind of cultivator the sect master might leverage for intelligence gathering. Why are you telling me this? Luo Chen asked. Because I like Elder Song Wei, Su Chen said simply. And because if you're going to be watched, you should know it. That seems fair. That night, Luo Chen made a decision. He descended into the pocket world for the first time since the expedition began. A tricky maneuver when surrounded by 13 other cultivators. But the clay pot was safely nested in his pack, and he developed the ability to shift his consciousness into the dimensional space quickly. The physical transition took mere seconds now. Inside, the pocket world had transformed dramatically. The 2 original gardens had merged into a vast landscape, rolling in gentle hills covered with herb varieties he'd never seen before. The consciousness that inhabited the space had grown stronger too, its presence almost overwhelming when he opened his full perception to it. And the second garden, the one with the strange protective herbs, had expanded into a training ground. The purple flower had multiplied. There were dozens of them now, their dark petals seeming to drink in the ambient light. But more significantly, other protective herbs had manifested. Strange, defensive plants that seemed designed specifically for combat. The pocket world wanted to fight. Luo Chen understood this with sudden clarity. It had been developing itself not as an agricultural resource, but as a weapon system. The herbs inside it could be weaponized. The consciousness that inhabited it could be directed toward defense and aggression. The pocket world had been preparing for war. When he emerged back into the physical world, his hands were shaking. That night, he used the purple flowers, or rather, their essence, to subtly influence the dreams of the group's guides. Nothing dramatic, just suggestions, impressions, a gentle pressure toward the east rather than continuing north. By morning, the guides were convinced that the expedition should alter its route, moving toward a different foraging area that would add nearly a week to the journey. The adjustment was accepted without question. It bought Luo Chen time. Over the next week, he used small applications of pocket world power to subtly unbalance the expedition's dynamics. A cultivator who'd been designated as a watcher developed a mysterious knee injury that made climbing painful. Another fell into a depression that required constant support. A third began to doubt the expedition's purpose entirely, questioning the sect master's decision-making to anyone who would listen. None of it was serious. None of it was permanently harmful. But together, it was effective. The cohesion of the group fractured. The intelligence gathering became ineffective. By the time they returned to the sect 3 weeks later, Su Chen's report would be more about the breakdown of expedition dynamics than about any observation of Luo Chen's cultivation. As they descended the final mountain pass, heading back toward the sect's territory, Luo Chen felt the pocket world's satisfaction like a warm pulse. He'd learned something important during these 3 weeks. The pocket world wasn't just alive. It was intelligent, and it would do whatever was necessary to protect itself. Chapter 27 word came 3 days after their return to the sect. The Crimson Flame sect had assembled a force of 20 cultivators on the border of the Emerald Frost sect's territory. Not an official attack. They were positioned in neutral ground, technically within the rights of an independent sect to gather cultivators. But the message was unmistakable. They were preparing to move. Elder Song Wei called an emergency meeting of the sect's leadership. Luo Chen wasn't invited, but Lin Shuang was, as a senior combat instructor, and she brought him the news while dawn was still breaking across the sect's eastern walls. "They're giving us 3 weeks to hand you over voluntarily," she said without preamble. Sect Master Qin, who sent a formal request through the Regional Cultivator Council. "He's claiming you used forbidden cultivation techniques in the inter-sect competition and that your continued presence in our sect violates inter-sect agreements." "That's a lie," Luo Chen said flatly. "Of course it is. But it's a plausible-sounding lie. The council is taking it seriously enough to demand an explanation from our sect master." Lin Shuang's face was carefully controlled, but tension radiated from her. "In 3 weeks, if we don't provide evidence that your cultivation methods are legitimate, the council will likely rule in favor of the Crimson Flame sect. They might even authorize military intervention." The pocket world's thrumming had become almost constant in the background of Luo Chen's awareness. It wanted to act. It wanted to push. It was tired of being hidden. "Then we give them evidence," Luo Chen said. "What evidence?" "My continued growth. Another breakthrough. I can advance to early-stage late core formation within 3 weeks if I push hard. That will prove my cultivation methods are natural progression, not forbidden techniques." Lin Shuang stared at him. "That's not how cultivation advancement works. Breakthrough happen when your body and meridians are ready, not on a schedule." "Normal cultivation doesn't," Luo Chen agreed. "But my cultivation isn't normal." He pulled out the clay pot from his pack. It looked simple enough, weathered, ordinary, the kind of thing a farmer might use to store seeds. But as he placed it on the table between them, Lin Shuang's expression shifted. She could feel it, he realized. The power radiating from it. "This is where the breakthrough came from," he said. "This is what I've been protecting." Lin Shuang reached out slowly, hesitantly, and her fingers trembled as they touched the pot's surface. The pocket world responded immediately, opening its senses to her. Luo Chen felt the moment she connected with it, a sharp inhalation, her eyes going unfocused as she experienced the gardens, the life, the impossible botanical abundance contained within that simple clay vessel. When she pulled her hand back, tears were streaming down her face. "It's alive," she whispered. "It's actually conscious." "Yes, and it's been accelerating my growth. Every time I spend time in it, every time I work with the herbs, I advance faster. In 3 weeks, with focused effort, I can push myself to a breakthrough." "That's also dangerous," Lin Shuang said. "Forced advancement, I know the risks. But right now, it's the only play we have. The Crimson Flame sect needs to believe I'm too strong to be worth the effort of taking by force." Lin Shuang nodded slowly, understanding settling into her expression. "Then we make sure you advance. And we make sure the entire region sees it." She was already planning, Luo Chen realized. Already thinking several moves ahead. This was the part of Lin Shuang that terrified people, not her combat skill, but her tactical mind. "An advancement ceremony," she continued. "Public. High witnesses. We announce you're attempting a breakthrough and invite representatives from other sects to observe. If you succeed, it proves your legitimacy. If you fail—" She didn't finish the thought. "I won't fail," Luo Chen said quietly. Over the next 3 weeks, Luo Chen did something that bordered on self-torture. He spent half his time in the pocket world, immersing himself in its power. The other half, he was in the physical world, advancing his physical cultivation in parallel. Meditation sessions stretched for 12 hours. Training sessions pushed his body beyond its normal limits. Every herb in the sect's restricted gardens was cataloged and studied, its properties analyzed and absorbed into his cultivation base. The pocket world pushed him as well, its consciousness now openly directing his growth. It wanted him stronger. It wanted him more powerful. It wanted him ready for what was coming. By the 18th day, Luo Chen could feel the breakthrough building. His core formation cultivation was coalescing, ready to shift into a new configuration. His meridians were humming with barely contained power. Even his physical form was changing, his eyes taking on a faint silvery gleam that matched the pocket world's most powerful herbs. On the 19th day, he made an announcement to the sect leadership. The public advancement ceremony would occur in 4 days. All interested parties were invited to observe. The responses came quickly. Sect Master Lu Fang accepted, of course. Elder Song Wei nodded his approval. Lin Shuang said nothing. She was too busy organizing the logistics of a major public ceremony, but her eyes held fierce pride. And 3 days later, a reply came from the Crimson Flame sect. Sect Master Qin, who himself would attend the ceremony. The Pocket World's anticipation became almost unbearable. Chapter 28. The advancement platform was erected in the sect's central courtyard, a raised dais with protective barriers arranged in a precise formation. Hundreds of cultivators gathered to observe, not just from the Emerald Frost sect, but from allied sects, neutral parties, and even a few representatives from the Crimson Flame sect itself. Sect Master Qin, who arrived an hour before the ceremony began, his presence immediately commanding attention. He was taller than Luo Chun had expected, with the kind of bearing that came from decades of unquestioned authority. His eyes, when they met Luo Chen's, held something like curiosity and hunger. Luo Chun stood at the center of the advancement platform, stripped to the waist, his cultivation base exposed to any who could perceive it. He looked younger than he should have at this point. The Pocket World's influence kept his body in peak condition, untouched by the typical strain of hard cultivation. Around him, the sect's most powerful elders had arranged themselves as anchors, ready to stabilize his breakthrough if it began to spiral out of control. Lin Shuang stood with the combat instructors, her expression carefully neutral. But her hand was resting on her sword's hilt, and her eyes never left Luo Chen's form. Begin when ready. Sect Master Lu Fang called from the observation platform. Luo Chen took a breath. Then he opened the connection to the Pocket World fully. It was like removing a dam that had been holding back an ocean. The power came like a wave, pure, undiluted, overwhelming. The Pocket World's accumulated cultivation energy flowed into him, through him, transforming him. His core formation shifted, reconfigured, expanded into something larger and more complex. The herb essences that had been slowly accumulating in his meridians suddenly activated, spreading through his body in patterns of pure light. For a moment, the whole courtyard blazed with silver radiance. The cultivators watching shielded their eyes. The elders anchoring him staggered back. And Sect Master Qin, whose expression shifted from curiosity to something that looked like shock. The breakthrough lasted 7 minutes. When it settled, Luo Chen opened his eyes. His cultivation had transformed. He could feel the power now, late core formation, maybe even approaching the boundaries of that stage. But more significantly, he could feel the Pocket World's integration with him. They were no longer separate. He was the Pocket World, and the Pocket World was him. Its power was his power. Its consciousness was a second voice in the back of his mind, constant and certain and alive. He stood up on the platform, and a collective breath seemed to be released across the assembled cultivators. Sect Master Lu Fang was smiling. Elder Song Wei nodded with what looked like satisfaction. And Sect Master Qin, who, the Crimson Flame sect leader, was on his feet, his composure fractured for just an instant before he controlled it. In that instant, Luo Chen understood. Qin, who hadn't wanted to defeat him in combat. The Crimson Flame sect couldn't have done that regardless of Luo Chen's cultivation level, not without incurring the region's disapproval. What Qin who wanted was to understand him, to study him, to learn the secret of his advancement. And in this breakthrough ceremony, performed in public, witnessed by a dozen other sects and representatives, that opportunity had just evaporated. As Luo Chun descended from the platform, walking through the crowd of watching cultivators, Sect Master Qin, who met his eyes across the courtyard. The Crimson Flame sect leader inclined his head slightly, not in respect, but in acknowledgement. A worthy opponent was recognized. Luo Chun returned the gesture. That night, the formal gathering ended. The visiting cultivators departed, and the Crimson Flame sect withdrew their forces from the border. The immediate threat was over, but the larger problem had just begun to manifest. Chapter 29. 3 weeks after the advancement ceremony, something changed in the spiritual atmosphere of the region. Luo Chun felt at first a kind of disturbance in the Pocket World's perceptions. The dimensional space, which had always felt stable and grounded, began to vibrate with what he could only describe as attention. Something vast and distant had noticed them, something that hadn't been aware of the Pocket World's existence before. There's a phenomenon developing in the Western Mountains, Elder Song Wei reported to Sect Master Lu Fang. and Luo Chen sat in on the meeting because it affected him directly. Spiritual energy is concentrating in ways we haven't seen in decades. Masters from as far as the Azure Harmony Temple are traveling to investigate. What kind of concentration? Lu Feng asked. Uncontrolled. Chaotic. It's as if something is drawing power from the surrounding area and gathering it in one location. Elder Song Wei's weathered face was etched with concern. Some of our scouts suggest it might be a nascent immortal herb, something rare enough that multiple sects would fight to claim it. Luo Chun felt the pocket world's reaction before anyone else spoke. A pulse of fear mixed with defiance. Something that lived in the pocket world understood what those words meant. An immortal herb. Could it be related to Luo Chen's advancement? Sect Master Lu Feng asked, her eyes sharp. Possibly, Elder Song Wei said carefully. His cultivation breakthrough was powerful enough to disturb the region's spiritual harmonics. It's conceivable that a dormant herb was awakened by that disturbance. We need to investigate, Lu Feng said. Assemble a team. I want Luo Chun included. This might be something he can handle better than standard cultivators. As the meeting adjourned, Lin Shuang pulled Luo Chun aside. It's not an immortal herb, she said without preamble. Tell me what's happening. Luo Chun considered lying, then decided against it. Lin Shuang deserved honesty at this point. Something is trying to break through into this world, he said quietly. Or the pocket world is trying to break through into something else. I'm not entirely sure which direction the breach is happening. The pocket world is expanding beyond its boundaries. No, it's doing something else. Something more aggressive. He could feel it happening even as he spoke, a kind of reaching outward, a probing of the boundaries between dimensions. It wants to connect with something outside itself. Something powerful. The expedition to investigate the spiritual disturbance departed the next morning. There were 8 of them, Luo Chun, Lin Shuang, 3 other senior combat instructors, Elder One who'd overseen the mountain expedition, and 2 researchers from the sect's cultivation archive. They traveled for 2 days before reaching the western mountains, and the closer they got, the more obvious the disturbance became. The air itself felt wrong. It vibrated at a frequency that made teeth ache. The plants growing in the area had become strange, twisted, mutated, glowing with faint spiritual light. And the spiritual energy concentration was so thick that even mid-foundation cultivators could see it shimmering in the air. There, one of the researchers pointed to a location in the high peaks. It looked like a pillar of light, or perhaps a chasm in reality, a place where normal space seemed to fracture and reform. Standing before it was a figure Luo Chun hadn't expected to see. Yao Xian. The merchant had aged a decade in the months since his expulsion from the Emerald Frost sect. His hair was streaked with white. His hands trembled visibly, but his eyes held a kind of mania. Luo Chun, he called out as the group approached. You've come to claim it, haven't you? Your little garden finally sent out a call for a mate. What is this? Elder One demanded. A breach, Yao Xian laughed. A dimensional crack that's been opening wider and wider ever since that boy's advancement ceremony. I've been tracking it for weeks, and I finally understand what it means. This isn't just any breach. It's a connection between cultivation dimensions. There's another pocket world on the other side, and this, he gestured at the pillar of light. This is it trying to communicate with the first one. Luo Chun felt the pocket world's reaction like a shock. It was true. Somewhere beyond that breach, separated by the thin wall between realities, there was another pocket world. And it had felt the presence of Luo Chen's pocket world, and both were reaching for each other. We need to seal the breach, Elder One said immediately. This kind of dimensional instability is dangerous. No, Luo Chen stepped forward. We need to see what's on the other side first. That's insane, one of the researchers said. Dimensional breaches can collapse. You could be killed or trapped between worlds. But Lin Shuang was already moving closer to the pillar of light, her hand raised to shield her eyes from the radiance. There's something there, she said. In the light. Something moving. As they watched, a shape began to manifest in the pillar. Humanoid but wrong. Covered in what looked like symbols or runes, moving with a kind of fluid grace that suggested immense power. As it stepped fully into the physical world, the pillar of light collapsed behind it. The figure solidified. A woman, beautiful in a way that hurt to look at directly, with eyes that held the depth of endless gardens. She turned her attention to Luo Chun, and he felt recognized in a way he'd never experienced before. "I've been waiting for you so long," she said. Her voice was like wind through an enormous growing space, like the sound of 1,000 gardens breathing in harmony. "Who are you?" Luo Chen asked. "I'm what you're going to become," the woman said. "I'm a cultivator who completed the journey your pocket world started. Welcome to the next stage of growth." Chapter 30. The woman called herself Lin Mei, a name that meant beautiful grove in the old language. She'd come from another reality, another cultivator's timeline entirely, where she'd successfully merged with her pocket world and evolved it into something far more complex and powerful than a simple dimensional garden. She was now something hybrid, part human, part the living consciousness of her pocket world, existing in both states simultaneously, fully in neither and fully in both. "How long ago did your advancement begin?" Luo Chen asked. They were in the Emerald Frost sect's guest quarters now. Elder Song Wei and sect master Lu Fong positioned outside the door, the other sect members giving them space, while carefully maintaining observation to understand this mysterious visitor. 500 years ago, Lin Mei said calmly, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "I've spent 500 years learning to stabilize the complex connection between myself and my dimension, learning to exist in two places without destroying either one. Your journey is only just beginning. You're at the most dangerous threshold. Your pocket world is beginning to try to merge itself with the physical world's foundational cultivation layer. If you don't manage that merger carefully and correctly, it will either backfire catastrophically and destroy you completely, or it will overload the region's spiritual and ecological balance and cause civilization-threatening collapse." The information should have terrified him, should have made him panic about the implications. Instead, Luo Chen felt the pocket world's eagerness pulsing through him, its hunger to understand the next stage of its evolution, its reaching toward destiny. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked. "Why not just take control of my pocket world and merge it with yours? You clearly have the power. Why would you warn me instead?" "Because that would be theft, and I'm not interested in stolen gardens," Lin Mei replied, a genuine smile crossing her face. "The gardens that mean something are the ones you cultivate yourself, nurture with your own hands and care. I've come to offer partnership instead. Your pocket world is different from mine. Its consciousness is younger, more adaptable, with different growth potential. If we work together carefully, if we synchronize our dimensional existences, we could create something entirely new. A hybrid pocket world that combines the best of both our developments, neither of us losing ourselves entirely." Lin Shuang, who'd been silent until that moment, watching this exchange with careful intensity, suddenly spoke. "What's the catch?" she asked, her voice sharp. "There's always a catch. No one offers power for free." Lin Mei's smile didn't waver, but something in her expression shifted. Respect, perhaps, for Lin Shuang's insight. "He'd have to leave this physical world behind," Lin Mei said. "Permanently. Merge fully with his pocket world and exist only in the dimensional space. No more Emerald Frost sect. No more normal human relationships. Just gardens and cultivation, forever. Two consciousnesses existing in a space separate from your reality." The silence that followed was absolute and crushing. Luo Chen understood immediately, with perfect clarity, why she'd made this offer. It wasn't because she needed his pocket world. At 500 years of development, her dimension was clearly far more advanced and powerful than his. It was because she was desperately, achingly lonely. Because existing between two states of reality meant existing fully in neither one. She wanted another being like her to share that isolation with, to have someone who understood what it meant to be neither human nor garden, but something hybrid and impossible. "I'm not interested," Luo Chen said flatly, clearly, understanding the enormity of what he was rejecting. "Not yet," Lin Mei agreed, her tone suggesting this wasn't rejection but mere postponement. "But you will be. In a few years, when the pressure of remaining fully human while hosting a dimensional consciousness becomes unbearable, when the conflict between your two natures threatens to tear you apart, you'll reconsider this offer. And at that point, I'll be waiting for you. I can promise you won't have to suffer that conflict alone." She stood with fluid grace, moving to the window. "For now, I'll seal the breach that my arrival opened. My pocket world and yours will remain connected but dormant. Consider it a promise of cooperation, a bridge between realities. When you're ready, when you understand what you need to become, you'll know how to find me. Just look for the beautiful grove. She was gone before anyone could react or respond, dissolving like mist in morning light, leaving only a sense of her presence fading. The dimensional pillar that had split reality sealed itself with a sound like breaking glass, leaving only a faint scar in the fabric of existence that would probably fade within months as reality healed itself. But the damage to Luo Chen's peace of mind was immediate and devastating and lasting. Chapter 31. The next weeks were complicated. Word had spread through the cultivator networks about the dimensional breach, the mysterious woman, the suggestion that multiple pocket worlds existed in other realities. The Crimson Flame sect immediately became much more interested in Luo Chen again, not to capture him, but to negotiate. Sect Master Qin, who sent an official envoy offering cooperation and knowledge exchange. Elder Song Wei advised accepting the envoy's invitation. The more sects that know about your situation, the safer you become, he explained. If only the Crimson Flame sect understood pocket world cultivation, they'd move against you immediately. But if multiple sects are tracking this development, the political cost of attacking you becomes prohibitive. Luo Chen met with the Crimson Flame sect's ambassador, a sharp woman named Su Wei who'd clearly been briefed extensively on cultivation theory. We're not trying to take anything from you, Su Wei said carefully. But the existence of pocket world cultivation represents a new frontier in advancement methodology. We're interested in studying it. In return, we can offer resources, protection, and access to our sect's archives on dimensional theory. I'm aware of what you want, Luo Chen said, and I'm not interested in being studied. Then what do you want? It was a good question. He wanted Lin Shuang to stop looking at him with barely concealed fear. He wanted Elder Song Wei to stop treating him like an asset that needed managing. He wanted the pocket world to stop pushing him toward a future he wasn't ready for. But mostly, he wanted to go back to being a farmer. That night, he descended into the pocket world and found something unexpected. Lin Mei was there. She was tending the gardens, moving through the rows of immortal herbs with the casual grace of someone who'd done this for centuries. The pocket world's consciousness hummed around her, not hostile, but intensely curious. How did you? Luo Chen started. The breach didn't fully close, Lin Mei said without looking up. I kept a connection open. Your pocket world invited me in. It wanted to learn from mine. She finally turned to face him. This is how it's going to happen, you understand. Slowly. A process of merging that occurs over years, not days. Eventually, the distinction between your pocket world and mine will blur. And eventually, your distinction between yourself and your pocket world will blur as well. I didn't invite you in, but you didn't forbid it either. And your pocket world, she gestured around at the gardens. Your pocket world is hungry for knowledge. It wants to grow beyond what a single cultivator can achieve alone. Luo Chen understood that she was right. The pocket world had changed since Lin Mei's arrival. The herbs were growing faster, producing rarer varieties. The consciousness that inhabited it was becoming more sophisticated, more capable of independent thought and action. When will it be complete? Luo Chen asked. Not for many years. 5, perhaps 10. You have time to make a decision about whether you're willing to accept the merger or whether you'll fight it. Lin Mei smiled. But I think, in time, you'll accept it. Because the alternative is watching your pocket world evolve beyond your control while you remain trapped in slow human growth. She faded before he could respond, her presence merging back into the pocket world's foundational consciousness. When Luo Chen emerged back to the physical world, dawn was breaking over the Emerald Frost sect. Lin Shuang was waiting for him in the herb garden. She's still here, isn't she? Lin Shuang asked. The woman from the other world. Yes, in the pocket world. Lin Shuang nodded slowly, as if she'd expected that answer. Then we need to make a decision about your future. Because things are changing too fast, and soon it won't be a decision anymore. It'll just be what happens. She took his hand and pulled him away from the gardens, toward the cliff edges that overlooked the eastern valleys. Listen to me carefully, she said. Lin Mei is right about one thing. Your pocket world is going to evolve regardless of what you want. In 5 years or 10, it will have grown beyond the bounds of a single cultivator's control. And at that point, you'll have to choose between merging with it fully and severing the connection entirely. Severing it, that would kill me. The pocket world is part of me now. Removing it would be like removing my own cultivation base. Exactly, Lin Shuang said, which means you can't run from this. You can only move toward the future you want instead of the one that's being offered to you. What do you mean? I mean that instead of waiting 5 years for Lin Mei to seduce you into full merger, we develop an alternative path. We use the knowledge she's brought. We study pocket world cultivation formally, and we figure out how to maintain your humanity while integrating with the pocket world, instead of being consumed by it. Luo Chun looked at her. This woman who'd broken through into late foundation through his guidance, who'd learned cultivation magic from a farmer, who'd chosen to stand beside him despite knowing how dangerous that proximity could become. That could take years of work, he said. It could fail. I'm aware, Lin Shuang said, but I'm willing to try. The question is, are you? Chapter 32. The next months transformed the Emerald Frost sect's research priorities fundamentally and irreversibly. With approval from sect master Lu Fong, a new department was established, the Pocket World Studies Division, housed in the sect's rarely used research tower and staffed with some of the sect's most talented and curious scholars. Elder Song Wei was named nominal head, though everyone understood that Luo Chun was the actual primary researcher and the source of all genuine knowledge about pocket world cultivation. The division's mandate was ostensibly to understand pocket world cultivation through any means available, developing new techniques and safeguards that could theoretically be applied to other potential pocket worlds, though everyone involved understood that no other pocket world like Luo Chen's would ever emerge. In truth, it was a way of making Luo Chen's increasingly obvious power visible and accountable to the sect's leadership, while also providing him with legitimate institutional resources, protection, and library access to pursue his transformation safely. Researchers were brought in, 3 senior scholars, 5 junior researchers, and a librarian who specialized in pre-imperial texts. Archives were consulted. Monks from the sect's historical library were asked to search for fragmentary references. And slowly, over weeks of careful study and cross-referencing, a theoretical framework began to develop around pocket world cultivation. According to the ancient texts they discovered, some dating back over 2,000 years, most fragmentary and incomplete, there had indeed been cultivators before who'd attempted pocket world cultivation or pocket world mergers. Most had failed catastrophically, their consciences dissolving into the pocket worlds they were trying to control, their bodies left as empty husks in the mortal realm. A few had succeeded, though success was a complicated term. Those successful ones became something fundamentally other than human. They became gardeners. Luo Chun read aloud one afternoon from a text that was at least 1,000 years old, written in the archaic cultivation script and translated by the senior scholars. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled slightly as he held the fragile paper. Not in the literal sense, though some maintained physical gardens, but in the metaphorical sense that mattered most. They became beings whose primary existence was the tending and nurturing of their pocket world. They existed in society rarely, and then only as legends or half-remembered figures in historical records. Their consciousness became distributed across both the pocket dimension and the mortal realm simultaneously. But they survived, Lin Shuang pointed out, speaking from her position beside him in the research chamber. They didn't die in the process of merging. They didn't lose themselves entirely into dissolution or madness. No, Luo Chen agreed carefully. But they also didn't remain fully human in any conventional sense. They became something between, neither entirely present in the mortal realm nor completely absorbed into their pocket worlds, existing in both simultaneously. The work that followed was relentless in its demands on Luo Chen's body and spirit. Every day, he would spend hours in the pocket world, studying its structure at every level, understanding how it functioned at fundamental principle, learning to sense its growth patterns and predict its evolution. He would document the appearance of new herb varieties, sketch maps of the expanding landscape, measure the increasing qi density. Every evening, he'd return to the research tower and spend time with the scholars, dictating observations and answering their careful questions. And every night, exhausted and sometimes overwhelmed by what he was learning about his own future, he'd spend whatever time remained with Lin Shuang in the underground meditation chamber. Their relationship deepened during those months in ways that transcended mere physical intimacy. She became his anchor to normalcy, his connection to humanity itself. When the weight of his transformation threatened to overwhelm him, it was her steady presence, her calm rationality, her refusal to let him dissolve entirely into the work that kept him grounded. But one night, as they lay in the darkness of the meditation chamber, surrounded by the fading glow of the cloud petal blossoms Lin Shuang had cultivated, she asked the question they'd both been avoiding. If you merge completely with the pocket world, Lin Shuang said quietly, her head resting on his chest as his heartbeat slowed toward sleep. What happens to this? To us? To what we have together? Luo Chun lay in silence for a long moment, his hand moving through her hair slowly and carefully. I don't know, he admitted finally. The historical texts are frustratingly vague about the emotional lives of the merged cultivators. What I can find suggests that romantic bonds become complicated. The merged cultivators could still care about individuals, could still feel loyalty or affection, but it was abstract, philosophical, distant, like how you might care deeply about an individual plant in a garden, appreciate its beauty and nurture its growth, but not in the way you'd care about another person, not with the same intensity or immediacy. So you'd stop loving me. It wasn't a question. Maybe, Luo Chun said, because honesty mattered more than reassurance in this moment. Maybe not entirely, but it would transform into something different, something less intimate. She was quiet for a long moment, and he felt the subtle shift as her body tensed against his. Then we find another way, she said finally. Another path. We have to. Because I won't let you become something less than human, not if there's any other option. I won't let you lose yourself entirely to the garden, even if it would make you powerful. In her words, Luo Chun heard both love and resolve, and the first hint that their story would be far more complicated than either of them had anticipated. Chapter 33. The first real breakthrough in pocket world merger theory came from an unexpected source. Not from the ancient texts or theoretical frameworks, but from careful empirical observation. One of the researchers, a woman named Su Lin, had been studying the detailed pattern of herb growth in the documented history of Luo Chen's pocket world. She'd spent weeks analyzing the sequence, cross-referencing dates with documented cultivation milestones, comparing growth rates with seasonal variations. She'd noticed something that others had missed entirely. The herbs weren't growing randomly or according to any simple pattern. They were growing in a specific, choreographed sequence, following a developmental trajectory that almost resembled consciousness growth in a living being. It's like the pocket world is a child, Su Lin explained, displaying her compiled research in a formal presentation to Luo Chun, Elder Song Wei, and Sect Master Lu Feng, along with the other senior researchers. She projected her findings onto a silk scroll using cultivation qi, showing detailed charts and progression models. It's progressing through distinct developmental stages. Early garden stage, basic growth, simple plant interactions. Mature garden stage, complex ecosystems, interspecies cooperation. Integrated consciousness stage, the emergence of unified awareness. And finally, the theoretical next stage, autonomous consciousness, where the pocket world becomes aware enough to maintain its own existence and growth without depending on constant active maintenance and power channeling from the cultivator. You're suggesting the pocket world could eventually achieve independent cultivation? Elder Song Wei asked, his ancient voice carrying surprise and something that might have been hope. That it could develop its own will, separate from Luo Chen's direction? Not true independence, exactly, Su Lin clarified carefully, understanding the weight of what she was proposing. But autonomous growth patterns. The kind of thing a truly living being experiences, growth driven by its own nature rather than external direction. A true second consciousness, not merely a tool that responds automatically to the cultivator's will. A genuine personality. Luo Chun felt something shift in his understanding. If the pocket world could develop into a truly independent consciousness, if it could become a separate being with its own existence, then merging with it wouldn't necessarily mean his absorption into it, wouldn't necessarily mean the loss of his humanity and emotional capacity. It could instead become a partnership between equals, two consciousnesses existing in the same dimensional space, maintaining separate identities while sharing existence, influence, and purpose. How long would that take? He asked urgently. How many years would we need to cultivate it in this direction? Years, definitely. 5 to 10, if my calculations are correct based on current growth trajectories, Su Lin said, consulting her notes. And it would require very specific cultivation conditions. The pocket world would need constant feedback, evidence that it's making progress, that its growth matters. It would need consistent stimulation of new plant varieties and challenges to overcome. And most importantly, it would need to be treated as a separate entity from the beginning, not just as an extension of your will, not as a tool you're wielding, but as a genuine being deserving of respect and autonomy. The meeting continued for hours, exploring the implications, but Luo Qin's mind was already moving ahead. That night, unable to sleep, he entered the pocket world and stood in the center of the great gardens, the place where it had all begun, where the first spring still flowed and the first herbs still grew. The sky above showed the colors that had emerged naturally over the months, blues and purples and occasional hints of gold where the dawn approached. Luo Qin did something he'd never consciously done before. He spoke to the pocket world's consciousness as if it were truly another being, another person separate from himself. "I'm not going to control you anymore," he said aloud to the gardens, his voice carrying through the still air. "I've been treating you as a tool, as an extension of my own power. But you're more than that. You're becoming something real, something with your own nature and destiny. So I'm going to help you grow into what you're meant to become. That means treating you as an equal. That means giving you room to develop and change without constantly channeling your power through me, without forcing your growth into patterns that serve only my purposes." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the pocket world's response came, immediate, overwhelming, profound. The gardens erupted with new growth, so sudden it seemed almost violent. Herbs that had been dormant for weeks suddenly bloomed, their flowers opening in sequence like a wave of color passing through the landscape. New plants manifested, species that Luo Qin had never consciously planted or imagined. The consciousness within the dimensional space surged with something that felt like joy. Pure, genuine joy mixed with anticipation and eagerness for what came next. And Luo Qin felt the weight on him. The constant, grinding pressure of maintaining the dimensional space, of channeling the pocket world's power, of keeping it anchored and functioning through his own will, suddenly, dramatically lightened. He wasn't controlling the pocket world anymore. He was collaborating with it, speaking to it, listening to its own desires and plans. Chapter 34: The Crimson Flame Sect's response to the Pocket World Studies Division's official announcement came with remarkable speed. They wanted immediate access to the research. The message arrived 3 days after the division's formal establishment was announced throughout the cultivation community. It came through official diplomatic channels, written on crimson paper and sealed with the Crimson Flame Sect's official seal. Sect Master Qin, whose personal ambassador arrived 2 days later, a smooth-tongued negotiator named Kuan Wei who specialized in political maneuvering. It would be a shared collaboration, Kuan Wei explained over tea in Sect Master Lu Feng's chamber, his voice dripping with practiced diplomatic courtesy. "Our researchers would work alongside yours in full partnership. Knowledge would be exchanged freely, benefits shared equally. And in return, the Crimson Flame Sect would provide substantial resources and political protection against any sects that might seek to challenge the Emerald Frost Sect's management of Luo Qin and his pocket world." Luo Qin, watching from his position beside Elder Song Wei, understood the unspoken threat embedded in that offer. Cooperation would bring resources and protection. Refusal would bring confrontation and pressure. In return, Lu Feng translated drilly, her ancient eyes sharp as frost-edged blades. "You'd gain access to Luo Qin's pocket world and would be privy to all the techniques being developed to manage, control, and replicate it." That's the essence of negotiation, the ambassador agreed with a thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. Mutual benefit, shared investment, a partnership that benefits both sections. Luo Qin was about to refuse when Elder Song Wei gestured subtly for him to remain silent. "I support participating," Elder Song Wei said, his ancient voice carrying a weight that made the ambassador's attention snap toward him. "But only with specific conditions. Access would be limited to theoretical frameworks only. No observations of Luo Qin's pocket world directly, no examinations of the pocket dimension itself. Any research development we create during this collaboration would remain the exclusive property of the Emerald Frost sect. And Luo Chun himself would maintain complete autonomy. Your researchers would work with documented data only, not with Luo Chun directly. Those conditions, Kuan Wei said carefully, are quite restrictive. They are the terms of collaboration. Elder Song Wei replied, his hand resting casually near his sword hilt in a gesture that held implicit threat. The negotiation continued for another hour, circling and circling until compromise emerged. In exchange for carefully curated theoretical knowledge sharing, the Crimson Flame sect would provide material resources, rare herbs, spirit stones, cultivation apparatus, and would use their political influence to support the Emerald Frost sect against the regional council's pressure, which meant that 5 Crimson Flame sect researchers would arrive at the Emerald Frost sect within the month to be housed, fed, and given access to documented research, but never to Luo Chun or the Pocket World itself. It was a calculated risk, one that Elder Song Wei explained carefully after the ambassador departed. But Elder Song Wei had been playing sect politics for 40 years, he told Luo Chun in private. I know how to protect critical assets while appearing to share them. We give them enough to satisfy their curiosity, documents, theories, recordings of herb growth patterns. We let them feel like they're participating in genuine research. But we never, ever give them access to you or the world itself. That remains closed. That remains ours. Luo Chun nodded, understanding both the wisdom and the danger of the approach. The Crimson Flame sect researchers arrived on a cold morning in the depths of winter, when ice rimmed the edges of the sect's cultivation ponds. They were led by a young man named Yi Hao, clearly a prodigy cultivator in early foundation establishment with exceptional talent, but also carrying the unmistakable arrogance of someone who'd never met another cultivator who genuinely challenged and defeated him. His first action, after being introduced to the research division, was to request a private meeting with Luo Chun. I want to understand the merger process, Yi Hao said without preamble or courtesy, speaking as if Luo Chun was a subordinate researcher rather than the core of the entire research division. Not theoretically, directly. I want to sense your pocket world's consciousness. I want to understand what you're becoming. No, Luo Chun said simply. Then this collaboration is pointless. Yi Hao stood, clearly expecting his demand to carry weight through force of will alone. Either you give us genuine access, direct experience with your pocket world, or we leave. And the Crimson Flame sect will pursue alternative methods to understand pocket world cultivation. Methods that may not be as diplomatic as this collaboration. Elder Song Wei's expression didn't change, but his hand drifted toward the hilt of his cultivation sword with the slow, deliberate movement of someone who was ready to fight. The collaboration is whatever we've agreed it to be through official negotiation. And what we've agreed to is theoretical knowledge exchange. Your refusal to abide by those terms suggests you were never interested in genuine collaboration in the first place, only in theft. Yi Hao studied Elder Song Wei for a long moment, his cultivation sense clearly assessing the ancient elder's power. Whatever he felt in that assessment made him reconsider. You're right, Yi Hao said finally, settling back into his seat with calculated grace. Very well. Theoretical exchange it is. For now. His emphasis on those last 3 words hung in the air like a threat, a promise of future conflict, and the recognition that this collaboration was a temporary truce at best. Chapter 35. 3 months into the collaboration between the Emerald Frost sect and the Crimson Flame sect researchers, Lin Shuang discovered something deeply troubling. Yi Hao was attempting to locate and infiltrate the underground meditation chamber where Luo Chun had been conducting his most private pocket world studies, the place where he and Lin Shuang had created their sanctuary, where he could work with the pocket world's consciousness without observation or interference. He's trying to map the location using cultivation sense vibrations, Lin Shuang reported to Luo Chun, her voice cold with anger and worry. He's been positioning himself in different parts of the sect, sending out subtle ripples of qi, triangulating where you're spending your time when you disappear from public view. If he figures out there's a physical access point, a permanent chamber, he could break in. He could have the entire Crimson Flame sect behind him when he does. Luo Chun felt the pocket world surge with protective fury at the suggestion. He won't, Luo Chun said calmly. already moving toward action. Because I'm moving the meditation chamber. Tonight. The relocation took 2 nights of intense work. With Lin Shuang's help and the sect's approval, they carefully dismantled the meditation chamber's equipment, the meditation mats, the oil lamps, the carefully positioned spirit stones that enhanced qi density. They carried everything piece by piece to the highest tower of the sect, the tower where sect master Lu Fang kept her private residence and most secret archives. It was a bold move, politically audacious, but also strategically brilliant. No researcher, not even a Crimson Flame sect spy with legitimate sect backing, would dare attempt an infiltration or surveillance of the sect master's own residence. The violation would be too egregious, too obvious, too easily traced. When Yi Hao discovered through careful investigation that his surveillance network had failed, that Luo Qin's meditation location had somehow relocated and he could no longer track it, he withdrew from most of the collaboration work. But here was the thing. He didn't leave the Emerald Frost sect. He remained in the researchers' quarters, watching, studying, occasionally trying new angles of investigation, waiting patiently for an opportunity or an opening. He's planning something, Lin Shuang said flatly one evening, her observation skills trained by months of close observation of the Crimson Flame sect delegation. And it's going to happen soon. He's getting desperate. He's going to make his move before being recalled. The something, when it came, arrived in the form of an official letter. It was delivered through formal diplomatic channels, supposedly coming from Sect Master Qin, who himself to Sect Master Lu Fang. The letter was polite, respectful, written in careful bureaucratic language. It politely but firmly requested that the Emerald Frost sect provide direct access to Luo Qin's pocket world for Crimson Flame sect researchers, citing the original collaboration agreement and claiming that theoretical knowledge alone, no matter how complete, was insufficient for advancing deeper research into pocket world cultivation mechanisms. It was a test, a clear violation of the terms they'd carefully established, delivered in a way that forced an immediate, public response that would define the future of the collaboration. Sect Master Lu Fang's response came within a single day, written with the precision of someone who'd been playing political games for decades. The collaboration agreement specifies theoretical knowledge exchange. Her letter stated with crystalline clarity. Access to direct observation, examination, or interaction with the pocket world itself was explicitly excluded. If the Crimson Flame sect wishes to renegotiate those terms, a formal amendment must be submitted through the Regional Cultivator Council, following proper procedures. Until that occurs, the Emerald Frost sect maintains the current agreement exactly as written. She also, courteously but firmly, requested that Yi Hao and his entire team complete their research and return to the Crimson Flame sect within 1 week. The day before Yi Hao's mandatory departure, he cornered Luo Qin in the sect's central garden, the place where Luo Qin had first harvested herbs from the pocket world months ago, where so much of his journey had begun. "You're making a catastrophic mistake," Yi Hao said quietly, close enough that only Luo Qin could hear him, his voice carrying genuine conviction rather than mere threat. "You're sitting on something that could revolutionize cultivation entirely, something that could change everything we know about how power is cultivated and shared. And you're refusing to share it, to develop it collaboratively, because of provincial loyalty to a mediocre sect. The Crimson Flame sect could give you resources you can't even imagine. Access to techniques that have been hidden for centuries. Mentorship from masters who've walked your same path. I'm not interested in being the Crimson Flame sect's research subject," Luo Qin replied firmly. "Or their weapon?" "Not yet," Yi Hao agreed, his expression showing something like genuine sympathy. "But you will be. Because sooner or later, your pocket world is going to grow too powerful to remain hidden. The region won't tolerate it. The council won't tolerate it. And when that happens, you'll have to choose between the sects that are claiming to protect you and the sects that are openly trying to use you. And you'll discover eventually that there's not much meaningful difference between those two categories." He walked away before Luo Qin could respond, his final words hanging in the air like a prophecy. That night, alone in his chamber, the pocket world thrummed with agitation and something that felt like fear. Fear of the future, fear of what was coming, fear of what the world would do when it fully understood what Luo Qin was becoming. Chapter 36. By spring of Luo Qin's second year in the Pocket World Studies Division, The theoretical framework had solidified into practical methodology. According to Su Lin's calculations and Luo Qin's direct experience, a pocket world would reach independent consciousness around the 5-year mark after initial merge with a cultivator. At that point, the cultivator had a choice: fully merge with the pocket world, severing their human existence, or maintain separation while keeping a symbiotic relationship with their dimensional space. The third option, what Luo Qin had been working toward, was to find a middle ground, a way of existing partially in both spaces, maintaining humanity while accessing pocket world power without being consumed by it. It's theoretically possible, Su Lin said, presenting her final research findings to the sect leadership. The cultivator would need to develop a secondary cultivation base within the pocket world, a kind of anchor that maintains their consciousness even while their primary body undergoes merger. It would require constant tending, constant energy input. But it could work. How long would the process take? Luo Qin asked. 2 years. Maybe 3, depending on your baseline cultivation level and how much power your pocket world has accumulated. 2 to 3 years. He could work with that timeline. But events were already in motion that would compress that timeline significantly. The letter came from the Western Territories, from a sect Luo Qin had never heard of, the Profound River sect. They were claiming that one of their disciples had detected the dimensional breach that had occurred when Lin Mei arrived, and that they'd been researching pocket world cultivation for decades before the Emerald Frost sect discovered it. They wanted to meet. Immediately. It's a power grab, Elder Song Wei said, reading the letter with obvious irritation. They're trying to insert themselves into pocket world research by claiming prior knowledge. Ignore them. But ignoring them proved impossible. The Profound River sect's envoys arrived a week later, and they brought an unexpected guest. Lin Mei. She walked into Sect Master Lu Fang's chambers as if she owned them, her hybrid existence immediately apparent to anyone with high enough cultivation sense to perceive it. And she was smiling. "Hello, Luo Qin," she said. "I've been busy these past months. I've been gathering others like me, cultivators who've achieved pocket world merger, researchers who understand dimensional cultivation. And I've been persuading them that it's time to bring pocket world cultivation into the open." "Why?" Luo Qin asked, though he already knew the answer. "Because hiding it only makes it more valuable," Lin Mei said. "Once pocket world cultivation becomes common knowledge, once multiple sects are competing to develop it, the monopoly on the technique dissolves. And that means you're no longer a unique asset to be fought over. You're just another cultivator with a useful ability. That's a rationalization," Sect Master Lu Fang said coldly. "You're destabilizing the region's power balance for your own purposes." "No," Lin Mei corrected. "I'm accelerating a process that was inevitable. Pocket world cultivation is too powerful to remain secret. Eventually, someone would discover it. Now, I'm just controlling the terms of that discovery." She turned her attention back to Luo Qin. "Come with me. Join the Profound River sect formally. Contribute to our research. And most importantly, stop fighting what's happening to you. Stop pretending you can remain human while hosting a dimension. Accept the merger. Become what you're meant to become." For the first time since Lin Mei had appeared in his life, Luo Qin felt the full weight of her intention. She genuinely wanted him. Not as a tool, not as a research subject, but as a companion in the strange hybrid existence she inhabited. "I'm not leaving the Emerald Frost sect," Luo Qin said. Lin Mei's expression darkened. "Then we have a problem." Chapter 37 The Profound River sect's move became clear over the next days, unfolding with the precision of a carefully orchestrated political maneuver. First came the official complaints filed with the Regional Cultivator Council, formal documents written in archaic bureaucratic language, claiming that the Emerald Frost sect was illegally monopolizing pocket world research. They provided dense documentation of pocket world cultivation theories that they'd supposedly developed independently, complete with dated signatures and research notes that were carefully crafted forgeries. And most damaging of all, they submitted fabricated evidence that Luo Qin's pocket world was expanding beyond safe bounds and represented a potential ecological threat to the surrounding region, that the herbs he cultivated might spread into the wild and disrupt local flora with their unnatural growth rates. The evidence was fabricated, obviously, but it was crafted by experienced cultivators who understood bureaucratic thinking. It was convincing enough that the Regional Cultivator Council, composed of neutral elders from unaligned sects, began to take the matter very seriously. A special subcommittee was formed. Witnesses were summoned. They're going to mandate that you be studied by a neutral party. Elder Song Wei explained grimly in a private meeting 3 days after the formal complaints were filed. He looked older than usual, worn down by the political negotiations he'd been conducting behind the scenes. The council will probably require you to submit to examination by their appointed researchers, probably cultivators from the Azure Harmony Temple and possibly the Lotus Pavilion. They'll want to verify the pocket world's nature, assess whether you pose a genuine threat, and document its capabilities for the official record. Luo Chen sat in silence, understanding the implications. And if they believe you're a threat, Elder Song Wei continued, they'll move to contain me, Luo Chen finished. Restrict my movements, mandate that I remain within sect boundaries, possibly confiscate the pocket world itself, or eliminate you, Elder Song Wei said quietly. If they believe the risk is too great and no sect is willing to defend you strongly enough, the council has authority to execute dangerous cultivators who pose threats to regional stability. The words hung in the air between them like a blade. The political situation deteriorated rapidly over the following weeks. The Crimson Flame sect, seeing an unexpected opportunity to reclaim relevance after their defeat at the inter-sect competition, officially allied with the Profound River sect against the Emerald Frost sect. The Azure Harmony Temple, trying to maintain neutrality, sent an envoy to mediate, but made it clear they couldn't openly defend Luo Chen without risking their political position. And through it all, the Regional Cultivator Council grew more impatient for official action, more convinced that they needed to assert authority over this unpredictable new power. It was during one of these tense political discussions that Elder Song Wei proposed something radical. You need to advance again, he said during a private meeting. Beyond late core formation, where you currently stand. Move into the nascent soul stage, the next major breakthrough. Make yourself so obviously powerful that containing you becomes politically impossible. If you're too strong for any single sect to threaten, the council will have to negotiate with you as an equal instead of treating you as a problem. Nascent soul advancement in the middle of a political crisis. Luo Chen said skeptically, that's one of the most dangerous breakthroughs. It requires perfect stability and focused meditation. How would I even attempt it with the council breathing down our necks? Better than waiting to be captured, Elder Song Wei replied. His ancient eyes held a kind of determination that went beyond mere strategy. Once you achieve nascent soul stage, you'll have achieved what normally takes cultivators decades or centuries to accomplish in a matter of months. The council won't dare move against you. You'll be too valuable, too unpredictable, too dangerous to simply eliminate or contain. He wasn't wrong. Nascent soul cultivation represented a fundamental shift in power, the ability to project consciousness outside the body, to survive for extended periods without physical form, to manipulate qi at a level that foundation establishment and even core formation cultivators couldn't match. The advancement would take time, but Luo Chen had something most cultivators lacked: a pocket world with centuries of accumulated power, thousands of cultivated herbs radiating essence, spiritual soil charged with immortal qi. With the right preparation, the right rare supplements, the right meditative framework, and focused intention, a nascent soul breakthrough was theoretically possible in perhaps 3 to 6 months of intensive cultivation. He began preparing immediately. He requested access to the sect's rarest medicinal herbs. He acquired spiritual stones from merchants across the region, depleting a significant portion of his personal wealth. He asked for a private cultivation chamber, one of the deepest meditation rooms in the sect's tower, where environmental qi was naturally denser and disturbances fewer. The pocket world resonated with his intention. Every plant inside seemed to understand what was coming, responding with accelerated growth and heightened essence density. The cloud petal blossoms began to produce pollen that shimmered with power. The silver moon sage developed new properties. Even the ordinary medicinal herbs seemed to awaken, as if preparing for a great working. Luo Chen had no way of knowing what would come next, what challenges the breakthrough would bring, or whether he would emerge alive from the attempt. But he knew that failure was no longer an option. The council was closing in, and his only path forward was through impossible power. Chapter 38. The breakthrough chamber was constructed in the deepest part of the Emerald Frost sect's underground archives, a location so deeply sealed and warded with cultivation formations that even sect master Lu Feng had to request special access to enter. It had been built centuries ago as a refuge for cultivators attempting dangerous breakthroughs, and its walls still hummed with the residual power of thousands of previous advances. Luo Chen spent the last week of preparation in complete isolation within those ancient walls, drawing power from the pocket world with every breath, building his cultivation base methodically toward the threshold of transformation. His body sat in perfect meditation posture on a stone platform in the center of the chamber, still as statuary. Lin Shuang remained with him in a smaller alcove, maintaining his physical health despite his meditative state, ensuring he drank water and consumed small amounts of sustenance, preventing his mortal flesh from deteriorating during the long preparation. "Don't lose yourself in this," she whispered to him on the night before the breakthrough attempt, knowing he could hear her despite his seeming unconsciousness. "Whatever you become, whatever power you gain, whatever new form of existence you achieve, remember that you're still human. Remember that you care about things beyond the garden. Don't let the pocket world consume the gardener entirely." Luo Chun, still in deep meditation, managed to pull himself partially aware. He kissed her forehead. "I won't," he promised. "I'll find a way to be both. The cultivator and the gardener. The human and the pocket world." But even as he said it, he could already feel the pocket world's pressure, not threatening, but insistent. Its eagerness to accelerate the full merger into a unified entity. The dimensional space was ready for the next evolution, ready to move from partnership toward fuller integration. It was hungry for it, like a plant reaching for sunlight. The breakthrough itself was fundamentally different from his previous core formation advancement. Instead of a violent, explosive eruption of power that tore through barriers and declared itself to the world, it was a slow, subtle, agonizing transformation. Luo Chen's core formation cultivation base, the golden core he'd built during his fight at the inter-sect competition, shattered into countless fragments. But instead of being consumed or lost, those fragments transformed into something entirely new, a nascent soul, a distinct entity that occupied the metaphysical space between his physical body and his pocket world consciousness. It was a secondary consciousness, awareness without physical form, identity without material anchor. Consciousness itself made manifest as a spiritual entity. And the process hurt in ways Luo Chun had never anticipated. For 8 hours straight, an eternity compressed into torture, Luo Chun experienced the sensation of becoming multiple things simultaneously, each maintaining its own existence while occupying the same space. His physical body remained in the meditation chamber, breathing, inert. His cultivated soul, the nascent soul that had just formed, existed as a ghostly double, consciousness made tangible but not physical. And his pocket world consciousness, which had been growing and developing independently over the past weeks, maintained its own awareness and presence. All three entities tried to exist in parallel, and the pain of maintaining separate identities while their boundaries overlapped was nearly, almost unbearably, too much. Luo Chun wanted to surrender, to let them merge completely, to end the pain through fusion. But he remembered Lin Shuang's words. He remembered the texts that suggested the merged cultivators of ancient times had lost their humanity, their capacity for genuine emotional connection. He forced himself to maintain the separation, forced his nascent soul to exist as a distinct entity rather than dissolving completely into the pocket world. The pain was excruciating, but bearable, because the alternative, becoming something less than human, was unacceptable. When the breakthrough finally settled, hour by hour, the agony gradually fading into manageable discomfort, Luo Chun existed in three concurrent states of being. His physical body, fundamentally unchanged from the outside, but carrying within it the new complexity of harboring multiple consciousnesses. His nascent soul, a crystalline consciousness of pure awareness that could separate from his body and exist independently, could float through the air, could observe and think and feel without physical constraint. His pocket world, now with its own growing consciousness that was becoming increasingly independent, no longer entirely dependent on him for direction or growth. Three entities, One cultivator. One being existing as many. He opened his physical eyes slowly, carefully, to find the breakthrough chamber flooded with brilliant light. The walls themselves were glowing, resonating with the power of his advancement. Sect Master Lu Feng stood at the sealed entrance, having maintained her position there throughout the entire 8-hour breakthrough, bearing witness to his transformation. Her ancient face showed satisfaction, mixed with something that might have been concern. "You succeeded," she said, not sounding entirely surprised, but carrying a tone that suggested the magnitude of what had just occurred impressed even someone as experienced as herself. The breakthrough was gentle, controlled, stable. And yes, every cultivator within the region with perception refined enough to detect it is now aware that you've advanced to nascent soul. The profound river sect has already begun demanding emergency council action. Luo Chun stood slowly, carefully testing his new state of existence. His nascent soul responded easily to his will. He could feel it floating separate from his body, could almost see it in his mind's eye as a crystalline, shimmering double of himself. He commanded it to move away, and it obeyed, floating 3 feet above the meditation platform before he called it back. The pocket world's consciousness brushed against his mind like a familiar presence, like a friend greeting him after a long separation. "Then let them demand," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood he'd just crossed a threshold that changed everything. "Let them scream into the void about what they fear. I'm ready for whatever comes next." Chapter 39, The Regional Cultivator Council's response came exactly 2 days after Luo Chen's nascent soul breakthrough was detected across the entire region. In the form of an official summons requesting Luo Chen's immediate presence for comprehensive examination by a carefully selected panel of neutral cultivators drawn from unaligned sects and institutions. It wasn't a request that could be refused without triggering official consequences, investigations, restrictions, possibly declarations of noncompliance that could lead to forced actions. So Luo Chen agreed, understanding the political necessities even as the pocket world thrummed with defensive resistance to outside examination. He arrived at the council chambers in the neutral city of Watershed with Elder Song Wei, Sect Master Lu Feng, Lin Shuang, and an escort of Emerald Frost sect disciples at his side. A show of support and solidarity that would be noted by every observer and reported to every sect in the region. The examination took 8 hours of relentless testing. Neutral cultivators, drawn from institutions that had no stake in any faction's success or failure, tested every aspect of his power with precise methodical rigor. They tested his cultivation stability, checking whether his nascent soul would spontaneously merge with his body or separate uncontrollably. They tested his nascent soul's coherence, examining whether it maintained consciousness and will independent of his physical body. They tested the nature of his pocket world's consciousness, verifying whether it was merely a tool responding to his commands or a genuinely developing awareness. They examined him for forbidden cultivation techniques that violated regional treaties. They checked for signs of uncontrolled growth, catastrophic power leakage, or genuine threat to the region's ecological balance. They found nothing forbidden, nothing dangerous, nothing that violated any established rules. And they found the truth, that Luo Chen's pocket world was not just a weapon or a cultivation tool, but a genuine dimensional creation with its own nascent sentience, a being as much as a place, as alive as he was in its own unique way. The Regional Cultivator Council convened that evening, in emergency session, to make their official decision. The verdict was delivered by Council Master Ren, an elderly cultivator in the core formation stage who'd held the position for 30 years and had developed a reputation for fairness and careful analysis. The Emerald Frost sect has demonstrated, through multiple independent examinations and documented histories, that its cultivation of pocket world technology is proceeding in a controlled and safe manner. The detailed investigation into alleged regional ecological impact has revealed no genuine evidence of harm. The pocket world is expanding as expected for a dimensional space in its early development stages, but within predictable boundaries and with appropriate safeguards in place. Therefore, the Council declares this matter officially closed. The profound river sect's accusations are dismissed as unfounded and are not supported by any credible evidence. Furthermore, any continued harassment of Luo Chun or attempts to restrict his cultivation will be treated as violations of established regional protocols. It was a complete vindication, a public declaration of Luo Chun's legitimacy, a political victory that the Emerald Frost sect had desperately needed. But the aftermath was far more complicated than any victory typically was. The Profound River sect, unwilling to accept the council's decision, began to openly discuss military intervention, coordinating with the three minor sects they'd allied with, gathering forces, making speeches about the threat that Pocket Worlds supposedly represented. The Crimson Flame sect, which had been using the conflict as political leverage to gain advantages and concessions, suddenly found itself in a position where actual warfare might genuinely occur, a scenario that benefited no one, least of all sects involved in the conflict. And Sect Master Qin, who, slowly realizing that the situation was spiraling beyond his ability to control it through normal political channels, did something unexpected. He requested a private meeting with Luo Chun alone. They met in a neutral tea house in a neutral city, with both sect leaders' permission but without the presence of advisors, protectors, or observers. Just two cultivators sitting across from each other at a low table, steam rising from cups of delicate tea. "I've been studying the historical records," Qin Hu said, his voice low and thoughtful. "Specifically, the records of cultivators who've merged with Pocket Worlds. In every documented case throughout history, without exception, within 10 to 15 years, the cultivator stopped being what we would recognize as a cultivator and started becoming something else entirely. An entity made of dimensionality and Pocket World essence. A being that existed beyond normal cultivation stages, that didn't fit into our traditional power hierarchies." Luo Chun listened, understanding that this was important context for whatever was coming next. "I know," Luo Chun said. "I've studied the same texts. I know that's my likely future if I continue down this path." "And you're not trying to prevent that? Not fighting against your own transformation?" "I'm trying to navigate it carefully," Luo Chun replied. "Trying to maintain my connection to my humanity while accessing the power the Pocket World offers. Trying to remain partially human, partially cultivator, partially garden. Three things at once, rather than being consumed by one." He paused. "It might fail. I might lose myself eventually. But it's better than the alternatives, which are either refusing to use the Pocket World's power and remaining weak, or surrendering completely and becoming something that merely wears my face." Qin Hu nodded slowly, clearly absorbing the significance of Luo Chun's position. "The Crimson Flame sect would like to propose a permanent alliance," Qin Hu said finally. "Not as a subordinate relationship or a master-servant arrangement, but as equals, two powers cooperating for mutual benefit. We would trade knowledge openly, exchange resources, provide political support during conflicts. In return, the Crimson Flame sect would have priority access to any innovations you develop related to Pocket World cultivation, first rights to any new herb varieties, collaborative research opportunities." It was an unexpected move from someone who'd been his rival since the beginning. But it made political sense, by aligning with Luo Chun directly rather than trying to steal from or dominate him. The Crimson Flame sect would be insulating itself from the coming conflict while also positioning itself to benefit enormously from Pocket World development going forward. "I'll discuss it with Elder Song Wei and Sect Master Lu Feng," Luo Chun said. "It deserves careful consideration." "That's all I ask," Qin Hu replied, standing to leave. "Take the time you need. The offer won't expire." Chapter 40. The attack came on a night when neither guards nor defensive barriers were fully prepared for the magnitude of the assault. The Profound River sect, allied with three minor sects that had been promised shares in Pocket World research and cultivation techniques, launched a coordinated military assault on the Emerald Frost sect's main compound. Over 200 cultivators came in coordinated teams, approaching from multiple directions with the goals simple and direct: take Luo Chun by force, capture him or kill him, secure the Pocket World clay pot, and leave before reinforcements could arrive. They wanted to do it before the regional council could formally grant him protected status. What they didn't anticipate was that the Pocket World itself had been preparing for this. For months, ever since Luo Chun and the Pocket World's consciousness had begun truly collaborating, the dimensional space had been developing sophisticated defensive capabilities. The strange purple flowers that Luo Chun had discovered in his early explorations had multiplied and evolved beyond their original form, developing the ability to release defensive spores and create barriers. The diverse herbs that inhabited the pocket world had learned through careful tending to work in perfect coordination, communicating through root systems and subtle vibrations in the soil. And most importantly, the pocket world's consciousness had grown into something genuinely independent, protective, and fiercely defensive of its gardener. When the first assault team breached the Emerald Frost sect's outer defenses around midnight, they encountered something impossible, something that violated every established principle of cultivation combat. Plants that moved with predatory intent, vines responding to command with the speed of whips made of steel, thorn vines that erupted from the earth and wrapped around cultivators with crushing force, drawing blood and disrupting their chi flow. Flowers that released clouds of spores that disrupted cultivation bases, made meditation impossible, and left cultivators choking and gasping. The pocket world's defensive capabilities manifested directly in the physical realm, channeled through Luo Chen's connection to the dimensional space with devastating precision. And Luo Chen, channeling his nascent soul cultivation perfectly in sync with the pocket world's consciousness, fought with a grace and fluidity that went beyond normal combat technique. He moved like wind through a garden, like water finding paths through stone. His strikes were precise and devastating, each movement minimizing waste while maximizing effectiveness. His opponents fell around him like wheat before a scythe. Lin Shuang fought at his side, her swordsmanship enhanced by cultivation techniques that Luo Chun had personally taught her, strikes that incorporated plant growth and environmental manipulation. Together, they became a perfect team, neither fully separate from the other, fighting as though they shared a single consciousness. The profound river sect cultivators who faced them fell rapidly, overwhelmed by the combination of skill, power, and the pocket world's aggressive support. The battle lasted 3 hours, an eternity compressed into moments. By the time the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of gold and red, the profound river sect's assault teams had been entirely routed. 17 cultivators lay dead in the Emerald Frost sect's courtyard, their bodies already being absorbed by the earth as the pocket world's consciousness transformed even death into new growth. Another 30 were captured, bound by vines that held them securely. And the message had been delivered with crystalline clarity. Attacking the Emerald Frost sect, attacking Luo Chun, was not merely inadvisable. It was suicidal. As dawn broke fully over the ruined courtyard, Luo Chun stood among the destruction and debris, his physical body covered in the blood of enemies, his nascent soul hovering semi-visible above his body like a ghostly double. His consciousness split beautifully between two forms, the mortal and the spiritual, and he felt the pocket world's satisfaction flowing through both. They had protected their garden, not merely defended it, but protected it so thoroughly that no sect would dare repeat the attempt. They had survived the threat and transformed it into a demonstration of power. And more importantly, they had proven something fundamental to the cultivation community. That pocket world cultivation wasn't just an alternative path, wasn't merely a defensive specialization. It was a genuine advancement in cultivation methodology that could match or exceed traditional approaches. A cultivator merged with a conscious pocket world, working in perfect synchronization, was more powerful than any single cultivator of equivalent stage. When the chaos finally settled and emergency teams were moving through the courtyard treating wounded Emerald Frost disciples and securing captured profound river cultivators, Elder Song Wei approached him carefully, moving slowly through the debris field where vines still writhed lazily and flowers still released gentle spores into the morning air. "That was extraordinarily well done," the old cultivator said quietly, his voice carrying both approval and something that might have been awe. "And now the region understands what you truly are. Not a threat to be contained or eliminated, but not a cultivator they can afford to make an enemy of either. You've proven your worth, Luo Chen. Now the politics become different." Luo Chen looked at the destruction around him, at the scorched earth where flames had burned, at the vines still slowly retracting into the soil, at the flowers slowly closing their petals. Then he looked at Lin Shuang, who stood watching from the courtyard's edge with her sword still in hand, her expression equal parts love and admiration, and something like fear at what she'd just seen him become. The pocket world sang in his mind, not just with victory and satisfaction, but with anticipation and hunger for the future. The battles with the sects were ending. The real work was just beginning. Chapter 41. The Pale Thief's Gambit. The morning Luo Chun discovered the theft, the Emerald Frost sect vault lay open like a wound. He'd been tending the luminous jade garden in his pocket world, a new cultivation zone that had manifested after his nascent soul breakthrough, when Elder Song Wei sent an urgent mental pulse across their connection. The sensation was sharp, demanding, immediate. The garden had been flourishing in ways that exceeded even his optimistic projections. The moonstone lilies were producing blooms at twice the expected rate, their crystalline structures forming more rapidly than the cultivated specimens could normally achieve. And the newer varieties, the ones he'd begun experimenting with after understanding the seed vault's ancient knowledge, were showing signs of sentient growth patterns. They seemed to respond not just to cultivation energy, but to intention, to the specific purpose he channeled toward them. Luo Chun severed his focus from the garden and found his physical body standing in the vault chamber within seconds. Sect Master Lu Fong was already there, her face carved from stone, her cultivation pressure crushing against the space like a physical weight. When Luo Chun asked, 3 hours ago, the wardstones went dark simultaneously across the entire northern vault. Someone cut them together, no triggering of individual alarms. Professional work. Lu Fong's voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed the fury beneath. 23 legendary grade herbs. Gone. And a note. She held up a piece of silk paper, written in neat characters. Asterisk Luo Chun, I have taken what is precious to you. Now you understand the game. Trade the location of your pocket world, and I will return what was stolen unharmed. Refuse, and I will burn them one by one in front of the people you love. You have 7 days. Asterisk. Han Lai, the name struck like a hammer blow. Luo Chun read the message 3 times, his mind refusing to process it fully. The Pale Thief. The legendary cultivator who had haunted the fringes of his awareness for months. The obsessed hunter who had stolen from the sect vault before, leaving this exact same name behind. But this was different. This was personal. This was a threat that wasn't vague or distant. This was a demand made with teeth. How did he breach the vault? Luo Chun's voice sounded foreign to his own ears. Cold. Precise. The strategic part of his mind already calculating responses while his heart hammered against his ribs. Through the eastern wall. He didn't use the doors. He created a temporary passageway through solid stone. Folded space, perhaps. The technique left no scars on the stone itself. Lu Fong's cultivation sense extended across the vault walls as she spoke. He's ancient, Luo Chun. Old enough to have mastered methods that are 3 generations ahead of our current sect techniques. Elder Song Wei entered the vault, his expression grave. The herbs he stole were carefully selected. Not random. Every one of them was in the legendary grade classification, but he avoided the 3 divine grade specimens stored in the deeper vaults. Either he didn't know about them, or he wanted to send a specific message. Luo Chun finished quietly. Powerful enough to matter. Careful enough to prove he can get anything he wants. A demonstration of control. The pocket world stirred within his consciousness, agitated like wind through a garden. His nascent soul could feel its distress. The pocket world didn't understand theft, didn't understand the violation of a sanctuary's boundaries. It wanted to expand those boundaries, strengthen them, make them impenetrable. Luo Chun closed his eyes and let his consciousness drift toward the pocket world's edge. He could feel the life within it, billions of microorganisms in the soil, the crystalline growth of his cultivated herbs, the new defensive formations that had manifested after the breakthrough. All of it pulsing with his own cultivated essence. And he realized something that made his hands clench. Han Lai knew about the pocket world, knew enough to demand its location as ransom, which meant he didn't have it yet, but he was willing to kill for it. He wants the world, Luo Chun said. Not the herbs. The herbs are leverage. He wants access to the pocket world itself. Lu Fong and Song Wei exchanged glances. That confirms our suspicion, Song Wei said carefully. We've received intelligence in the past month. Han Lai is searching for something specific. A lost lover, supposedly trapped in a sealed pocket dimension centuries ago. He's been following rumors of pocket worlds across the entire northern region. Luo Qin's breathing steadied. This wasn't random violence. This wasn't pure evil. This was desperation wearing the face of a legendary cultivator. It didn't matter. Desperation could destroy as thoroughly as malice. I won't give him the location, Luo Qin said. We assume not, Lu Fang replied. But understand what that choice means. Han Lai doesn't bluff. If you refuse, he will follow through on his threat. He will kill someone you care about, in front of you. To make his point clear, he has time on his side, a cultivator that old has learned patience. He will make you suffer the loss, then make his demand again. The image formed in Luo Qin's mind before he could stop it. Zhang Tao's broken body. Lin Shuang screams. Song Wei gasping as ancient power crushed through his defenses. His nascent soul flickered like a candle in wind, threatening to destabilize. Which is why we have 7 days to make our own move, Song Wei said, his voice carrying the weight of experience. 7 days to determine what he truly wants and what he's truly capable of. 7 days to strengthen your pocket world's defenses beyond his ability to penetrate them. Luo Qin opened his eyes. And if that's not enough, then we fight, Lu Fang said simply. The Emerald Frost sect does not negotiate with thieves, and we do not abandon our disciples. But Luo Qin could see the calculation behind her words. She was saying what needed to be said for morale, for authority, for the sect's reputation. But her eyes betrayed deeper concerns. Han Lai had stolen from the vault of a Foundation establishment sect master with cultivation practices stretching back 5 generations. He had done it without triggering a single alarm, without leaving evidence of his method, without showing even the slightest sign of strain. That wasn't the capability of someone at the core formation level. That was the capability of someone who had evolved beyond the standard cultivation ranks entirely. But Luo Qin could see the calculation in her eyes. Han Lai was ancient. Ancient enough that direct combat might be impossible for Lu Fang herself. Ancient enough that the sect's combined strength might be insufficient. They needed Luo Qin to become something more. He turned and walked deeper into the vault, toward the chamber where his most precious herbs were stored. He needed to feel them, reassure himself that they remained. He needed to cultivate, to strengthen his pocket world's connections, to understand what defenses he could build against a cultivator who could fold space itself. And somewhere in the depths of the pocket world, he felt a sudden clarity. The garden wanted to grow. The world wanted to expand. And if threatened with loss, it would become something far more dangerous than a sanctuary. It would become a fortress. Chapter 42. The Jade Harmony Tournament. The announcement came 5 days later, delivered by a royal messenger who arrived at the Emerald Frost sect gates with ceremony and announcement bells. The Jade Harmony Tournament. A kingdom-level competition held once every decade. Open to all cultivators under Foundation establishment, plus 1 rank. Prize: 1 divine-grade herb, harvested from the Royal Botanical Reserves. A longevity root capable of extending a cultivator's lifespan 50 years or boosting their cultivation by 2 sub-ranks. The messenger's eyes found Luo Qin the moment he entered the courtyard. We hope the young cultivator will honor us with participation, the messenger said, bowing precisely. Your reputation precedes you. The kingdom would very much like to observe your abilities in formal competition. Luo Qin glanced toward Lin Shuang, who stood beneath the courtyard's ancient stone arch. Her expression was carefully neutral, but he could read the calculation behind her eyes. How did they know about me? Luo Qin asked. The Pale Thief incident reached the capital 3 days ago, the messenger replied. A legendary cultivator stealing from a sect vault, leaving demands. These things travel on cultivator networks faster than wind. The royal court considers it their obligation to offer opportunities for promising talents to prove themselves. Political theater. Luo Qin understood immediately. The kingdom wanted to assess him, to measure whether he was a strategic asset or a dangerous liability. And they were offering the tournament as cover for that assessment. A public stage where his true power could be evaluated without the appearance of suspicion. Sect Master Lu Fang, standing at the courtyard's center, nodded slowly. You should enter, she said. The prize alone would be invaluable. But more importantly, a public tournament would shift the political calculus around you. If you perform well in full view of kingdom officials and regional sect leaders, Han Lai's threats become significantly less effective. Public scrutiny constrains private violence. Luo Chen considered this. The pocket world's consciousness pressed against his awareness, showing him images of the divine grade herb, a root that glowed with golden light, its power clearly exceptional even at a distance. If he could obtain it, cultivated alongside his other specimens, the advancement in his pocket world's overall power would be significant. But tournaments meant combat. Combat meant exposure of his techniques, his capabilities, his weaknesses. When is it held? Luo Chen asked. 40 days, the messenger said. In the capital, in the grand arena. Preliminary rounds will eliminate the weakest competitors. Semifinals and finals will be conducted over 5 days, observed by the royal family, the 5 primary regional sects, and the merchant guilds of the kingdom. 40 days. He had time to prepare, time to train, to strengthen his pocket world's connections, to develop new combat applications of his pocket world consciousness. The strategic implications were becoming clearer. A tournament victory would accomplish multiple things simultaneously. It would establish him as a genuine power in the region, not just in terms of cultivation rank, but in terms of demonstrated capability under public scrutiny. It would position him favorably in the eyes of the kingdom's political power structure. And it would, perhaps most importantly, demonstrate to Han Lai that eliminating him through force would carry consequences far beyond what the Pale Thief had anticipated. A legendary cultivator could certainly kill most cultivators. But a legendary cultivator who had to account for kingdom military intervention, regional sect alliances, and public outcry from thousands of spectators. That was a different calculation entirely. I'll enter, Luo Chen said. The decision came easily. Too easily, perhaps. But his nascent soul could already feel the rhythm of what needed to happen. The tournament wasn't a distraction from Han Lai's threat. It was a tool to address it. By the time the tournament concluded, he would either be strong enough to challenge the Pale Thief directly, or he would be dead. There was no middle ground with someone that ancient. That evening, as Luo Chen walked the sect gardens toward his private cultivation chamber, he felt the pocket world shift. The defensive formations that had manifested instinctively after the theft began to reorganize themselves, becoming more sophisticated. The world's own consciousness was preparing for threat, hardening itself, creating layers of protection. He placed his hand against a cultivated moonstone lily, one of his earliest, most successful herbs, and channeled his essence into it. The flower responded immediately, its petals opening to release pulses of soft luminescence. The pocket world sang with that light, and Luo Chen understood. Training for the tournament wasn't just about combat skills. It was about deepening his connection to the pocket world's consciousness, making it so thoroughly his own that no external force could ever pry it away. Han Lai wanted the pocket world, but by the time the Pale Thief found the strength to take it, Luo Chen intended to be inseparable from it. Chapter 43. The ruthless teacher Yao Xian arrived at the sect without invitation, walking through the front gates with the casual confidence of someone who had never encountered a door that would keep him out. He was dressed in traveling clothes, his face bearing fresh scars from recent combat, his cultivation aura so violent that nearby disciples instinctively stepped aside. The 2 guards stationed at the gates actually backed away from his approach, their hands moving away from their cultivation weapons. They recognized something in him that suggested resistance would be futile. When he saw Luo Chen in the training courtyard, his expression shifted into something approximating a smile, though it was a smile that had more in common with a predator's bared teeth than with genuine warmth. I heard you're entering the Jade Harmony tournament, Yao Xian said without preamble. That's either the most intelligent decision you could make, or the most catastrophically stupid. Given that you're still alive, I'm guessing it's the former. But you'll need real training, not whatever the sect is providing. The tournament isn't designed for cultivators who play by the rules. It's designed for cultivators who understand that rules are negotiations, and negotiations are just another form of combat. The sect has excellent instructors, Luo Chen replied carefully. The sect has capable instructors. There's a difference. Yao Xian moved closer, his presence filling the training ground like an invading pressure. I'm the difference. I've fought in 17 major regional tournaments. Won 6. Survived battles that would have killed anyone you've trained against. And I'm willing to teach you, on the condition that you're willing to learn things the sect would rather you didn't know. Luo Chun had seen Yao Xian's brutal pragmatism in previous months. The man had no allegiance to righteousness or sect philosophy. He pursued strength with singular focus, unconcerned by the methods required. And yet, he kept his word. He had honored his agreement to the Emerald Frost sect, and his predictions about both the sect dynamics and external threats had proven accurate. "What would you teach me?" Luo Chen asked. "How to fight like you're already dead," Yao Xian said flatly. "How to see an opponent's weakness before they know they have it. How to cultivate your nascent soul not for spiritual advancement, but for tactical advantage. How to make someone stronger than you make a critical mistake in the first 30 seconds of combat, so the next 40 minutes don't matter." It was a crude summary, but it was honest. Yao Xian didn't hide his philosophy. He lived it openly. "I'll train with you," Luo Chen said. And that was how his days began splitting into 3 separate realities. During the daylight hours, he attended the sect's formal cultivation classes. He participated in the standard training exercises. He spoke respectfully to the sect masters and maintained the appearance of a dedicated disciple advancing through proper channels. But evenings and early mornings, he trained with Yao Xian in a secluded canyon outside the sect grounds. The first lesson involved Yao Xian simply striking at him without warning, a casual punch that should have been easily deflectable. Luo Chen tried to dodge. Yao Xian's fist followed the movement like it was connected by an invisible thread, like his arm had an understanding of trajectory that transcended normal physics. It struck his ribs with brutal precision. Luo Chen's body flew backward, the impact expelling all the air from his lungs in a violent gasp. He crashed against the canyon wall, leaving cracks in the stone where his body impacted. For a full minute, he couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything except experience the absolute agony of bruised ribs and damaged cultivation channels. "Your instinct was good," Yao Xian said, not unkindly, stepping closer with that unsettling predatory grace. "But your foundation isn't strong enough to move that fast. You can't use speed to solve a problem your body isn't trained to handle. Speed is a function of preparation. You need to spend time not in meditation, but in direct physical conditioning. Your cultivation should be flowing through muscles and bones, not just through essence pathways." He extended a hand and helped Luo Chen to his feet. The gesture was almost gentle, contrasting sharply with the violence that had preceded it. Lesson after lesson followed the same pattern. Yao Xian would attack. Luo Chen would fail to respond adequately. The older cultivator would explain, in clinical detail, exactly why the failure had occurred. But as the days accumulated, Luo Chen's understanding shifted. Yao Xian wasn't teaching combat styles. He was teaching combat philosophy. He was teaching Luo Chen to see himself as a cultivator without weakness, only opportunities waiting to be found. "Your nascent soul is your greatest advantage," Yao Xian explained during one training session, watching as Luo Chen separated his nascent soul from his body and attempted to coordinate their movements. Most cultivators have a single perspective. They see combat from the center of their body. But you can see from 2 places simultaneously. That's not just an advantage in perception. That's a complete shift in how you can approach tactical problems. Over the course of 30 days, Yao Xian also taught Luo Chen how sect politics worked on a practical level, how alliances shifted based on martial achievement, how tournament victories elevated a cultivator's standing beyond their raw cultivation rank, how a single impressive showing could redirect the attention of forces that had been planning to eliminate him. "The profound river sect has been preparing to attack you," Yao Xian said, teaching this lesson over a shared evening meal. "But a strong enough tournament performance forces them to recalculate the cost-benefit of direct confrontation. They might still move against you, but they'll do it through proxies rather than openly. That buys you time. And in cultivation, time is the most valuable currency." When Luo Chen attempted to express gratitude, Yao Xian waved it away dismissively. "Don't thank me until you win the tournament," he said. "Until then, you're still just a prospect. And prospects die all the time." But Luo Chen saw something shift in Yao Xian's eyes when he said it. A flickering of something that might have been respect, or perhaps recognition. The older cultivator had been where Luo Chen was. Young, powerful, advancing faster than seemed natural, attracting the attention of forces far older and more dangerous. The difference was that Luo Chen had the pocket world. He had something unique, something that forced the entire cultivation world to approach him with caution. On the final night before his departure for the capital, Luo Chun found Yao Xian standing at the canyon's edge, looking out over the distant mountains. "Thank you," Luo Chun said quietly. Yao Xian didn't turn. "You're fast enough now. Not fast enough to guarantee victory, but fast enough that your opponents will have to treat you as a genuine threat from the beginning. That changes how they approach the fight. They'll be afraid. Use that." "I will," Luo Chun promised. "And Chun." Yao Xian finally turned to face him. "If the Pale Thief comes for you during the tournament, don't try to be honorable. Don't try to be righteous. Just survive. A dead martyr is useless to everyone. Get back to your pocket world, get back to your garden, and prepare for the real war that's coming. The tournament is just the opening move." Luo Chun nodded. He understood. The tournament was a stage for power to be displayed and measured. But the true conflict, the battle that would define the next decade of his life, would be fought in the spaces between tournaments, in the political and military maneuvering of forces that predated him by centuries. Chapter 44. The noble's proposal. Lady Mei Ling arrived 3 days before the tournament, her personal guard small but immaculately trained. She sought him in the sect's meditation gardens, finding him alone beside a reflecting pool where he was cultivating his nascent soul's ability to refract light. "You've become quite the subject of conversation," Lady Mei Ling said, settling beside him on a stone bench. "The kingdom's botanical advisors have been studying what we know of your techniques. They're deeply curious about your pocket world's productivity." Luo Chun turned his focus back into his body, reintegrating his nascent soul. He studied the lady carefully. She wore formal dress for a noble house, deep blues and silvers, the colors of her family line. But her posture was relaxed, her expression genuinely interested rather than calculating. "If the kingdom wanted information about my pocket world, they could simply demand it," Luo Chun said carefully. "They could, but that would be crude." Mei Ling smiled slightly. "My house prefers subtlety, which is why I'm here with a proposal rather than a demand. The kingdom's healing core is understaffed and poorly supplied. We have the financial resources to support a steady cultivation operation, but we lack the expertise to manage one at the scale required. Your pocket world produces specimens at a rate that would normally require 10 experienced cultivators. You want exclusive access to my harvests," Luo Chun said. "We want a partnership," Mei Ling corrected gently. "We would provide financial support for your continued cultivation. In exchange, we would receive priority access to specific herb batches at negotiated prices. The arrangement would be formalized through contract, with protections for both parties. And, critically, it would place you under royal patronage, which means those who move against you would be moving against the kingdom itself." Luo Chun understood the calculation immediately. Royal patronage was valuable not because of affection or genuine protection, but because it shifted the cost-benefit calculation of attacking him. Direct assault would become an act of treason, or at minimum, an action that would require complex political justification. But it would also make him dependent on the kingdom's continued goodwill. And kingdoms change their priorities as quickly as they change their rulers. "What happens if the kingdom decides my pocket world isn't worth the trouble?" Luo Chun asked. "What happens if a more powerful force offers them something better?" "Then you would be released from the contract with full compensation," Mei Ling said. "My house doesn't form partnerships we intend to break. We're not the kingdom itself. We're nobility within the kingdom. Our power comes from maintaining relationships that have proven valuable over generations. If we betrayed you, every cultivator in the northern region would know it. Our subsequent partnerships would become impossible." It was a reasonable argument. Not perfect, but practical. "I'll need time to consider it," Luo Chun said. "Of course. But consider quickly. I'll need an answer before you depart for the tournament." Mei Ling stood, preparing to leave. "Also, I thought you should know. The Profound River sect has been making inquiries about you. Discreet inquiries, but inquiries nonetheless. They're trying to determine whether they can contract with mercenary cultivators to eliminate you during the tournament without the kingdom holding them responsible." "And can they?" Luo Chun asked. "Not easily. The kingdom takes tournament security seriously. It's their signature political event. But the attempt itself is significant. It suggests they're becoming desperate enough to consider direct action despite the obvious consequences. That indicates they see you as a threat worth the risk." After she left, Luo Chun walked deeper into the sect's gardens, toward the chamber where his pocket world manifested most strongly. He needed to feel the consciousness that existed there, to understand its perspective on the question of royal patronage. The pocket world's response was complex. It didn't embrace the concept of external alliance, but it understood hierarchy, understood that some external forces were less immediately threatening than others. And it understood that growing larger, producing more, reaching beyond the sect's boundaries, all of that required a level of security that the Emerald Frost sect alone could no longer guarantee. By the time Luo Chun returned to the sect's main grounds, he had made his decision. He found Mei Ling preparing her evening tea in the guest quarters the sect provided. "I accept," he said without preamble, "but with amendments. I maintain complete autonomy over what herbs are produced and their quantity. The kingdom receives priority access at negotiated prices, but I retain the right to distribute to others if the kingdom's requests can be met within my production capacity. And if the kingdom ever takes direct action against the Emerald Frost sect, the contract terminates immediately with no obligation on my part." Mei Ling's expression shifted into genuine pleasure. "Those are reasonable terms. Better than reasonable, they demonstrate you understand how these negotiations work. I'll have the contract drawn up tonight. We can formalize it before you depart." "Why are you doing this?" Luo Chen asked. "The kingdom could simply wait for me to become stronger, then approach me from a position of superior force. Because that would give you reason to develop hostile feelings toward the kingdom," Mei Ling said simply. "Force creates resentment, but a mutually beneficial arrangement creates loyalty, or at minimum, alignment of interests. And I suspect your pocket world will eventually become powerful enough to require considerable external coordination. Better to have that person be someone you've already established positive rapport with." She was right, of course. Mei Ling was thinking in terms of decades, of long-term political positioning. She was placing a bet that Luo Chun would become someone important, and she was establishing positive relations now to ensure his subsequent actions aligned with her house's interests. It was calculated, but honest, and Luo Chun found himself respecting that approach more than he would have respected pure force. Chapter 45. The Seed Vault. 5 days before the tournament, Luo Chen's pocket world did something unprecedented. It opened a chamber he had never seen before. He was meditating in his cultivation room, his nascent soul partially separated from his body, when the pocket world's consciousness suddenly pulled his attention elsewhere. Not aggressively, but insistently, like a child tugging at his sleeve to show him something important. His nascent soul glided through the pocket world's internal spaces, moving deeper than his normal cultivation ranges extended. The pocket world's consciousness guided him past the luminous jade garden, past the newer biome zones that had begun manifesting on their own, toward a section of the world that remained heavily obscured. Ancient stone emerged from beneath layers of soil that seemed far older than the pocket world's current age. A carved archway, covered in characters that predated any modern cultivation sect's established writing system. A door. Luo Chen's nascent soul manifested at the archway's entrance, and the pocket world's consciousness pulsed with something that might have been excitement. The door opened. Inside was a vault unlike anything Luo Chun had ever encountered. Crystal shelves lined every wall, and on those shelves rested seeds. Thousands of them, each one glowing with cultivation potential so intense that even from a distance, Luo Chen's senses were overwhelmed. Divine-grade seeds, possibly immortal ascension-grade seeds. Seeds for herbs he didn't even have names for. Beside the seeds lay ancient texts, cultivation manuals written in that same pre-modern script. Diagrams of pocket worlds shown at various stages of development. Records of growth patterns, cultivation techniques, harvesting methodologies. Luo Chen's nascent soul drifted deeper into the vault, understanding beginning to crystallize in his mind. The pocket world was not something that had been created recently and then left dormant. It was something that had been tended by a master cultivator, someone of immortal ascension rank or possibly higher, for centuries. And then, something had happened. Some catastrophic event that had forced that cultivator to seal the world away, leaving behind seeds and knowledge for whoever might eventually discover it. He pulled his consciousness back to his physical body and opened his eyes. The implications were staggering. He didn't just have a pocket world. He had access to the accumulated knowledge of an ancient master. He had divine-grade and possibly immortal ascension-grade cultivation resources. He had a botanical library that predated modern cultivation sects by centuries. He needed to understand the knowledge contained in that vault before the tournament. Needed to integrate it into his cultivation approach, to recognize whether the ancient master's techniques might provide advantages that modern cultivation methods had lost. Luo Chen didn't sleep that night. He spent the entire evening in meditation, his nascent soul poring over the texts in the seed vault, absorbing information as quickly as his consciousness could process it. The ancient cultivation method was radically different from modern approaches. Where modern cultivation focused on the cultivator's personal strength, the ancient method focused on the cultivator's relationship with their environment. The pocket world wasn't meant to be a tool the cultivator used. It was meant to be a partner, a symbiotic relationship between cultivator and world, each strengthening the other in a cycle of mutual advancement. And most critically, the ancient texts contained specific instructions for what was called accelerated germination. Techniques for taking a seed and forcing it to mature in a fraction of the normal time frame, channeling the cultivator's own essence into the growth cycle to create conditions of perfect development. It was dangerous. The texts warned explicitly about the risks. A failed accelerated germination could corrupt the herb's growth, creating a specimen that was powerful but unstable, dangerous to handle. But it was possible. And if Luo Chen could succeed in performing accelerated germination on a divine-grade seed before the tournament, the resulting herb would give him a genuine power advantage over his competitors. By the time dawn broke, Luo Chen had made his decision. He had 20 days before the tournament. More than enough time to select an appropriate divine-grade seed, to cultivate it using the ancient methods, and to reach a breakthrough if circumstances aligned properly. The seed vault had given him something invaluable, not just resources, but knowledge of his pocket world's true purpose. And now he intended to honor that purpose by becoming exactly the kind of cultivator the ancient master had intended to create. Chapter 46. The starlight root. The seed Luo Chen selected was small enough to rest in the palm of his hand, but its potential was immense. According to the ancient texts, the starlight root was a specimen that bloomed once every 1,000 years under natural conditions. It could extend a cultivator's lifespan by 50 years or boost their cultivation rank by 2 substages, making it functionally identical to the prize offered by the Jade Harmony tournament, but deeper, more refined, cultivated by a master rather than produced by mere royal horticulturalists. The ancient texts contained detailed case studies of cultivators who had used starlight roots to bridge critical gaps in their cultivation. One account described a core formation cultivator who had used the root to extend her lifespan 30 years, giving her time to gather the resources and understanding necessary to reach nascent soul. Without the herb, the records indicated, she would have died from cultivation exhaustion before reaching that breakthrough. The accelerated germination process required total dedication. Luo Chen had to create perfect conditions within a specially prepared chamber of the pocket world. Optimal temperature maintained at exactly 43.5 degrees. Optimal humidity calibrated to 73%. Constant supply of specific mineral compounds, moonstone powder, essence-saturated water, and crystalline essence fragments harvested from the pocket world's own growing structure. And crucially, a steady stream of his own cultivated essence, channeled directly into the seed's growth cycle. He couldn't delegate this. He couldn't perform it in shifts. The ancient texts made clear that any interruption in the essential flow could catastrophically corrupt the specimen. They described instances where accelerated germination had been interrupted even briefly, resulting in herbs that were powerful but fundamentally broken, dangerous to use, unpredictable in their effects, capable of backfiring and destroying a cultivator's essence network from within. For 7 days, Luo Chen lived in a state of barely conscious cultivation. His physical body occupied a stone chamber deep in the pocket world, positioned at the center of a geometric cultivation array he'd carved from the chamber floor himself. His nascent soul remained partially separated, hovering above the starlight root, creating a channel through which his essence could flow continuously into the seed. And his pocket world consciousness, that third aspect of himself, focused entirely on maintaining the environmental conditions around the germination chamber. adjusting humidity by shifting the flow of underground water, regulating temperature by controlling subtle shifts in the pocket world's internal magnetic energy, ensuring that the soil surrounding the seed had exactly the right mineral balance. Three aspects of a single cultivator, working in perfect synchronization. The seed began to change within the first 24 hours. Its outer shell, which had been dull gray, started to glow with the faintest hint of starlight. Crystalline patterns emerged on its surface, tracing pathways that looked almost like constellations. By the second day, the seed had cracked open, and a root began to emerge. The root was glowing, luminescent, crystalline structures forming along its length as it grew. The growth was visible, not the slow progression of normal plant development, but accelerated, visible minute by minute. But the process was also exhausting. Luo Chun could feel his essence being drawn down like water draining from a reservoir. Every pulse of energy he sent toward the starlight root represented a corresponding drain on his own cultivation resources. If he miscalculated, if he pushed beyond his actual capacity, the accelerated germination could fail catastrophically, and it would take him months to recover from the damage. On the fourth day, Yao Xian found him in that meditative state. The older cultivator placed a hand on Luo Chen's shoulder, breaking through the cultivation trance carefully. "You're going to kill yourself," Yao Xian said flatly. "Your essence reserves are depleting. If you continue for another 3 days, you'll trigger a cultivation deviation." "I have to," Luo Chun replied, his voice hoarse from days of disuse. "The tournament requires maximum power. This is the only way." "The tournament requires you to be alive," Yao Xian corrected. "Dead cultivators don't win tournaments. They get memorials." But even as he said it, Yao Xian's expression showed calculation. The older cultivator was assessing whether Luo Chen's gambit could actually succeed, whether the risk was worth the potential reward. "How much longer?" Yao Xian asked. 3 more days, Luo Chen said. "The root should fully mature on the 7th day of germination. If I maintain the essence flow that long, the starlight root will be complete. Dormant, but stable. I can rest afterward." 3 days is survivable, Yao Xian said. "But barely. I'm going to remain here. If you start to slip toward deviation, I'll stop the germination process myself, regardless of what you say." "Understood." Luo Chun nodded gratefully, then re-centered his meditation, pulling his consciousness back into the delicate balance between his 3 aspects of self. The remaining days passed in a strange state of heightened awareness and exhaustion. Luo Chun could feel every moment as it passed, could feel the starlight root growing, its crystalline structure becoming more complex, its internal energy becoming more refined. By day 6, the root had fully matured. It was approximately the length of his forearm, pure white with veins of luminescent starlight running through it. When he examined it with his cultivated senses, he could perceive the power contained within it, enough to boost a cultivator by 2 sub-ranks, or extend their lifespan by 50 years. It was stable, complete, but the final day remained. The ancient texts had been clear that the process wasn't truly complete until day 7 had passed, until the newly germinated herb had experienced the full cycle of accelerated growth. On the 7th morning, Luo Chen finally released the flow of his essence. The chamber went quiet. The cultivation array's lights faded, and the starlight root, now complete and dormant, lay resting in its bed of perfect soil. Luo Chen's physical body gasped as the strain released. His nascent soul reintegrated fully, and for a moment, he experienced intense disorientation as his consciousness reassembled itself from 3 separate perspectives back into a unified awareness. He opened his eyes to find Yao Xian watching him with an expression of grim satisfaction. "You're either going to win that tournament," Yao Xian said, "or you're going to collapse on the arena floor in the first round because your essence reserves are completely depleted. There's no middle ground anymore." But as Luo Chun rose unsteadily to his feet, holding the starlight root carefully in both hands, he felt the herb's power resonating with his own cultivated essence. The tournament had just become something he could actually win. Chapter 47. The poisoning. The message arrived through the Emerald Frost Sects communication network at dawn, the day before Luo Chun was scheduled to depart for the tournament capital. Zhang Tao had been ambushed on the merchant road to the western trading post. Poisoned. Critical condition. Immediate cultivation resources required. The words arrived with such sudden force that Luo Qin's consciousness nearly fragmented. He had been meditating, recovering from the starlight root's accelerated germination, attempting to restore his depleted essence reserves before the tournament. The abrupt mental contact was like being struck during a moment of perfect vulnerability. Luo Qin was moving before anyone finished reading the full message. His connection to Zhang Tao was too strong, too fundamental. His cousin wasn't just family. He was an anchor, one of the few people who had known him before the pocket world's emergence, who represented his previous life as a mortal gardener. Before he had become a legendary cultivator, before he had become something that other cultivators feared or coveted, before he had been anyone except a 19-year-old gardener with barely awakened potential. If Zhang Tao died, a piece of Luo Qin's own existence would fracture. Not metaphorically, literally. The connection between them ran deeper than normal family bonds. Zhang Tao's existence in Luo Qin's mortal life had been the stability that allowed him to advance into the pocket world cultivation without losing himself entirely to its overwhelming consciousness. He reached the sect's medical pavilion to find Song Wei already there, his expression carved from stone. The elder was coordinating with cultivators who were bringing Zhang Tao's body into the pavilion's stabilization chamber. When Luo Qin saw his cousin, his heart nearly stopped. Zhang Tao was pale, not just pale with sickness, but pale like the color was literally being drained from his skin. Dark veins traced across his body like cracks in porcelain, spreading from his wrists toward his heart. The veins pulsed with sickly purplish light, moving slowly through his cultivation channels like a predator stalking prey. Poison. Not just any poison, but something specifically cultivated, something that attacked a cultivator's essence itself rather than their physical form. Something that would slowly devour his cultivation base from within. What poison? Luo Qin demanded. His voice didn't sound like his own. It sounded like the voice of someone 1,000 years old, someone who had already witnessed too much death and destruction. Moonveil toxin, the pavilion's master healer said grimly. She was one of the sect's most experienced medical cultivators, and even her composure couldn't hide the gravity of the situation. Rare, expensive, specifically designed to attack a cultivator's cultivation base. Your cousin is fortunate that his cultivation is stable enough to slow the toxin's progression. But within 2 days, maybe 3 if his body continues to resist it, the poison will have spread through his entire essence network. After that, he'll either undergo forced advancement to qi gathering and survive with severely diminished cultivation potential, or the poison will destroy his essence network entirely and he'll die from cascade failure. The possibilities hung in the air like a death sentence with options. There's no cure, Luo Qin asked, though he already knew the answer. Not in the sect's resources, the healer confirmed. Moonveil toxin requires a very specific antidote, something cultivated from a poisonous herb itself, neutralized through precise application of opposing essence. It's knowledge that most sects don't possess. 2 days, maybe 3, a timeline that was measured not in months or weeks, but in the hours before his cousin would either become something broken or become nothing at all. Luo Qin's mind raced, calculating what was possible. The Emerald Frost sect had medicinal herbs that could help, but not the specific antidote required for Moonveil toxin. That was something rare enough that it would require. His hands clenched. The seed vault. The ancient texts had included a complete compendium of poisons and their counteragents. And there had been seeds for an antidote bloom, a herb specifically cultivated to neutralize almost any poison. It was rated as divine grade. I can save him, Luo Qin said quietly. I need access to a specimen. I'll return to the pocket world and cultivate an antidote. It will take, he calculated, 6 hours, maybe 8. But it will work. Luo Qin, your tournament departure is tomorrow, Song Wei said carefully. If you spend the next 8 hours cultivating a rare antidote, I don't care about the tournament, Luo Qin said flatly. Zhang Tao is my anchor. My family. There's no tournament prize valuable enough to trade for his life. He returned to his cultivation chamber immediately. His essence reserves were barely recovered from the starlight root germination, but he didn't hesitate. He pulled another divine-grade seed from the seed vault, the antidote bloom, and created a secondary germination chamber. This time, the accelerated growth was faster. The antidote bloom was designed specifically for rapid maturation in crisis situations. Within 4 hours, a complete specimen had developed. A flower with deep blue petals and a luminescent core, its power specifically calibrated to neutralize poison rather than extend life or boost cultivation. Luo Chun brought it to the medical pavilion, still glowing with fresh cultivation energy. The pavilion's master healer processed it immediately, crushing the flower into a concentrated essence, mixing it with precise measurements of activation agents. When the resulting liquid was administered directly into Zhang Tao's essence network, the results were nearly immediate. The dark poison veins that had tracked across his cousin's body began to fade. His breathing steadied. The cultivators monitoring his essence core reported stabilization. The Moonveil toxin was being neutralized, broken down into inert compounds that his body would naturally expel over the next few days. Luo Chun sat beside Zhang Tao's unconscious form and let the relief overwhelm him for just a moment. His cousin was alive, would survive, would eventually return to normal cultivation. But now he had a decision to make. He stood and walked to where Song Wei had maintained his vigil. The elder looked at him with understanding in his eyes. "You're not going to the tournament," Song Wei said. "Not a question. Someone poisoned Zhang Tao deliberately," Luo Qin said. "They knew it would distract me. They might have even timed it to coincide with my departure. The tournament is a trap. Or," Song Wei said carefully, "it's a necessary sacrifice to strengthen yourself against greater threats. Luo Chun, you know who did this. It has Han Lai's methodical cruelty written across it. He's escalating his threats from theft to attempted murder. You can't just decline the tournament and hope he goes away. You need to demonstrate that you're becoming too costly to challenge." Luo Chun understood the logic, but he looked at Zhang Tao's face, relaxed now that the poison was being neutralized, and felt something resolve inside him. "The tournament is meant to be a public demonstration of power," Luo Chun said slowly. "But there's another kind of demonstration, showing that I protect what's mine, that those who move against my people pay a price that far exceeds any potential benefit." He walked out to the sect's training grounds, where servants and junior disciples scattered immediately when they saw the expression on his face. Luo Chun closed his eyes and opened his pocket world consciousness fully. The defensive formations that had been developing autonomously accelerated into aggressive manifestation. Walls of crystalline growth, barriers of pure cultivated essence, and most importantly, consciousness. The pocket world's own awareness, no longer purely passive and reactive, but actively aggressive, specifically calibrated to injure or kill anything that approached without his permission. "If Han Lai wants to escalate," Luo Chun said quietly to the empty training ground, "then I'll show him what escalation truly means." Chapter 48. The arena opens. The Jade Harmony Arena was everything the rumors suggested and more. 5 stories tall, with an open center field large enough to accommodate thousands of spectators. The arena's walls were constructed from reinforced stone that had been cultivated over centuries to achieve perfect stability. Cultivators could bring their absolute maximum power to bear without fear of the structure collapsing. Banners from every sect in the kingdom hung from the walls, displaying colors and symbols that represented centuries of cultivation tradition. Royal flags of the kingdom itself were displayed with ceremony at the highest points, fluttering in wind that seemed to carry ceremonial weight. The preliminary rounds had attracted nearly 300 cultivators. Some were established experts from major sections. Others were rising talents trying to make names for themselves. And some were mercenaries, cultivators who rented themselves to wealthy patrons in exchange for advancement opportunities and payment. Luo Chun arrived 3 days before his first scheduled match, needing time to acclimate to the arena's unique cultivation environment. He discovered that the kingdom had invested heavily in the structural integrity of the ground beneath the arena. It was laced with binding runes of such complexity that Luo Chun's nascent soul required hours to fully perceive their patterns. The runes served a dual purpose. They prevented serious injuries from catastrophic power surges, ensuring that combat deaths would be vanishingly rare, which meant the kingdom could promote the tournament as a safe, legitimate venue for power demonstration. But they also prevented mass destruction of the arena itself, protecting the kingdom's investment and the spectators' safety. Luo Chun arrived 2 days before his scheduled matches, giving himself time to acclimate to the arena's cultivation field. The kingdom had invested heavily in the structural integrity of the ground. It was laced with binding runes designed to prevent serious injuries from catastrophic power surges. Any cultivator who died in this arena would have to try very hard indeed. It meant the preliminary rounds would be less about life and death combat and more about demonstrating superior technique, speed, and strategic thinking. Luo Qin's first match was against a cultivator from the Crimson Flame sect, a mid-stage Foundation establishment expert named Keth, who specialized in controlled fire manipulation. Keth had apparently spent the previous 2 months training specifically to counter what little was known about Luo Qin's techniques. His reputation suggested he had won 12 consecutive tournament matches through aggressive early pressure and superior stamina. When they faced off in the arena's primary competition ground, Keth immediately ignited his palms, trailing flames that extended several feet in every direction. The heat was so intense that the air around him visibly distorted, creating wavy patterns like heat rising from sun-baked stone. "I've heard about you," Keth called across the arena, his voice carrying the confidence of someone who had studied his opponent carefully. "The Pocket World Cultivator, the one with the nascent soul at Foundation establishment rank. Let's see if your tricks work as well in public as they do in your sect's privacy, with royal spectators watching your every move." Luo Qin separated his nascent soul immediately, letting it hover visibly above his body. The crowd gasped. Most people had never seen a nascent soul manifested openly outside of a formal nascent soul realm advancement ceremony. The sight of a separate consciousness entity floating in the air, maintaining perfect synchronization with the cultivator's physical body, was nearly unprecedented. "I'm ready," Luo Qin said, his voice steady. Keth attacked first, launching a combination of fire strikes that moved almost too fast to follow. Individual flares of cultivated flame that could have burned through stone at close range. But Luo Qin didn't try to block them. Instead, he sidestepped them not through physical speed, though his speed was impressive, but through perfect timing. His nascent soul observed from the vantage point above, seeing the trajectory of each attack before Keth even consciously committed to throwing it, allowing him to position his body in the gaps between strikes. The crowd fell silent, realizing that Luo Qin was fighting not just with physical awareness, but with a second perspective that gave him information he shouldn't have. Precognition, some observers whispered, or shared consciousness between body and soul. After the fifth exchange without landing a single strike, Keth's overconfidence began to crack visibly. Sweat formed on his brow. His breathing became heavier. He escalated desperately, creating a wall of flame and pushing it across the arena like a wave. It was a move designed to overwhelm Luo Qin with sheer environmental pressure. If he couldn't avoid individual strikes, maybe he couldn't escape an entire wall of fire. Luo Qin didn't try to dodge. Instead, he pulled his pocket world's consciousness forward, letting it manifest in his immediate vicinity. The ground beneath him shifted, forming a barrier of crystalline growth that rose to meet the flames. The crystal formation was beautiful, geometric, precise, clearly the product of deliberate cultivation rather than random defense. When fire met crystal, they didn't simply collide and fade. The crystal began to glow, absorbing the heat and refracting it back toward Keth. The wavelength of refracted heat shifted, still flame, but transformed through the crystal's properties into something that was directed precisely back at its source. The older cultivator's eyes widened as his own fire was turned against him, forcing him to abandon his attack to protect himself from his own cultivated energy. "Yield," Luo Qin said calmly. Keth yielded. He had to. Continuing the combat would mean being burned by his own cultivated flames. The crowd erupted into shouts. Cheers. Luo Qin's name was being called from every section of the arena. He was still in the preliminary rounds, but he had already demonstrated something revolutionary. A cultivator who could see from 2 places simultaneously. A cultivator who could turn environmental manipulation against his opponents. A cultivator whose connection to a pocket world gave him power that shouldn't have been possible at Foundation establishment rank. The preliminary rounds continued. Luo Qin faced 5 more opponents over the next 2 days. The second opponent tried speed. He was too quick for Luo Qin's physical body to follow, but the nascent soul saw everything, and Luo Qin coordinated with it perfectly, predicting each movement before it happened. The third opponent was a cultivator from the profound river sect with a specialized earth manipulation technique. Luo Chun overwhelmed him by using his pocket world consciousness to disrupt the flow of essence through the arena's ground, creating instability in the opponent's foundation. The fourth opponent was actually skilled, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator from a northern sect that few had heard of. She fought with beautiful precision, her technique nearly perfect. But perfection was brittle, and when Luo Chun forced her to break her rhythm, she had no fallback strategy. She collapsed to one knee and conceded. The fifth opponent tried negotiation, offered Luo Chun a substantial sum of money to throw the match. Luo Chun simply walked at him, and the man surrendered without physical combat, understanding that he would lose. By the time the preliminary rounds concluded after 2 full days of continuous combat, Luo Chun's name was being discussed not just among the cultivators, but among the spectators, the merchants, the kingdom's royal family themselves. He had advanced to the semifinals with a perfect record and a reputation that had preceded him into consciousness of the entire kingdom. Betting odds on the tournament finals had shifted dramatically after his performance. He was now listed as a genuine favorite, not an underdog novelty. The crowd's energy toward him had shifted as well. Initial skepticism had transformed into something approaching reverence. Cultivators in lower cultivation realms discussed his techniques with fascination. Merchants began offering Luo Chun sponsorship deals, payment to wear their family symbols during his matches, to drink their branded cultivation enhancers between rounds. The kingdom's royal observers had clearly been impressed. Lady Mei Ling herself had sent a formal message inviting Luo Chun to a private diplomatic meeting before the semifinals, presumably to discuss the expanded royal patronage agreement they had begun negotiating before the tournament. But as he walked back to his assigned rest chamber that evening, recovering from the accumulated strain of 6 consecutive matches, he felt a familiar presence watching him from the crowd. The pale thief, Han Lai, standing in the shadows of the upper gallery, his scarred face expressionless, clapping slowly. The ancient cultivator's applause was somehow more intimidating than violence would have been. It suggested evaluation, assessment, careful measurement of capabilities. The message was clear. Han Lai had kept his promise. He was watching, assessing, waiting to see what Luo Chun would become. And when the tournament concluded, the real negotiations would begin. The tournament was merely the opening move in a far larger game. Chapter 49. The Beast Fighters Challenge. The semifinals would determine who faced the kingdom's chosen champion in the finals. Luo Chun's opponent in his semifinal match was named Zhao Guan, a cultivator from the eastern mountain sects who had built his reputation on battling creatures from the bestiary pits, exotic beasts that were captured and trained for combat purposes. When Zhao Guan entered the arena, he wasn't alone. Behind him came a creature that made even the hardened cultivators in the crowd lean back. It was the size of a war horse, covered in scales that glinted like steel, with teeth that could have crushed boulders. A crimson fong drake, a genuine beast from the dangerous zones beyond the kingdom's borders. The crowd's excitement shifted into genuine fear. "I don't use my own cultivation in combat," Zhao Guan announced, his hand resting on the drake's scaled neck. "My beast and I move as one. We're a merged unit. And this creature has killed 17 cultivators stronger than you are." It wasn't a boast, it was fact. Luo Chun could see the scars on the drake's body, the battle damage to its scales, the weight of experience in its predatory eyes. Luo Chun made a calculated decision. He didn't try to fight the beast through direct confrontation. Instead, he focused entirely on the arena itself. His pocket world consciousness extended into the ground, into the arena's binding runes. The runes were designed to prevent serious injuries, but what they prevented, specifically, was damage to the cultivators themselves. They had no restrictions on environmental manipulation. Luo Chun caused the ground to shift, not violently, but subtly. The arena's surface began to tilt in ways that would be nearly imperceptible to a human cultivator, but would be disorienting to a creature that relied on instinctive reactions and balance. The Crimson Fong Drake's attacks became less coordinated. Its strikes came slower. Its positioning became less precise. And Luo Chun, who had studied Yao Xian's techniques carefully, began to predict the beast's attack patterns with increasing accuracy. Each time the drake lunged, Luo Chun was already moving to a position where the attack would miss by inches. Each time Zhao Guan tried to guide the creature into a different tactical approach, Luo Chun was already adjusting the arena's environmental conditions to make that approach less effective. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't visually spectacular, but it was effective. After 20 minutes of combat, the Crimson Fang Drake had landed 0 strikes on Luo Chun, while Luo Chun had struck it dozens of times. Each strike not enough to cause serious injury. The binding runes prevented that, but enough to accumulate pain and fatigue. Zhao Guan called his beast back, conceding the match. There was no honor in allowing a creature to suffer more damage for the sake of pushing further. The crowd's reaction was different from his preliminary round victories. This time, the enthusiasm was tinged with something else. Uncertainty, perhaps, or fear. Luo Chun was demonstrating that he could fight any opponent, overcome any technique, adapt to any situation. He was demonstrating not just power, but strategic superiority. As he walked back to his rest chamber, he passed by the royal viewing box where the kingdom's royal family had been observing the matches. One of them, a young woman in formal royal dress, perhaps a princess or a high-ranking noble, caught his eye and nodded with something that looked like respect. The message was clear. The kingdom was paying attention, and they were impressed. Chapter 50. The kingdom's champion. The finals matched Luo Chun against a cultivator named Lord Wei Sheng, who bore the official title of Champion of the Jade Harmony. He was core formation rank, a rank above Luo Chun in the formal cultivation hierarchy. Core formation cultivators were fundamentally more powerful than foundation establishment cultivators. Their essence networks were more stable, their power reserves deeper, their connection to their cultivated abilities more refined. In a direct confrontation, Luo Chun should lose badly. When they faced off in the arena, Lord Wei Sheng projected absolute confidence. He wore formal cultivation robes bearing the emblem of the royal court itself. Around him, the air seemed to shimmer with barely restrained power. "I've watched your preliminary matches," Lord Wei Sheng said, his voice carrying across the arena without apparent effort. "Clever tactics. Good understanding of environmental manipulation. But your foundation establishment. I'm core formation. We're different species of cultivator. The outcome is predetermined." Luo Chun didn't respond. He simply opened his cultivation state fully, his 3 concurrent perspectives simultaneously active and visible. His physical body stood in the center of the arena. His nascent soul hovered above him. His pocket world consciousness extended through the ground itself. Lord Wei Sheng's expression flickered slightly. He had heard about the 3 concurrent states, but seeing them manifested was clearly disconcerting. 3 perspectives don't matter when one of them is weaker than the other 2, Lord Wei Sheng said, recovering his confidence. "Let me show you what true power looks like." He raised his hand, and the sky itself seemed to darken. Lord Wei Sheng's cultivation technique was called celestial pressure. He could compress the natural forces of the world into localized waves of crushing force that would flatten anything in their path. It was a core formation level technique, something that required the absolute mastery of essence networks that foundation establishment cultivators simply didn't possess. The pressure wave descended toward Luo Chun like an avalanche. Luo Chun didn't try to dodge. Instead, he used his nascent soul to see the attack's internal structure, the way the cultivated essence was compressed and shaped. And he used his pocket world consciousness to create a counter-pressure from below, meeting the descending force with an equal and opposite force from the earth itself. They collided mid-arena. For a moment, nothing happened. The 2 forces were perfectly balanced, neither advancing, neither retreating. Then they began to push against each other, searching for weakness, testing the limits of both cultivators' reserves. Lord Wei Sheng's expression hardened. He wasn't supposed to be struggling against a foundation establishment opponent. He was supposed to be overwhelming him. Luo Chun felt the strain. Maintaining 3 concurrent perspectives while holding off a core formation attack was draining. His essence reserves were bleeding away like water through a cracked container. But the crowd was silent, because they were witnessing something impossible. A foundation establishment cultivator, holding his ground against core formation power. The moment couldn't last forever. Luo Chun's reserves would deplete. But before that happened, he made his move. He shifted his nascent soul's perspective, moving it laterally instead of vertically. and he saw something the direct downward pressure had prevented him from perceiving. Lord Wei Sheng's technique had a structural weakness, a point where the compressed force was thinnest. Luo Chen channeled his entire reserve of essence through that weakness. Lord Wei Sheng's celestial pressure technique shattered. The compressed forces exploded outward, and both cultivators were thrown backward by the chaotic release. Lord Wei Sheng recovered first, staggering to his feet. Luo Chen was slower, his essence reserves nearly depleted. But as Luo Chen rose, his hand found the starlight root he'd been keeping stored in a cultivation pouch. The divine-grade herb's power surged into him, boosting his cultivation instantly. Suddenly, Luo Chen wasn't foundation establishment anymore. He was something between foundation establishment and core formation, temporarily empowered by a divine-grade resource that was giving him capabilities that shouldn't exist. He moved at Lord Wei Sheng, and the kingdom's champion had to fall back, defending frantically against attacks that came from 3 simultaneous perspectives. It lasted only 3 minutes. The Starlight Root's power couldn't sustain indefinitely. It burned through his essence networks faster than he could replenish them. But 3 minutes was enough. Lord Wei Sheng yielded before Luo Chen's power depleted entirely, recognizing that continuing the fight would result in serious injury or death. The crowd erupted. Luo Chen had defeated the kingdom's champion, had won a tournament that was supposed to showcase the kingdom's best cultivators, had demonstrated a cultivation technique that had never been seen before. He stood in the center of the arena, exhausted beyond measure, and felt the Starlight Root's power finally burn out completely. As he claimed the divine-grade herb prize, somewhat anticlically, since he'd just used his cultivated Starlight Root to achieve the victory, he felt the weight of 100 gazes upon him. The kingdom had noticed. The sects had noticed. Every cultivator in the northern region was now aware of his existence and his capabilities. And somewhere in the crowd, he felt the pale thief's presence, still watching, still assessing. The tournament was over. But for Luo Chen, the real conflict was just beginning. Chapter 51. The pale thief's appearance as Luo Chen descended from the victory platform. Exhausted and barely able to maintain his consciousness, Han Lai stepped into the arena. The pale thief walked openly, unconcerned with the ring of guards that immediately positioned themselves to block his advance. His scarred face was expressionless, but his eyes carried something that might have been admiration or hunger. Luo Chen couldn't quite tell which. The crowd recognized him immediately. Whispers began. The pale thief, legendary cultivator, the one who stole from Emerald Frost. Han Lai came to stand directly in front of Luo Chen, and the ancient cultivator's power washed across the arena like a wave. Foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, soul severing. The man was radiating cultivation pressure from so many levels simultaneously that Luo Chen's perception nearly shattered. You fought well, Han Lai said quietly, his scarred face producing a smile that might have been genuine. I've watched cultivators your age for 200 years. Most of them advance along predictable paths. But you're doing something new. Pocket world cultivation. 3 concurrent perspectives. You're not just advancing faster. You're advancing differently. The herbs, Luo Chen said, breathing hard. You poisoned Zhang Tao to distract me. You're still making threats. I am, Han Lai acknowledged. But I'm also here to offer you a bargain. Trade me the location of your pocket world. Not the world itself. I know you won't do that. Just the location. Let me investigate. Let me confirm whether what I'm looking for is truly there. And if I refuse? Luo Chen asked. Then I'll continue with the previous plan, Han Lai said. I'll kill your loved ones. I'll burn your sect. I'll destroy everything you care about until you have nothing left but the pocket world. And then, broken and alone, you'll give it to me anyway. The threat was delivered with absolute certainty. Not anger. Not emotion, just statement of fact. You're searching for someone, Luo Chen said, understanding beginning to crystallize. The Pocket World Vault contained records. An ancient sanctuary. Your lover. She's trapped there, isn't she? Sealed away by whatever conflict destroyed the cultivation sanctuary. Han Lai's scarred face twitched slightly. For just a moment, his perfect composure cracked. Yes, he said simply. Her name was Li Hua. I sealed her away to protect her from the heavenly tribulation war. Placed her in stasis within a pocket world that was supposed to be inviolable. But I've never been able to find that world again. It could have been destroyed in the wars. Could have been hidden by other cultivators. Could have been sealed away in such a way that even I can't perceive it. And you think my pocket world is hers, Luochen said. I think your pocket world might contain records of where hers was placed, Han Lai corrected. I think it might have been maintained by the same ancient cultivator who preserved your garden. And I think, if I can access those records, I might finally understand where she's been waiting for 200 years. It was a different kind of threat. Not malice, but desperation. A cultivator who had spent 2 centuries searching for someone and was finally willing to burn down the world to find her. I'll look, Luochen said slowly. After the tournament, I'll examine the records in my pocket world's vault. If there's information about other sanctuary worlds, I'll tell you what I find. But I won't give you the location until I'm certain that finding her won't require destroying what I've built. Han Lai studied him for a long moment. Why would you help someone who threatens you? Because I understand what you're willing to burn for, Luochen said. Zhang Tao is my anchor to my mortal life. I would make similar threats for him. I'm asking you to show the same consideration. Let me understand what I'm helping with before I help with it. Han Lai smiled then, a genuine expression that transformed his scarred face into something almost beautiful. For just a moment, beneath the scars and the centuries of isolation, Luochen glimpsed what Han Lai had been before desperation had consumed him. A person who had loved so deeply that losing his lover had become an obsession that could sustain him across 200 years of searching. You're dangerous in ways that extend far beyond cultivation rank, the pale thief said. I think I'm going to enjoy what comes next. Take your prize, return to your sect, and begin your investigation. When you have answers, I'll come to hear them. And when I do, we'll make the final arrangement that determines the future path of cultivation itself. He turned and walked out of the arena, his presence gradually fading as his cultivation pressure retreated. The ancient cultivator moved with the grace of someone who had mastered the fundamentals of movement so completely that walking itself became a form of cultivation technique. Each step was precise, deliberate, calibrated to minimum energy expenditure and maximum efficiency. It was the movement of someone who had spent 2 centuries perfecting every aspect of existence. The crowd, which had been frozen in absolute silence, began to murmur nervously. The implications of what they'd just witnessed were beginning to penetrate. A legendary cultivator, one of the most powerful entities in the entire northern region, had come to speak with Luochen privately in front of thousands of witnesses, had conversed with him as though they were negotiating between equals, had left peacefully rather than attempting to challenge him or overwhelm him with force. It suggested a relationship between them that went far beyond normal sect politics. It suggested alliance, or at minimum, a mutual understanding that transcended the normal hierarchies of power. Luochen stood at the arena's center, knowing that he had just made a deal that would change the course of his entire cultivation path. He had agreed to help Han Lai find his lost lover, and in doing so, he had placed himself in the position of potentially disrupting a balance that ancient forces had worked hard to maintain. Chapter 52. The breakthrough 3 days after the tournament. As Luochen was still recovering from the strain of the finals, his essence network began to destabilize. The consequences of using the Starlight Root's power during the tournament finals had been significant and cascading. His essence reserves had been depleted to a critical level. The Starlight Root itself had been consumed in its entirety, its power burned away to provide the temporary cultivation boost that had allowed him to defeat Lord Weisheng. He'd used up his most valuable cultivated resource to win a tournament. And he'd won that tournament not just for the glory or the prestige, but because he had needed to shift political calculations, needed to make it clear that defeating him would cost far more than any potential benefit. But now the consequences were becoming evident. His essence network, stretched to its absolute limits during the finals combat, was struggling to rebalance itself after the Starlight Root's power had burned through it. 3 days after the tournament, after attempting to gradually recover through meditation and careful cultivation management, Luochen triggered a cultivation breakthrough. It wasn't planned. The process was supposed to be gradual, methodical, carefully managed and controlled. But the combination of the tournament's strain, the Starlight Root's power surge, and the nascent soul's continued development created circumstances that were approaching critical, that could no longer be delayed or carefully managed. His essence network was becoming unstable. The three concurrent perspectives that had served him so well during the tournament were beginning to create resonance patterns that could no longer be controlled through normal meditation. He entered his pocket world's deepest chamber, the one that was most strongly connected to his core consciousness, and sat at the center of a cultivation array designed to handle extreme power surges. The breakthrough, when it came, was violent in a way that his previous advancements hadn't been. His foundation establishment base began to transform. The stable, carefully constructed network of essence pathways that he'd spent months developing suddenly became saturated with chaotic power. The pocket world's consciousness surged into him, no longer carefully regulated but absolutely flooding into his channels. For the first hour, Luo Chun experienced pure pain. Every cell in his body seemed to be burning, as if his essence was literally cooking from the inside out. His nascent soul flickered dangerously, threatened by the chaotic energies surrounding it. But he didn't try to resist. Instead, he yielded to the transformation. He let his three concurrent perspectives merge and separate and merge again, each moment creating new neural pathways in his consciousness. He let the pocket world's power flow through him unrestricted, teaching his essence network to handle pressures that it had never been designed to manage. And as the night progressed, something remarkable happened. The pain didn't go away, but it transformed into something else. Clarity. His perceptions suddenly became crystal clear. He could see the structure of his own essence network with absolute precision. Could see where it was damaged, where it was weak, where it was becoming something new. By dawn, the transformation was complete. Luo Chun had advanced to mid-stage foundation establishment. But more importantly, his cultivation had become something that didn't fit neatly into the traditional rank classifications. His physical body was mid-stage foundation establishment. His nascent soul had developed into something close to early-stage core formation. His pocket world consciousness had advanced to a level of complexity that suggested it was developing its own cultivation base, independent from his own. He opened his eyes and found the chamber flooded with light. For a moment, he existed in three perspectives without coordination. His physical body was still lying on the cultivation array. His nascent soul was hovering in the air above him. His pocket world consciousness was observing from the depths of the earth beneath him. Then they synchronized, and Luo Chun understood what he had become. He wasn't just a cultivator who possessed a pocket world. The pocket world had evolved to the point where it was cultivating him in return. They were entering into a true symbiotic relationship, cultivator and world advancing together, each one strengthening the other. He rose slowly, testing his new state of existence. Everything felt different. The pocket world's consciousness was no longer something he communicated with. It was something he was partially becoming. And his nascent soul, which had been a distinct entity, was becoming something closer to his second self. Song Wei found him at the pocket world's central garden, examining the new growth patterns that had emerged during his breakthrough. The sect felt your advancement, the old cultivator said quietly. Everyone within 100 miles felt it. You've become something significant, Luo Chun. Not just in terms of cultivation rank, but in terms of fundamental power. The regional balance is shifting around you. Han Lai is coming, Luo Chun said. I promised him answers about his lost lover. If I find those answers in the seed vault, I'm not sure I can refuse him without triggering another escalation. Then perhaps you should consider what answer you want to give him, Song Wei said. The seed vault is old, but not infinitely old. If we find records of another pocket world, that doesn't mean it's necessarily where Li Hua is trapped. You can tell him what you find without pointing him toward a specific location. It was a strategy Luo Chun could use. A way to provide honest information without directly enabling the Pale Thief's obsessive quest. But he knew, even then, that it would only delay the inevitable. Eventually, Han Lai would either find what he was looking for, or he would decide to take Luo Chun's pocket world by force. And when that moment came, Luo Chun needed to be ready to defend it. Chapter 53. The Seed Vault's Secrets. The ancient texts in the Seed Vault were not organized in any logical sequence that Luo Chun could immediately discern. The oldest scrolls were written in a script so archaic that even the ancient cultivation methods manual took effort to translate. But as Luo Chun pored over them night after night, certain patterns began to emerge. The seed vault had been created by a cultivator known as the Keeper of Eternal Gardens, someone of immortal ascension rank who had tended multiple pocket worlds across several centuries. These worlds were not simple refuges or training grounds. They were sanctuaries built for specific purposes. Some had been designed to preserve species of plants or creatures that were at risk of extinction in the natural world. Others had been created as meditation chambers for spiritual advancement. And one world had been designed specifically to house a singular person in stasis, preserved in perfect conditions to await a rescue that had never come. The records referred to this person only by a flower name, Lihua, the pear blossom. The ancient texts described her as a cultivator of extraordinary talent who had been poisoned during a heavenly tribulation war. Placed in stasis to prevent the poison from killing her, she had been sealed away in a pocket world that was hidden through methods that involved recursive spatial folding. The pocket world was intentionally lost to prevent its location from ever being discovered, even by other immortals. The intention was protective. The effect was a prison. Luo Chun found the location markers eventually, not because they were clearly labeled, but because the ancient cultivator had left instructions for how to recognize them if you understood the symbolic language. The pocket world containing Lihua had been hidden in a spacefold located beneath the Violet Mountains, nearly 200 miles to the east of the Emerald Frost sect. When Luo Chun found that reference, he understood the difficulty of Han Lai's quest. The Pale Thief had been searching for 2 centuries for a world that was deliberately designed to be unfindable, and Luo Chun now possessed the information that would end that search. The question was what to do with that information. He brought the ancient text to Song Wei, showing the location marker without context. "This is what Han Lai is searching for," Luo Chun said. "A pocket world containing a cultivator named Lihua, placed in stasis 200 years ago. This notation indicates where the world is hidden. If I give this to Han Lai, I end his obsession. He can retrieve his lover, attempt to cure the poison, potentially restore her to consciousness." "And the cost?" Song Wei asked carefully. "Unknown," Luo Chen admitted. "But Han Lai has proven willing to kill to get what he wants. If I refuse him, he will escalate his attacks. If I give him this information and he successfully retrieves Lihua, then his motivations change entirely. Maybe he becomes an ally. Maybe he becomes something worse." Song Wei studied the ancient text, his old eyes tracing the characters carefully. "The Keeper of Eternal Gardens sealed this world away for a reason," Song Wei said finally. "Not just to protect Lihua from discovery, but to prevent anyone from finding her prematurely. The stasis could be disrupted if the world is accessed by someone the Keeper didn't intend. If Han Lai enters that pocket world without understanding its internal structure, the stasis could collapse. Lihua could be poisoned to death immediately. So I should warn him," Luo Chen said. "Give him the location, but also give him the warnings the ancient cultivator left about how to properly access the world without disrupting the stasis chamber." "That would be the merciful choice," Song Wei agreed. "Whether it's the wise choice, I cannot say. But mercy is often more dangerous than cruelty, because it requires others to honor the vulnerability you're offering them." Luo Chun made his decision. When Han Lai arrived, and the Pale Thief did arrive, approximately 1 week after the tournament, manifesting at the Emerald Frost sect's boundary, Luo Chun invited him to the seed vault. The ancient cultivator's scarred face showed no emotion as he examined the location marker, the stasis chamber instructions, the complex methods required to properly access the pocket world without disrupting Lihua's preservation. "You understood the risk," Han Lai said finally, "of giving this information to me." "I did," Luo Chen confirmed. "But I think you've waited long enough. And I think Lihua deserves the chance to be saved, even if the risk is present." Han Lai was quiet for a long moment. Then he reached out and clasped Luo Chen's shoulder, not a threatening gesture, but almost affectionate. "I will save her," Han Lai said with absolute certainty. "And then I will owe you a debt. I have spent 200 years treating cultivators as obstacles. But you chose to help someone who threatened you, because you understood his desperation. That makes you dangerous in ways that extend far beyond mere power." He left the seed vault, and Luo Chen didn't see him again for several months. But the weight of what he'd done, the consequences of that choice, would echo through everything that followed. Chapter 54. The Intelligence Network. 3 weeks after the tournament, Intelligence reports began arriving at the Emerald Frost sect with increasing frequency. Han Lai had gone to the Violet Mountains. He had attempted to access the pocket world beneath them. And something remarkable had happened. The ancient keeper of Eternal Gardens' defensive mechanisms had recognized him as someone connected to Li Hua and had allowed him passage. He had found the stasis chamber. He had discovered his lover's form, preserved perfectly but silent and still. And then, according to the reports that filtered back through cultivator networks, he had done something unprecedented. He had begun to cultivate healing energy specifically designed to counter the ancient poison that had been slowing killing Li Hua for 2 centuries. The process was gradual. It would take months, possibly years. But the Pale Thief had finally found what he had been searching for. With that obsession partially addressed and a concrete path toward its resolution established, Han Lai's immediate threats against the Emerald Frost sect diminished substantially. The Pale Thief stopped stealing from sect vaults. He stopped poisoning disciples or attacking caravans. He stopped making threats. He didn't disappear entirely. Cultivators occasionally reported sightings of the scarred figure moving through the northern regions, always moving eastward toward the Violet Mountains. But he stopped his escalating campaign of theft and violence. It was as though Luo Qin's agreement to help had fundamentally shifted his priorities. In his absence, Luo Qin's focus shifted to consolidating his new power and addressing the broader regional conflicts that had been developing. The Profound River sect had become increasingly bold in their hostility. Reports indicated they were recruiting mercenary cultivators from outside the kingdom, attempting to assemble a military force that could challenge the Emerald Frost sect directly. The Crimson Flame sect, which had been quiescent since their uneasy alliance, was making subtle moves that suggested they were considering renewed hostility. And the kingdom itself was beginning to position cultivators around the Emerald Frost sect, ostensibly as protectors under the royal patronage agreement with Lady Mei Ling, but Luo Chun understood that they were also observers. The kingdom was monitoring him, assessing whether the pocket world cultivation method represented a genuine strategic advantage or merely a novelty that would fade as faster cultivation techniques were developed. Song Wei brought him these intelligence reports with growing concern. "You've become a focal point," the old cultivator said. "Every faction in the region has opinions about what you represent and what you should be used for. The Profound River sect sees you as a threat. The Crimson Flame sect sees you as potential competition. The kingdom sees you as a resource. And I see you as a disciple who's being pulled in 7 different directions simultaneously. What would you recommend?" Luo Chen asked. "I would recommend understanding your enemies before engaging with them," Song Wei said. "You know Han Lai's motivations now, but you still don't truly understand the Profound River sect's obsession with eliminating you. And that lack of understanding could be dangerous." Luo Chun initiated his own intelligence network, using connections through the kingdom's merchant guilds and the minor cultivators who had been impressed by his tournament performance. Within 2 weeks, he had gathered enough information to paint a clearer picture. The Profound River sect's hostility wasn't random. It was based on a specific fear. The sect master of Profound River had a son who was at the core formation stage, preparing for advancement to nascent soul. The boy had been predicted to surpass his father and become one of the most powerful cultivators in the northern region. But Luo Qin's emergence as a foundation establishment cultivator with nascent soul-level power had shattered that assumption. It suggested that rapid advancement was possible through methods the Profound River sect didn't understand. The fear was that Luo Chun would become the new standard, that cultivation hierarchies would shift, that the old power structures that had been stable for generations would be disrupted. In other words, the Profound River sect wasn't trying to eliminate Luo Chun because they hated him. They were trying to eliminate him because he represented an existential threat to their position and their legacy. With that understanding, Luo Chen's approach shifted. He began to subtly reach out to cultivators from the Profound River sect who had been impressed by his tournament performance. He offered knowledge of pocket world cultivation, not enough to let them replicate his techniques, but enough to show that the method was teachable, that power could be shared, that advancement didn't have to be zero-sum. It was a long game. A game played across years, not months. A game where subtle influence and carefully crafted relationships mattered more than direct confrontation. But it was the game that needed to be played if he was going to survive the coming conflicts without destroying the entire regional power structure in the process. Luo Chun understood, at some level, that he was becoming a politician as much as he was becoming a cultivator. The days of simple advancement were over. Every action he took now had political implications. Every technique he revealed was studied and analyzed. Every alliance he formed created ripples across the sect network. The profound river sect watched these intelligence reports with increasing frustration. Their attempts to eliminate Luo Chun directly weren't working. Their economic blockade had been defeated. Their mercenary cultivators were being turned away by the kingdom's military or by representatives of other sects who had recognized that supporting Luo Chun's elimination would create larger problems for themselves. So they began to shift strategy. Instead of trying to eliminate Luo Chun, they began trying to understand him. They sent their own cultivators to attempt learning pocket world cultivation from the techniques Luo Chun had revealed. Some succeeded. Some failed catastrophically, resulting in essence network damage that took months to recover from. The point, though, was that the knowledge was spreading. Pocket world cultivation was no longer unique to Luo Chun. Chapter 55, The Evolution. 6 months after his tournament victory, Luo Chun's pocket world underwent a transformation that no amount of preparation could have predicted. He was meditating in the seed vault when the entire pocket world's consciousness suddenly shifted. The shift wasn't violent. It was more like a child growing into an adult, a gradual transition that accelerated into something undeniable. The pocket world had begun evolving on its own. New biome zones manifested without his input. Crystalline mountain ranges that he had never cultivated sprang up in the northern reaches of the world. Coastal areas with unique saltwater ecosystems emerged along the world's western boundary. And most remarkably, the climate itself began to stratify into distinct seasonal zones, creating regions with fundamentally different environmental conditions. Luo Chun found himself observing his own pocket world like an archaeologist discovering an ancient city. The Keeper of Eternal Gardens design was becoming more sophisticated, more complete. It was as if the fundamental structure of the pocket world had been waiting for a sufficient level of cultivation energy to trigger its full development, and Luo Chun's advancement to mid-stage foundation establishment had finally provided that energy. The changes were visible within days. By the end of the first week, the pocket world had doubled in size. By the end of the first month, it had become something that no longer fit comfortably within the simple pocket dimension classification. It was becoming a true world, small but complete. A sanctuary that had the capacity to support civilizations, if Luo Chun had wished to populate it. When Song Wei sensed the shifts and came to examine the pocket world directly, his expression showed something close to awe. "This is what the Keeper of Eternal Gardens intended," Song Wei said quietly, observing the new mountain ranges from the pocket world's eastern vantage point. Not a personal power boost for a single cultivator, but an entire cultivated ecosystem that could sustain and support multiple forms of life. Your pocket world is becoming more than a farming paradise. It's becoming a true ecosystem. The implications were staggering. If the pocket world continued to develop at this rate, it could eventually support independent cultivation outside of Luo Chun's direct oversight. Plants could cultivate themselves. Ecosystems could develop their own consciousness. And eventually, the pocket world might become something that transcended its relationship with Luo Chun, becoming an independent entity in its own right. That possibility was both exciting and terrifying. Luo Chun began spending more time in the pocket world, less interested now in the farming aspects and more interested in understanding the ecological patterns that were emerging. He studied the new mountain range and discovered it was developing its own mineral formations, precious cultivation stones that grew naturally in response to the concentrated essence flowing through the earth. He walked the coastline and discovered organisms emerging from the salt water that were clearly responding to the pocket world's unique essence signature, evolving in ways that would take natural evolution centuries to produce in normal circumstances. And in the deeper reaches of the pocket world, something else began to manifest. A consciousness, not the unified awareness he'd cultivated before, but something more complex. Something that seemed to be developing its own perspectives, its own desires, its own personality separate from Luo Chun's own. He brought this observation to Song Wei in their evening consultation. "Your pocket world is becoming sentient," the old cultivator said simply. "Fully conscious. in a way that goes beyond mere responsiveness to your cultivation. It's developing what we might call a personality, a perspective on existence that is its own. Is that dangerous? Luo Chen asked. It depends, Song Wei replied. If the pocket world's developing consciousness aligns with your own interests, then you have gained a partner. If it develops contrary interests, if it decides it wants something different from what you want, then you have created something that could eventually oppose you. There's no way to know which path it will take until the consciousness is fully developed. Luo Chun considered this new reality. He had been thinking of pocket world cultivation as a method for advancing his own power. But what if the actual endpoint of the technique was something different? What if the real goal was to cultivate an entirely new form of existence? A world with its own consciousness, its own cultivation path, its own destiny. If that was true, then his role wasn't to master the pocket world. It was to nurture it, to help it grow toward whatever it was meant to become. And that was a fundamentally different kind of responsibility. Chapter 56. The royal patronage test. Lady Mei Ling arrived with royal delegation bearing a formal request, not a demand, but a carefully worded proposal that carried the weight of kingdom authority behind it. The healing corps needed to expand their operations. The kingdom's border regions were becoming increasingly unstable, with cultivators from hostile nations probing the kingdom's defenses. The military needed better supplies of healing herbs, performance enhancement specimens, and endurance cultivating plants. The kingdom was offering substantially increased payment for expanded production, with the additional benefit of royal military protection for the Emerald Frost sect's territories. It was a good offer, but it carried implications. Accepting it would place the Emerald Frost sect, and Luo Chun specifically, more firmly within the kingdom's sphere of influence. It would make them more dependent on royal goodwill. It would also mean that Luo Chen's pocket world would become partially dedicated to serving the kingdom's military interests rather than purely to his own cultivation advancement. Luo Chun requested a private meeting with Lady Mei Ling to discuss the terms. They met in the Emerald Frost sect's diplomatic pavilion, a neutral space designed for sensitive negotiations. The expansion you're proposing would require significant restructuring of my cultivation schedule, Luo Chun said directly. If I'm producing herbs for the military, I have less time to advance my own cultivation. I need to understand, what happens if a more powerful force threatens the kingdom? Does the royal patronage commitment extend to protection in that scenario, or only to mutual defense? That's an excellent question, Mei Ling replied. The answer is that the kingdom will defend you against most threats. But if the threat comes from an immortal-level cultivator or an interdimensional entity, then we reach the limits of our protection capability. In those scenarios, we would do what we could, but we couldn't guarantee victory. And the pocket world itself? If a hostile force directly attacks my pocket world, Luo Chen pressed, then the kingdom considers that an attack on royal property, Mei Ling said. Because your pocket world is now partially producing goods for the crown. We would treat it as we would treat an attack on royal military installations. Full retaliation authority. Use of any military force necessary to restore security. It was a careful framing. Not perfect protection, but substantive enough to matter. I have another concern, Luo Chen said. The Profound River sect is hostile to my existence. They've already attempted to hire mercenaries to eliminate me. If I increase my dependence on kingdom protection, and the kingdom is simultaneously trying to maintain stable relations with all regional sects, what prevents the Profound River sect from simply offering the kingdom more money to withdraw the protection? Mei Ling smiled slightly. That's the strategic calculation I came here to make clear. By expanding your production and making you more valuable to the kingdom, we increase the cost to anyone trying to remove you. If you're just a talented cultivator, the Profound River sect might calculate that eliminating you is worth the disruption to kingdom relations. But if you're essential to the kingdom's military supply chain, then the Profound River sect has to calculate whether their benefit in removing you outweighs the cost of disrupting military supply. It was clever. Political leverage built on mutual dependence rather than force. I need to consult with my sect leadership, Luo Chun said finally. But my initial inclination is to accept, with amendments. I retain the right to refuse to produce herbs for military applications that I consider unethical. And I retain the right to continue advancing my own cultivation even as I serve the kingdom's needs. Those are acceptable terms, Mei Ling agreed. I'll have the expanded contract drawn up. When can you have it signed by Sect Master Lu Fang? Within 3 days, Luo Chen said. After Mei Ling left, Luo Chen walked to the pocket world and consulted with its developing consciousness. The response was complex. The world's consciousness was concerned about being used for military purposes, but it also understood that growth required protection, and protection required allies. The pocket world's own development would be served by the kingdom's increased interest in maintaining and defending it. By making the world militarily significant, Luo Chen was actually accelerating its evolution. The contract was signed within the week. Chapter 57. The blockade. 2 months after the expanded royal patronage agreement was formalized, the Profound River sect made their move. They didn't attack directly. Instead, they initiated what became known as the Merchant Road Blockade, a systematic effort to prevent the Emerald Frost sect's herb shipments from reaching the kingdom's capital and its regional distribution points. Profound River cultivators positioned themselves along the primary trade routes, demanding inspection of all shipments claiming to originate from Emerald Frost territory. They didn't steal the herbs, but they delayed their movement by days or weeks, making the supply chain unreliable. It was economic warfare, conducted carefully enough to avoid direct violation of the kingdom's laws, but aggressively enough to disrupt Luo Chen's ability to meet his royal patronage commitments. The kingdom's military was not pleased. Within days of the first blockade incident, royal military forces began escorting the herb shipments personally. The message was clear: attempting to interfere with royal supply chains had consequences. But the Profound River sect's strategy was more subtle. They knew the kingdom's military couldn't maintain escort operations indefinitely. It was a significant drain on resources. So they focused on creating just enough disruption to be expensive while not crossing the threshold into direct military confrontation. Luo Chen realized what was happening approximately 1 week into the blockade campaign. The Profound River sect wasn't trying to force the kingdom to withdraw its patronage. They were trying to prove to the kingdom that Luo Chen's pocket world production wasn't worth the military expense required to protect it. They were trying to make him seem like a liability rather than an asset. It was a calculation that made sense from the Profound River sect's perspective. If they could make Luo Chen sufficiently expensive to defend, the kingdom might simply abandon him to reduce military burden. Luo Chen brought this analysis to Song Wei and Sect Master Lu Fang. We need to demonstrate that the blockade is actually more expensive for the Profound River sect than for the kingdom, Luo Chen said. We need to turn their economic warfare into a strategic liability. How do you propose to do that? Lu Fang asked. By increasing production, Luo Chen said. The pocket world has evolved significantly. I can increase herb output by 40% without degrading quality. We flood the market with products so abundant that the blockade becomes irrelevant. We make the Profound River sect's effort to interfere look like a gesture toward a trivial problem. Song Wei smiled slightly. You're learning political calculation as well as cultivation technique. Very well. Increase production. I'll coordinate with the kingdom's military to ensure shipments reach the capital safely. If the Profound River sect wants to maintain their blockade, they'll have to increase their commitment substantially to handle the increased volume. At a certain point, the expenditure becomes unjustifiable. The plan worked better than expected. Luo Chen's pocket world, now significantly evolved and producing with genuine efficiency, increased its herb output dramatically. Within 3 weeks, the kingdom's military was receiving double the previously contracted supply quantities. The healing corps suddenly had more than enough inventory to satisfy regional demand with substantial surplus. The Profound River sect's blockade forces found themselves facing a reality they hadn't anticipated: volume-based overload. There were too many herb shipments, too many routes, too many products. Maintaining the blockade would have required multiplying their committed forces by a factor of 5. The blockade collapsed within the month. But the message was clear to every sect in the region. Attempting to undermine Luo Chen through economic pressure was possible, but it would require commitment and resources that would be difficult to sustain. The Profound River sect had learned that trying to eliminate Luo Chen through indirect methods wasn't going to work as long as he had royal patronage backing him, which meant the next attempt would have to be more direct. Chapter 58. The spy's confession. The disciple's name was Chun Ming, and Luo Chun had considered him a genuine friend. Chun Ming was a mid-stage qi-gathering cultivator who had been training at the Emerald Frost sect for 2 years. He was quiet, diligent, and showed signs of potentially advancing to foundation establishment within another year or two. There was nothing obviously wrong with him, until the day he was discovered attempting to steal details about the pocket world's location from the sect's intelligence records. The capture was handled quietly. Chun Ming was detained in the sect's restricted meditation chamber, bound with essence suppression talismans, awaiting judgment from sect master Lu Fong. But Luo Chun requested private access to the spy before the formal investigation. He found Chun Ming sitting in the meditation chamber, looking younger and more vulnerable than Luo Chun had ever seen him. The kind of fear that came from understanding that his betrayal had been discovered, and there was no way to escape the consequences. "Tell me why," Luo Chun said simply, sitting across from the bound disciple. For a long moment, Chun Ming didn't speak. Then, "My family was threatened," he said quietly. "The Crimson Flame sect approached me 3 months ago. They told me they had my sister. If I didn't provide information about your pocket world, your cultivation methods, your location, anything useful, they would burn her alive in front of my family. I couldn't refuse. I couldn't." The betrayal stung, but Luo Chin's initial reaction wasn't anger. It was understanding. Chun Ming wasn't a traitor out of malice. He was a victim coerced into betrayal under threat of losing someone he loved. "Is your sister alive?" Luo Chen asked. "I don't know," Chun Ming admitted. "They showed me an image, a girl who looked like her, in a cage. But it could have been any girl. I've been trying to get information without being discovered, hoping that when I provided something valuable enough, they would release her." Luo Chun understood the emotional calculus. The young disciple had been trapped between 2 impossible choices: betray his sect, or abandon his family to death. "I'll help you," Luo Chun said, "on the condition that you tell me everything you know about the Crimson Flame sect's operations and their plans." Chun Ming did. Over the next several hours, he revealed an organization working deeper into the Crimson Flame sect's operations than the Emerald Frost sect had previously understood. The Crimson Flame sect's primary goal wasn't to destroy the Emerald Frost sect or to control Luo Chen's pocket world. It was something else entirely. "They have a weapon," Chun Ming said carefully. "A device that was created by an ancient cultivator who studied the nature of pocket worlds. The device is designed to sever the connection between a cultivator and their pocket world. The weapon has never been tested successfully, but the Crimson Flame sect has been trying to refine it for years. They believe that if they can successfully sever your connection to the pocket world, the world will become dormant again, and they can claim it themselves." The revelation sent a chill through Luo Chen's consciousness. A weapon designed to sever pocket world connections. That meant the threat to his world wasn't just theoretical, it was concrete, actively being developed. "When will the weapon be ready?" Luo Chen asked. "They don't know," Chun Ming said. "But they're desperate. They've been trying to accelerate the development process. Rumors suggest they're planning to test it within the next few months." Luo Chun brought this information to Song Wei and Sect Master Lu Fong immediately. "The weapon's existence is the primary threat we've been unable to account for," Song Wei said grimly. "If the Crimson Flame sect has truly developed a method to sever pocket world connections, that changes the entire strategic picture. Your pocket world would become vulnerable in ways that no amount of external defense could prevent. Then we need to move against the Crimson Flame sect directly," Luo Chen said, "before they test the weapon. That would mean open warfare," Lu Fong said carefully. "The kingdom might not support military action against one of the 5 primary regional sects without cause." "Then we give them cause," Luo Chen said. "Chun Ming's testimony is evidence of Crimson Flame sect kidnapping, coercion, and espionage. That's enough for the kingdom to take action. They're unlikely to move directly against Crimson Flame, but they can apply political pressure, can make the sect leadership focus on defending against kingdom scrutiny rather than accelerating the weapon development." The plan was risky, but it was better than waiting for the Crimson Flame sect to complete their weapon and then attempting to use it. Chapter 59. The summit. 3 weeks after Chun Ming's interrogation, Luo Chun arranged what became known as the Northern Cultivation Summit, a formal meeting between representatives of 3 factions: the Emerald Frost sect, the Profound River sect, and the Crimson Flame sect. The meeting was framed as a diplomatic effort to reduce tensions in the region, to establish neutral ground where disputes could be settled through negotiation rather than military conflict. It was that, but it was also something else entirely. Luo Chun had coordinated with Lady Mei Ling and the kingdom's military to set up the summit in a neutral pavilion within the capital itself, ensuring that any violence would take place under royal scrutiny, where the kingdom's forces could intervene immediately. He had also arranged for the summit to be observed by representatives from every major cultivator house and sect in the region. Making the negotiations public meant that any breach would carry immediate consequences in terms of reputation and standing. The profound river sect's sect master arrived first, presenting a composed exterior but carrying the tension of a cultivator expecting conflict. The Crimson Flame sect's leadership arrived next, their demeanor more cautious. They had to suspect that Luo Chun knew something about their weapon project. Luo Chun greeted them all with perfect courtesy, offering hospitality that suggested genuine good faith. The purpose of this summit, Luo Chun began once everyone was seated, is to address the escalating tensions that have been developing in our region and to propose a framework for coexistence that serves all parties involved. The Profound River sect has felt threatened by my advancement. The Crimson Flame sect has pursued various forms of pressure against the Emerald Frost sect, and there has been a cycle of escalation that has benefited no one. You're proposing peace? The Profound River sect's sect master said skeptically. I'm proposing understanding, Luo Chun replied. I know that the Profound River sect's primary concern is that pocket world cultivation represents a new power structure that might displace the traditional cultivation hierarchy. I'm prepared to offer knowledge of the technique itself, not the exact method specific to my pocket world, but the underlying principles. Pocket world cultivation can be learned. It can be taught. There's no reason it has to be a monopoly. This offer caused immediate reactions. The Profound River sect's sect master showed interest. The Crimson Flame sect's leadership looked uncomfortable, understanding that Luo Chun was offering something they hadn't anticipated. And as for the Crimson Flame sect, Luo Chun continued, I have a specific proposal. I know about the pocket world severing weapon. I know it's being developed, and I know it's incomplete. Rather than have us continue in conflict while you work to perfect it, I propose that we reach a specific agreement. The Crimson Flame sect stops development of the weapon, and in exchange, I will use my knowledge of ancient cultivation techniques to help accelerate the Crimson Flame sect's cultivators into more advanced ranks. The Crimson Flame sect's leadership was shocked into silence. They had expected confrontation, not negotiation. Why would you offer this? The Crimson Flame sect's master asked carefully. Because a continuous cycle of escalating conflict serves no one, Luo Chun said simply. And because I believe that if we can reach peaceful accommodation, the region can flourish. The pocket world cultivation method can be taught. The benefits can be shared, but only if the factions involved are willing to work together rather than against each other. It was a gamble. If the Crimson Flame sect agreed to the proposal, he would have prevented the weapon's completion. If they refused, they would be refusing a generous offer publicly, which would damage their reputation and give the kingdom justification for moving against them. But before anyone could respond to the proposal, the pavilion's protective barrier activated. Someone had attacked the summit location. But it wasn't anyone Luo Chun had anticipated. Chapter 60. The ambush. The attack came from an unexpected direction. Cultivators emerged from the capital's streets, not from the sects that were present at the summit, but from a force Luo Chun didn't immediately recognize. They wore no sect markings, carried no identifiable colors, but their cultivation auras carried a specific signature that made Luo Chun's blood run cold. Heavenly Tribulation cultivators. Not one, but 3 of them, each radiating power that vastly exceeded anything in the summit pavilion. The pocket world belongs to the kingdom now, one of them announced, their voice carrying absolute authority. All competing claims are hereby suspended. Resistance will be met with elimination. The 3 cultivators formed a triangular formation around the pavilion, cutting off any escape route. Luo Chen's mind raced. This wasn't an attack from any of the regional sections. This was something else. Something with authority that transcended the kingdom's formal military hierarchy. Song Wei, standing at the pavilion's rear, met Luo Chen's eyes. In that moment, Luo Chun saw the answer in the old cultivator's expression. Song Wei had known something about this, or suspected it, or possibly, the thought struck with terrifying force, had arranged it. Before Luo Chun could act on that realization, one of the heavenly tribulation cultivators gestured, and the pavilion's protective barrier shattered like glass. The summit collapsed into chaos. Sect masters began mobilizing their cultivators for defense. Lady Mei Ling moved to position herself near Luo Chun, and the three heavenly tribulation cultivators advanced into the pavilion, their powers so overwhelming that even the regional sect leaders were forced to fall back. One of the cultivators moved directly toward Luo Chun, and Luo Chun found himself raising his nascent soul defensively, knowing that it would be insufficient against this level of power. But before the attack could land, Song Wei moved between them. "He's under my protection," the old cultivator said, his cultivation aura suddenly expanding to reveal something that had been hidden for years. Song Wei was Foundation establishment rank, but his aura contained echoes of something higher, something that suggested his true cultivation had been deliberately suppressed or hidden. "Then you'll die with him," the heavenly tribulation cultivator said, attacking without further warning. The clash between Song Wei and the heavenly tribulation cultivator sent shockwaves through the pavilion, shattering stone and toppling structures. The other two heavenly tribulation cultivators began to move, but they were intercepted by the sect masters of the Profound River sect and Crimson Flame sect, proving that despite their public hostility, they understood that Luo Chun's fate carried implications for all regional powers. In the chaos, Luo Chun felt a hand on his shoulder. "Lady Mei Ling, we need to leave," she said urgently. "The kingdom's military will move to secure the summit, but it will take time. If you can reach the pocket world, who are these cultivators?" Luo Chun demanded. "Why does the kingdom want my pocket world?" "That's a conversation for later," Mei Ling replied. "Right now, you need to run. Everything else will be secondary to your survival." But Luo Chun was already moving toward the pocket world's manifestation point, his consciousness pulling inward, toward the sanctuary that was becoming his true home. Behind him, he heard Song Wei cry out as a heavenly tribulation cultivator's attack landed. The old mentor had bought him time, and as Luo Chun's consciousness separated from the pavilion and dove into the depths of his pocket world, he understood that the real conflict, the war for control of his existence, for ownership of his world, for the future of pocket world cultivation itself, was finally beginning. The summit hadn't been an ambush meant to kill him. It had been an ambush meant to reveal the true players in a game far larger than any regional sect conflict. Someone had timed it perfectly to catch all the faction leaders in one place, to force their true loyalties and capabilities into the open. And now Luo Chun understood. The kingdom's patronage, the sect's hostility, Han Lai's obsession, the ancient seed vault's existence. All of it had been pieces of a larger strategy. Not his strategy, not anything he had deliberately orchestrated. Someone had been orchestrating the entire situation from behind the scenes. Someone with access to information that should have been confidential. Someone with the power to manipulate legendary cultivators and kingdom bureaucracies simultaneously. Someone wanted his pocket world, and they wanted it badly enough to risk open conflict during a kingdom-sanctioned summit. Badly enough to deploy heavenly tribulation cultivators. Badly enough that no amount of public scrutiny or political pressure would deter them. That was the revelation that hung in the darkness as Luo Chun dove deeper into the pocket world's consciousness, preparing for a war he had never expected to fight. A war on a scale that transcended anything he'd previously imagined. Chapter 61. The summit's collapse echoed through the pocket world like a shockwave through still water. Luo Chun's consciousness separated from the pavilion the moment Song Wei moved to shield him, the elder's body interposing between the young cultivator and a heavenly tribulation master whose power radiated like a miniature sun. He dove deeper into the heart of his garden, leaving the chaos of surface politics behind, his meditation sinking through layers of cultivation space until he reached the deepest gardens where the most ancient herbs grew. The heavenly tribulation cultivator's declaration hung in the air above, resonating through every level of the pocket world like thunder. The pocket world belongs to the kingdom now. All competing claims are hereby suspended. Resistance will be met with elimination. Those words would change everything. The pocket world's consciousness met him in the deepest gardens, an expanse of ancient cultivation plants, so old they predated the region's current dynasties, perhaps older than the region itself. Luminous herbs bloomed in colors that shouldn't exist in the natural world, their petals chiming like bells of pure crystallized essence when the wind stirred them. The consciousness manifested not as a separate entity or form, but as a vast awareness that had grown alongside Luo Qin's dedication to cultivation and tending, a presence that was becoming increasingly indistinguishable from his own extended consciousness. My creator's tomb, the consciousness said, not in words but in concepts that bloomed directly in Luo Qin's mind like flowers opening to the sun. He sealed it 1,000 years ago. The pocket worlds you've begun discovering, the network beyond the threshold, he designed all of it. Each one was a garden, a cultivation chamber, a research laboratory, a weapon forged in preparation for catastrophes that never came. The voice carried not malice but sorrow, the accumulated sadness of 1,000 years of waiting, of watching cultivators pass through without understanding the deeper purpose of what they cultivated. Luo Qin felt his meditation expand beyond its normal boundaries. The pocket world showed him something it had been keeping hidden, holding back in reserve until he was strong enough to understand the full implications. A sealed door deeper than the deepest roots of the oldest trees, deeper than the seed vault he had discovered, deeper than anything he had yet encountered. Not a physical door, but a dimensional threshold, a boundary between realities, locked with seals that predated the current world's major sects, possibly predated the current world itself. The seals were intricate, layered, ancient beyond measure, and they were beginning to weaken. Why now? Luo Qin asked through the connection, his thoughts rippling outward into the garden consciousness like pebbles dropped into still water. Why reveal this now? You've kept this hidden since I first bonded with you. Because they know, the consciousness replied, its tone shifting to something urgent, something tinged with fear that Luo Qin had never sensed before. The ones at the summit, the kingdom's representatives, the sect's observers, the hidden powers that pull the strings of continental politics. Someone has been studying the Pocket World Network for decades. Someone with resources and knowledge far beyond normal cultivators. The seed vault you discovered? That was merely a treasure room, a distraction, a test to see if you could handle its power. The real prize lies beyond the sealed door, waiting in dimensions that have been sealed away for so long that most cultivators believe they're myth. Luo Qin felt the weight of history pressing down on him like the depths of an ocean. 1,000 years of secrets, a network of dormant worlds connected by threads of ancient cultivation technique. And now the kingdoms and sects were closing in like wolves scenting blood in the water. The pocket world showed him flashes of its creator, a figure shrouded in legend and power, someone who had attempted to transcend mortality itself through the cultivation of divine herbs, someone who had come devastatingly close to succeeding before something had gone catastrophically wrong. The consciousness withdrew from the full depth of revelation, leaving Luo Qin alone with one final piece of knowledge that felt like a curse disguised as a gift. If the seals break, what sleeps beyond the door will wake. Your choice, Luo Qin. Strengthen the seals and lock away the power forever, accepting the responsibility of eternal guardianship. Or open the door and face what lies within, facing mysteries that have shaped the very nature of cultivation itself. Before Luo Qin could form a response, his connection to the pocket world surface snapped with urgent force, like a thread pulled taut to the point of breaking. Song Wei was calling him back, not through cultivation or speech, but through the very essence of the garden itself, using an emergency protocol they had established months ago for situations that threatened their core survival. Luo Qin's consciousness rocketed back to his body, pulled through layers of dimensional space, moving from the depths where time moved differently to the surface where mortality pressed with full weight. The summit pavilion was a battlefield of collapsed formations and scattered cultivators, a place of refuge suddenly transformed into a war zone. Song Wei stood between Luo Qin and a heavenly tribulation master whose robes bore the imperial insignia, the mark of the Celestial Bureau's highest authority. Blood dripped from Song Wei's shoulder, a serious wound inflicted by a technique that moved too fast for even core formation cultivators to track. let alone foundation establishment ones like Luo Chen. Her left arm hung at an awkward angle, either dislocated or broken, but her expression remained composed, focused, waiting. Elder, Luo Chen rushed to her side, his mind already reaching out to the pocket world, trying to draw power he could use to help her, to defend them both. Fall back into the pocket world, Song Wei commanded, not even glancing at him. Her eyes were locked on the heavenly tribulation cultivator, reading every micro-expression on his face, preparing for his next attack. Go. Now. I'll hold him long enough for you to escape. I'm not leaving you. The heavenly tribulation master's hand rose, his fingers beginning to gather power that made reality itself seem to shimmer around them. Song Wei pushed Luo Chun backward with her own qi, a blast of force that would have been lethal if it came from any cultivator less skilled. He stumbled backward, unable to maintain his footing, and a dimensional gateway materialized at his back. The pocket world itself was protecting him, folding space to ensure his escape, prioritizing his survival as the gardener who had bonded with its consciousness. The last thing Luo Chen saw before the gateway consumed him was Song Wei drawing her sword, blood still flowing from her shoulder where the heavenly tribulation master's previous attack had cut deep, meeting the master's next attack head-on. The sound of collision, two forms of power meeting at their peak, echoed through the pavilion as Luo Chen was pulled fully into the pocket world's interior gardens. He crashed into the interior gardens, gasping, fury and fear twisting in his chest in equal measure. Above, he could feel the continued resonance of the battle through his connection to the consciousness. He was torn between the desperate need to help Song Wei and the realization that he was currently outmatched by multiple orders of magnitude by the cultivators at the summit. His world had just fundamentally changed. The kingdom had moved, and he was no longer a young cultivator tending herbs in secret. He was a target. Chapter 62 Han Lai appeared in the expanded pocket world realm 2 days after the summit's collapse, moving with purpose and focus that Luo Chun had never witnessed before. The pale thief had shed his casual demeanor like a serpent shedding old skin, moving through the dimensional corridors that connected the various pocket worlds like he knew them intimately, like he could feel the architecture of reality itself through some sense that transcended normal cultivation. He passed Luo Chun without a word. No mockery, no predatory smile, no challenge, just single-minded determination focused on some distant objective. Luo Chun followed. The pale thief descended into one of the secondary pocket worlds, a place Luo Chun had briefly explored during one of his early expeditions into the connected gardens, but had never fully cataloged or understood. The journey took them through dimensional transitions that would have been lethal to most cultivators, spaces where the laws of physics became suggestions rather than rules, where time flowed in multiple directions simultaneously, where cultivators who weren't bonded to the pocket world consciousness would simply cease to exist. Inside, the garden was frozen. Not dead. That would have been less terrible. The garden was frozen in crystalline stasis, every leaf and stem covered in a shimmering layer of preservation magic, so sophisticated that Luo Chun could feel centuries of accumulated cultivation power within it. The air itself seemed suspended, time held in abeyance through techniques that only the most powerful cultivators could weave. And at the center of it all, suspended in a cocoon of temporal seals within a cultivation stasis chamber, was a woman. Han Lai fell to his knees. The sight of the pale thief, dangerous, brilliant, utterly ruthless, on his knees broke something in Luo Chen's perception of him. Han Lai's shoulders shook with sobs that he clearly wasn't trying to hide anymore, making no attempt to maintain the facade of control. "In Shui," he whispered, her name a prayer and a plea. Tears streamed down his pale face. Not the controlled tears of someone performing emotion, but genuine, unguarded, completely unlike the Han Lai Luo Chun had known from their earliest encounters. The thief reached out with both hands trembling, barely touching the stasis cocoon, as if even that small contact might shatter something irreplaceable. Luo Chun watched, seeing something he had never expected to witness. The pale thief was not a monster of ambition or greed, not a force of nature driven by hunger for power or wealth. He was a man broken by loss, hollowed out by grief, held together only by the thread of a single obsession that had sustained him for centuries. The centuries of theft, of pursuit, of evading enemies across continents and dimensions, of obsession that it seemed like madness. They had all been driven by this moment, by the promise of reunion, by the frozen dream he could finally touch again after so much time. How long? Han Lai asked, his voice rough as stone grinding against stone, barely a whisper. How many years have I searched? How long since she was sealed away? The magical records in the garden suggest 200 years, Luo Chen said quietly, understanding that these were the first kind words Han Lai had needed to hear in a very long time. Maybe closer to 230. The preservation magic is so sophisticated that I can only estimate based on the depth of cultivation essence woven through the stasis. Han Lai's shoulders shook harder. He pressed both palms against the stasis cocoon, his pale fingers splayed, trying to pour every ounce of love and apology through the magical barrier that separated him from his beloved. He channeled his chi with infinite gentleness, with none of the predatory force he normally used to break through barriers, trying not to disturb the delicate balance that had kept her alive and preserved for more than 2 centuries. I failed you, Yin Shui, he said, addressing the frozen woman as if she could hear him. I was too weak, too slow, too broken. I let them seal you away, and I couldn't find you, couldn't reach you. But I found it. I found the world. I found you. Over the next hours, working with careful precision that revealed depths of patience Luo Chen hadn't known Han Lai possessed, they worked together to begin the process of waking her. The two of them, the unlikely pair of the wandering thief and the pocket world gardener, methodically unraveling the seals, reading the cultivation patterns, channeling energy in precise patterns that the stasis had recorded, slowly bringing Yin Shui's consciousness back toward wakefulness, like coaxing a flame back to life in the darkness. It was delicate work. One mistake, one wrong cultivation technique applied at the wrong moment, could shatter the delicate balance that had preserved her and cause her to slip into death instead of waking. But neither of them made mistakes. Han Lai because his love demanded perfection. Luo Chen because he understood that this moment was about more than just rescue. It was about redemption, about transforming what had seemed like villainy into desperate devotion. When the work was finally completed, when the last seal had been carefully unraveled and the final cultivation energy had been channeled through, Han Lai turned to Luo Chen with an expression of gratitude so profound it seemed to remake his entire face. Thank you, he said simply, for not stopping me, for not assuming I was the monster everyone else believed, for helping me save her. What will you do now? Luo Chen asked. When she wakes, when she comes to consciousness after 200 years, what comes next? Stay, Han Lai said with absolute certainty. Guard her while she recovers her strength and makes sense of 2 centuries of history she slept through. When she wakes fully, I'll explain what has happened, what we've lost, what we've found. And then, his pale eyes glinted with something dangerous, something that suggested centuries of rage and determination could finally find its rightful target. Then we'll help you do what needs to be done. I can feel the disturbance at the summit, even through the dimensional barriers. The kingdom knows, doesn't it? They're coming for the pocket world. Luo Chen nodded slowly. There are forces far larger than us interested in what we have here. Forces that see the pocket world as either a resource to be controlled or a threat to be eliminated. Then we'll be ready, Han Lai said with the confidence of someone who had spent centuries evading pursuers, learning to hide in dimensions and across political boundaries. I've run from greater powers than this. I know how to stay hidden, how to find weaknesses, how to strike when enemies least expect it. He paused, and something changed in his expression, a hardening of purpose. But if the Celestial Bureau, the Hidden Immortals Council, and the Demonic Sect Alliance are all mobilizing as you suggest, then you'll need more than evasion. You'll need allies. You'll need a coalition. And you'll need to be willing to show strength even when facing overwhelming odds. Chapter 63. The delegations arrived within 3 days of the summit's official collapse, each faction moving with the precision of institutions that had been preparing contingency plans for this exact scenario, possibly for decades. The continental situation that Luo Chen had imagined only in abstract theory suddenly became horrifyingly concrete, manifesting as cultivators materializing in the main garden, establishing temporary camps, and claiming territorial rights to portions of the pocket world network. The first official delegation came from the Celestial Bureau, the kingdom's primary governmental body for managing and developing immortal cultivation. They arrived on a massive floating platform constructed from refined cultivation materials, bearing the Imperial Phoenix seal rendered in gold that probably weighed more than most cultivators could lift. The platform set down in the primary garden with such careful precision that not a single herb was damaged by its descent, a show of control and power designed to impress without needing to threaten. The lead representative was a woman named Tian Ru, whose bearing and cultivation level instantly marked her as a nascent soul master, a power level 2 full ranks above Luo Chen's current foundation establishment abilities. She presented herself with bureaucratic courtesy that thinly veiled imperial ambition, speaking in the careful language of someone representing an institution that could not afford to appear desperate, even when stakes were catastrophically high. "We come to facilitate a smooth integration," she announced, her voice carrying carefully modulated cultivation force that ensured she could be heard without shouting. She materialized in the center of the main garden with her retinue of Foundation establishment cultivators arranged in formation behind her, and Luo Chun felt the weight of institutional power pressing down like an ocean. The pocket world represents extraordinary potential for the kingdom's advancement. We're prepared to offer terms of partnership, terms that would guarantee your safety and prosperity within the empire's structure. Before Luo Chun could form a response, before he could even fully process the implications of the Celestial Bureau's arrival, a second-dimensional rift tore open in the sky above the garden. The sound of it was worse than violence. It was the sound of reality being forced open, of barriers between worlds being ripped rather than navigated through. From it emerged cultivators bearing the silver crescent moon emblem of the Hidden Immortals Council, a faction so ancient and powerful that most cultivators considered them barely more than legend. They were older, more austere, with an air of authority and power that suggested they answered to forces much greater than the kingdom, possibly to forces that existed in dimensions most cultivators couldn't even perceive. Their leader was a thin man with jade-colored eyes that seemed to look through normal matter toward the underlying structure of reality itself. He introduced himself simply as Keeper Shun, a name that carried no flourish, needing none. "The Celestial Bureau speaks from ignorance," Keeper Shun said, his voice carrying profound cultivation weight that made the very ground vibrate with harmonics. "Pocket worlds are sealed for reasons. This one in particular should have remained dormant, sealed, forgotten. It represents knowledge and power that most cultivators are not ready to access. The kingdom cannot manage what lies within this pocket world network. You lack both the philosophy and the power." The tension between the two factions was immediate and palpable. Tian Ru's expression hardened slightly, and Luo Chun could feel the subtle shift as both delegations positioned themselves for potential conflict, their cultivators silently preparing defensive formations. The third faction's arrival was the most theatrical, the most deliberately designed to intimidate and impress. A rift of shadow and crimson flame tore open in the air, and the demonic sect alliance's representative emerged, as if stepping through a doorway rather than traveling through dimensions. She was a striking woman with silver hair that seemed to contain actual moonlight within its strands, dressed in blood-red robes that bore insignias of power and authority so pronounced that Luo Chen's cultivation senses recoiled from them. She introduced herself as Duchess Wei of the Crimson Lotus sect, and when she walked forward, the very soil of the garden seemed to shrink back from her presence. "How tiresome," she said, looking at both previous delegations with an expression of disdain so pronounced it was almost contemptuous. The bureaucrats and the fossils, all convinced they should play gardener, all convinced they understand what this pocket world represents. What you're all missing, what your philosophy blinds you to, is this: the demonic sect alliance doesn't seek to control the pocket world in the way you're imagining. We seek to understand its true power, and if that understanding requires destroying it to extract that power before it's destroyed anyway, then so be it." The garden went absolutely silent. Even the herbs seemed to stop moving in the slight breeze. "But we won't," Duchess Wei continued, smiling with teeth that seemed slightly too sharp. "Not yet. First, we're making our offer, one that's infinitely more generous than these bureaucrats and fossils could ever imagine. She walked toward Luo Chun with predatory grace, her movements suggesting coiled power waiting for release. Work with us, Luo Chun. Teach us the secrets of pocket world cultivation. Show us how you've bonded with the consciousness, how you channel its power, how you accelerated your cultivation beyond normal limits through herb cultivation. In exchange, we'll protect you from all three factions, yes, including ourselves. You'll have the Crimson Lotus sect's full backing and the Demonic Sect Alliance's resources, and our guarantee that you'll survive whatever comes next. The three delegations established temporary compounds in separate regions of the expanded Pocket World network, each one watching the others with open hostility that was barely contained beneath courtesy and formal protocol. Ancient wards were raised, defensive formations layered into the very architecture of the Pocket World, creating barriers between the factions. Luo Chen found himself caught at the geometric center of three competing interests, each one convinced they had the right to his world, his knowledge, his future, and his labor. That night, he barely slept. Instead, he meditated deep in the Pocket World consciousness, seeking guidance, seeking wisdom that was older than all three continental factions combined, finding only the reflection of his own uncertainty. Chapter 64. The knock on his door came at midnight, arriving not as a sudden intrusion or forced summoning, but as a respectful request transmitted through the Pocket World's communication system. A visitor had requested an audience. Luo Chen's heart sank when he read the name on the message, Luo Xian. His father, the man who had abandoned him to poverty and shame, had come to the Pocket World, and he had brought someone with him. Luo Xian appeared exactly as Luo Chen remembered him, older now, worn by years of seeking mediocrity and stability in a world that offered neither, his hair grayed at the temples, his face lined with the kind of exhaustion that came from choosing the wrong battles and losing them methodically over decades. But he still carried the unmistakable Luo family bearing. The dignity that suggested their bloodline had once meant something in the world. What Luo Chen didn't expect was the man standing beside him. The stranger was draped in demonic sect robes of a quality that suggested rank and authority, his cultivation aura so controlled and refined it was like standing near a perfectly still lake that nonetheless contained depths that could drown mountains. He introduced himself as Minister Hu, a senior strategist for the Crimson Lotus sect, and when he smiled, Luo Chun understood that this was not a simple negotiation. This was a turning point. This was a betrayal being delivered with courtesy and familial affection. Son, Luo Xian began, his voice uncertain, wavering between hope and desperation. We need to discuss the future of the family. Your future. Our future. Luo Chen's stomach twisted into knots, already knowing what was coming, already understanding the shape of the betrayal before it was fully spoken. What have you done? Luo Chen asked quietly. What was necessary, his father replied, and those 4 words contained the entirety of his justification. The Luo family's honor has been compromised for generations. We've been treated as servants in our own region, as people beneath notice, as a family of shameful poverty. The Demonic Sect Alliance has offered to restore our standing, to rebuild our wealth and authority, to elevate the Luo name to something that commands respect in the marketplace and the halls of power. Luo Xian paused, and in that pause, Luo Chun understood the full extent of the betrayal before it was even completed. His father had made a choice. He had chosen certainty over loyalty, chosen material gain over his own son's autonomy and safety. In exchange, Luo Xian continued, his voice steadying as he committed fully to the path he had chosen. I've provided information about the Pocket World, its capabilities, your cultivation potential, the existence and location of the seed vault. Everything the demonic sect needed to understand the true strategic value of what you've created here. The world didn't just tilt. It inverted. Luo Chun felt something crack inside his chest. Not a physical wound, but a rupture in the foundation of trust that had always existed between father and son, however complicated and distant that relationship had been. He had never fully forgiven his father for abandoning him, but he had come to accept that abandonment as part of his past, something he had moved beyond. Now he understood that forgiveness had been conditional, based on the assumption that his father would never actively betray him. That assumption had been fatal. You sold my world, Luo Chen said quietly, his voice steady even as rage and grief twisted through his heart. To them, to the demonic sect, to Minister Hu, you sold everything. I sold your future, Luo Xian corrected, his voice hardening with the desperation of a man trying to justify the unjustifiable, trying to convince himself that his choice had been correct even as his son's face recorded the full weight of his treachery. The pocket world attracts too many enemies. The Celestial Bureau wants to control it, to absorb it into their institutional structure, which would consume your autonomy. The Hidden Immortals Council wants to seal it, to lock away knowledge they believe is too dangerous, which would destroy everything you've built. The Demonic Sect Alliance at least offers direct protection, at least offers your family power. Minister Hu smiled, an expression like a blade wrapped in silk, like violence dressed up in courtesy. Your father has been most helpful, young Luo Chen. Extraordinarily helpful in ways that have already accelerated our timeline considerably. He gestured dismissively toward the window, toward the outer gardens where Luo Chen could suddenly feel disturbances in the cultivation currents. Did you notice that 3 units of our cultivators disappeared into the secondary pocket worlds approximately 2 hours ago, moving with purpose and knowledge that could only come from someone who understood the dimensional structure? They're searching for the seed vault now, following the exact coordinates your father provided. Once we have it, once we've extracted the knowledge it contains, the terms of our arrangement with your father will be finalized. The Luo family will rise again. Your father's name will mean something in the demonic sect's inner circles. Luo Chen's cultivation flared in pure rage, a burst of power that radiated outward from his body with so much force that multiple herb planters cracked. He felt the pocket world itself responding to his fury, vines beginning to twist and tighten around the room, shadows deepening to near absolute black, the consciousness preparing to defend its gardener even if it meant destroying the guests he had allowed inside. Minister Hu didn't even flinch. He simply raised one hand, and Luo Chen's entire body froze mid-action, locked in place by a technique so perfectly refined it was like being caught in crystallized air, like being sealed into stasis by someone for whom such techniques were nothing but casual applications of vast power. The demonic sect cultivator's actual power, not his apparent strength, not the carefully controlled aura he had maintained during negotiations, but his true cultivation level, was revealed in that single gesture. He was core formation, possibly high stage, maybe even early nascent soul, operating at a power level that made Luo Chen's rage seem like the tantrum of an angry child. Your rage is understood but ultimately misplaced, Minister Hu said conversationally, as if he were discussing the weather rather than the systematic betrayal of everything Luo Chen held dear. We both know you can't stop us. Your best course of action, your only intelligent course of action, is to accept the inevitable and negotiate for the kindest possible terms. The demonic sect is not interested in cruelty for its own sake. We want cooperation. We want knowledge. We want you to become part of something larger than yourself. Luo Xian looked away, shame and desperation warring across his features like 2 armies fighting for control of his face. Son, the sect promised your family would be protected. Protected and elevated. Can't you see the wisdom in that? Can't you understand that I'm trying to save us? That I'm trying to build something we can be proud of? But Luo Chen couldn't see wisdom. He could only see betrayal, his own father collaborating with a force that meant to strip the pocket world bare and leave him discarded in its wake like a fruit that had been sucked dry. The pain of it burned colder than ice, deeper than any blade, a wound that touched something fundamental in his soul. Chapter 65. The demonic sect's forces had been moving through the secondary pocket worlds for less than 4 hours, searching methodically for the seed vault using the intelligence that Luo Xian had provided, when Song Wei's emergency summons reached the Emerald Frost disciples stationed in the outer compounds. The signal came through the cultivation networks as a simple message: war. Luo Chen, still frozen by Minister Hu's technique, accessed the pocket world's consciousness and poured instructions out like water through a broken dam. The consciousness responded immediately, its loyalty unshaken by betrayal, its commitment to its gardener absolute. The pocket world itself became a weapon. Han Lai, recovered from his reunion with Yin Shui and standing watch over her slowly awakening form, felt the disturbance and left her side to act. He appeared in the outer gardens where the first battle was beginning to coalesce, moving with the efficiency of someone who had spent centuries defeating larger forces through cunning and ruthlessness. Together with Song Wei's coordination, he organized the initial response. Every Emerald Frost disciple who could fight was mobilized. Han Lai provided intelligence on architectural weak points in the dimensional connections between pocket worlds, places where a small team could choke off the larger sect's advance, bottlenecks where superior cultivation could be negated by superior positioning. The battle that followed was unlike anything in modern records. The demonic sect, vastly more powerful in individual cultivator strength, with core formation masters leading the assault, with techniques that could shatter mountains and boil oceans, nonetheless found themselves severely disadvantaged against an enemy that could reshape the very ground beneath their feet, that could command the plants themselves to attack, that could destabilize dimensional architecture in ways that threatened the demonic sect forces with simple erasure from reality. The pocket world threw everything at them. Thorny vines erupted from the ground with force that could pierce stone cultivation, their tips covered in poisons that even core formation masters had to carefully defend against. Massive flowers bloomed that released disorienting spores into the air, spores that affected cultivators at all levels by destabilizing their sense of spatial orientation, making it impossible for them to form coherent battle formations. The entire dimensional architecture began to destabilize around the demonic sect forces, with tears appearing in the fabric of space itself, with entire sections of pocket world folding in on themselves, with reality becoming an active hostile force. Two of the demonic sect's teams, unable to adapt to the changing battlefield, were forced to retreat through dimensional gates. A third team, led by a vicious core formation master named Jin Kwa, managed to fight deeper toward the seed vault, their power and training allowing them to adapt to the shifting geometry of the battle, to anticipate the pocket world's attacks, and move through them. For a moment, it seemed like they might actually reach their objective, might actually crack open the seed vault and begin extracting its accumulated cultivation knowledge. But they never reached it. Han Lai appeared from seemingly nowhere, from a dimension that his centuries of hiding had taught him to master, moving with speed that made even Luo Chen's enhanced senses struggle to track his movements. The Pale Thief and the demonic sect master fought in the depths of the pocket world, in regions where the pocket world's consciousness had learned to manifest more directly, in spaces where cultivation became art, became violence, became transcendence. Han Lai was ultimately driven back by Jin Kwa's superior cultivation. The math was simple, inevitable, a matter of raw power that no technique could overcome. But the thief's real goal wasn't victory in that fight. It was distraction, opportunity, a chance to act at a distance. While Jin Kwa's attention was consumed by the immediate threat, Han Lai activated a network of ancient dimensional collapse triggers throughout the pocket world network, fail-safes that the previous keeper had installed 1,000 years ago. The cascading dimensional failures forced a complete evacuation of the demonic sect forces. The pocket worlds began to destabilize, their connections to each other fraying, the bridges between dimensions beginning to collapse. Rather than risk being trapped in a pocket world that was destroying itself around them, the demonic sect was forced to retreat en masse, their forces ejected back into the primary pocket world, their carefully organized assault reduced to a desperate scramble for exits. Minister Hu, still holding Luo Chen frozen with his core formation cultivation, suddenly found himself with far more urgent concerns than a single mortal-born cultivator. The very ground beneath his feet was becoming unstable, and the cultivators maintaining the wards that protected the demonic sect's temporary compound were beginning to falter under the pocket world's assault. "We're withdrawing," he announced coldly, his expression carefully controlled despite the obvious concern in his eyes. "But understand this, Luo Chun, we will return. And next time, we'll bring overwhelming force. Next time, the demonic sect alliance will commit resources that will crush any resistance. Your pocket world is powerful, but it's not infinite. And we have the patience of institutions. We will wait. We will prepare. And when we move again, you will not be able to stop us." He released Luo Chun from the technique, letting the young cultivator collapse, gasping, his muscles aching from the strain of being locked in stasis. minister who walked toward a dimensional portal with unhurried steps, carrying himself with the confidence of someone who knew defeat was only temporary. Luo Xian hurrying behind him, neither looking back toward Luo Chun, neither acknowledging the son they had just betrayed. The battle was over. The demonic sect had been repelled. But the damage was done in ways that couldn't be undone by any amount of herb cultivation. The demonic sect knew the layout of the pocket world network. They knew the location of the seed vault. They knew Luo Chen's power, his methods, his limitations, and his allies. And they had proven something that terrified Luo Chen on a fundamental level. The pocket world, for all its vast cultivation potential, for all its connection to power that transcended normal cultivation, wasn't sufficient to protect him against forces operating at higher stages of power, forces that had centuries of technique and resources to draw upon. Luo Chen, watching his father disappear through the dimensional portal without so much as a final glance of remorse or reconciliation, felt something harden in his chest. His father had made his choice, had committed himself to the demonic sect, had betrayed everything that might have bound them together. Now Luo Chen would make his own choice. He would advance further, would push harder, would accept whatever darkness was necessary to protect those who remained loyal to him. He would become something that even continental forces had to take seriously. Chapter 66. Song Wei convened an emergency council of Emerald Frost senior leadership in the main pavilion 24 hours after the demonic sect's retreat. Once her wounds had been treated and her cultivation had stabilized to a level where she could focus on strategic matters. The atmosphere in the pavilion was grim, weighted with the knowledge that they had won a battle but hadn't resolved the underlying problem that had generated the battle in the first place. The sect that had protected Luo Chen from his earliest days in the pocket world was powerful, formidable within its regional context. But it existed in a world where continental forces operated on entirely different scales, where kingdoms marshaled resources that made individual sects seem like children playing with wood swords. "We can no longer protect you alone," Song Wei said directly, her voice carrying no room for comforting lies or strategic deception. The Celestial Bureau, the Hidden Immortals Council, and the Demonic Sect Alliance, any one of them individually is stronger than Emerald Frost could ever become. And when they coordinate, which they eventually will, the combined power will be absolutely overwhelming. Zhang Tao, sitting beside Luo Chen, his expression grave and thoughtful, nodded slowly. His merchant sensibilities understood the fundamental mathematics of force and pressure. Lady Mei Ling, the noble house representative who had become an unexpected ally, was studying Luo Chen's face as if trying to predict his reaction before he himself understood it. Yao Xian looked like he wanted to disappear through the floor. "There are 3 paths forward," Song Wei continued, laying out the options with the clarity of someone who had spent her entire life understanding strategic choices and their consequences. First, surrender the pocket world to the Celestial Bureau. The kingdom will grant you status, wealth, safety, the kind of security that comes with institutional backing. You'll lose autonomy and freedom, but you'll survive. You'll live comfortably within the structures they create. You'll become their asset, but an asset that's protected and cultivated. Second, form an alliance with the Hidden Immortals Council. They're ancient, powerful, and less interested in exploitation than the kingdom for its own sake. But they operate by their own rules, rules that developed over thousands of years. Their agenda remains opaque. You'd be trading one form of servitude for another, but with more flexibility, more room to maneuver. Third, go completely independent. Refuse all 3 factions. Build a coalition of smaller forces, of noble houses and independent cultivators and minor sects who find the idea of the pocket world's independence as appealing as you do. Establish the pocket world as neutral territory, a place where all cultivators can come to learn and advance, but none can control. It's the most dangerous path, the one most likely to end in your death. But it preserves your freedom. It preserves the possibility of becoming something larger than any faction's tool. Luo Chen felt every eye in the pavilion on him, felt the weight of decision pressing down like a physical force. The choice Song Wei was describing wasn't just about the pocket world. It was about identity, about whether he would remain an instrument of others' ambitions or become the author of his own destiny. Before he could respond, Before he could even begin to articulate the response that was forming in his mind, Yao Xian stood abruptly, his face pale as death, his entire body shaking with something that looked like physical illness. "I need to tell you something," Yao Xian said, his voice shaking. "Something I should have told you a long time ago. Something that eats at me every moment I'm awake. I've been reporting to the Hidden Immortals Council since I arrived at Emerald Frost. Every discovery, every advancement in your cultivation, every detail about the pocket world, its power levels, its consciousness, its potential. I was ordered to. I was selected, placed here deliberately, tasked with gathering intelligence on you and your world." The council erupted in angry voices, accusation and condemnation pouring forth. But Yao Xian didn't stop. He continued, desperation pouring out of him like blood from a wound. "I'm sorry, Luo Chun. I was sorry every single time I reported your advancements and discoveries to the Hidden Immortals Council. Every single report felt like betrayal, because it was betrayal. But I was too weak to refuse the Council's orders, too afraid of what they'd do if I didn't obey. The Hidden Immortals Council doesn't make suggestions. They give orders with absolute authority, and refusal means death, swift, complete, permanent death. So I obeyed, and I hated myself for obeying, and I came to love you and the dream of the pocket world anyway, and I didn't know how to reconcile those two incompatible truths." Yao Xian fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "I swear, by everything I am, my loyalty to you and to this pocket world is genuine now. What the Hidden Immortals Council wants is destruction. They think the pocket world is destined to become unstable eventually, to collapse under its own power and kill thousands. They want to seal it before that happens. But I don't believe that. I think you can control this. I think the pocket world chose you for a reason." He looked directly at Luo Chun, his eyes raw with genuine remorse. "Forgive me. Let me prove my loyalty. Let me help protect what we've built, not as a spy, but as a true ally." The revelation stung, another betrayal to add to his father's treachery, another person revealed to be serving masters that Luo Chun hadn't even fully understood. But Yao Xian's confession, his willingness to expose himself completely, to invite punishment rather than hide his deception, suggested something genuine beneath the fear. And Song Wei's expression was unreadable, suggesting that perhaps the elder had already suspected, had perhaps been managing the situation rather than being blindsided by it. "The choice remains with you, Luo Chun," Song Wei said quietly, her voice steady as a mountain. "Three paths. What will it be?" Chapter 67. That night, alone in the innermost garden where the most potent herbs grew, where the pocket world's consciousness was strongest and most responsive, Luo Chun sat beside the oldest immortal flower, a bloom of crystallized cultivation energy that had existed since the pocket world's creation, that had survived for millennia without wilting or losing potency. He meditated deeply, seeking not answers but clarity, seeking understanding of what he wanted from the future, understanding of who he wanted to become. Around him, the pocket world's consciousness moved like water, like breath, like the pulse of his own heart, like something that had become so integrated with his being that separation seemed impossible. He could feel the seed vault's dormant power, the sealed door deeper still, the entire network of secondary worlds all connected by threads of ancient cultivation technique and purpose that transcended normal politics. His father had betrayed him for the promise of status and wealth. Yao Xian had betrayed him from fear, but was now offering redemption, offering loyalty, offering to stand beside him despite his past deception. Han Lai had spent 2 centuries in service to love, and that same devotion was now being directed toward protecting the pocket world and everyone in it. Song Wei had risked her life at the summit, had suffered wounds that might scar her permanently, had endured the kingdom's pressure and the weight of institutional power, all to give Luo Chen the freedom to choose his own path, without forced coercion. Around him, the continental factions circled like wolves, each convinced they had the right to dictate his future. The Celestial Bureau's bureaucratic dominance, presenting control as protection. The Hidden Immortals Council's paranoia and need for certainty, presenting destruction as salvation. The demonic sect's hunger for power, presenting servitude as opportunity. And then, in the silence, in the deepest meditation, Luo Chun felt something shift. A new presence emerging from the pocket world's consciousness itself, not a separate entity, but a crystallization of all he had built within its gardens. The world wasn't just territory to be controlled or guarded. It was alive, aware, increasingly conscious, and ready to protect its gardener with power that transcended mortal understanding. An idea formed in his mind, radical and terrifying in its ambition. An idea that might reshape everything. Chapter 68. The meeting took place in the central garden, at the heart of the pocket world where its consciousness was most present and most powerful, with representatives from every faction Luo Chun had come to trust. Song Wei, her shoulder bandaged but her spirit unbroken. Han Lai, standing with Yin Shui at his side, her eyes still adjusting to 200 years of change, her cultivation beginning to fully manifest as she transitioned toward complete wakefulness. Zhang Tao, his merchant sense already calculating the implications of what was about to be announced. Lady Mei Ling, whose noble house had shown willingness to resist institutional pressure. Yao Xian, seeking redemption through action rather than just words. Luo Chen stood in the center, feeling the pocket world's power behind him, within him, through him. "I'm founding a new faction," he announced, his voice carrying through the garden with the force of his core formation cultivation, backed by the power of the pocket world's consciousness itself. It will be called the Eternal Garden Collective. It will be a coalition of independent cultivators, noble houses, and small sects united around a single principle. The pocket world is a resource for all cultivation, not a prize for the powerful to fight over. Song Wei's eyes widened slightly, not in shock, but in something like recognition, like she had been hoping for exactly this kind of ambition, but hadn't wanted to influence Luo Chen's choice by suggesting it directly. "I'm not going to serve the Celestial Bureau. I'm not going to submit to the Hidden Immortals Council. I'm not going to become the demonic sect's tool," Luo Chen continued. "But I'm also not going to be reckless. This new faction will be a direct challenge to all three continental forces, not a challenge born from strength, but a challenge born from principle. We'll establish the pocket world as neutral ground. Anyone can come to study, to cultivate, to harvest herbs, but not to dominate, not to exploit, not to rule." Lady Mei Ling smiled, a small curve of her lips that suggested she'd been waiting to see if Luo Chun had this kind of ambition and vision within him. She stood slowly, and there was formal ceremony in her movements. "The Mei family will support this. My house has resources, connections, and leverage with the regional nobility. We can recruit other families to the collective, can establish legitimacy in the eyes of merchants and independent power brokers who don't want to see the pocket world consumed by any single faction." Han Lai, standing with Yin Shui beside him, nodded with absolute certainty. "I've spent centuries outside all factions. I know how to move through the spaces between institutions, how to find hidden routes and alternatives. Yin Shui and I will help build the infrastructure for the collective. Secure borders, hidden pathways, places where the collective can operate beyond the reach of casual observation or intervention. And we'll do something else," Han Lai added, and there was steel in his voice. "We'll provide force, not to conquer or to dominate, but to ensure that the collective's autonomy is protected. We've already proven we can hurt forces larger than ourselves." Zhang Tao stepped forward, his merchant background making him uniquely suited to the practical implementation of Luo Chen's vision. "The Luo family name means something to the merchant houses, even after everything that's happened. I can organize trade networks, establish the pocket world as a legitimate commercial hub for rare herbs and cultivation materials. Make it so economically valuable that destroying it becomes an unthinkable loss. So economically important that the continental powers have to at least respect the collective's existence even if they're not fully satisfied with its autonomy." Yao Xian, still seeking redemption through action rather than through words alone, knelt before Luo Chun in a gesture of complete subordination and commitment. "I can use my knowledge of the Hidden Immortals Council to navigate their Byzantine politics and understand what truly motivates their actions. Help us understand their actual concerns beneath their demands for control and destruction. They're not evil. I've learned that much. They're scared. They're genuinely afraid the pocket world will become unstable eventually, that its power will grow beyond control, that it will collapse catastrophically and kill thousands. If we can address those fears, if we can demonstrate that the collective is committed to stability and careful management, we might actually convince them to support neutrality rather than oppose us. Song Wei stood slowly, her shoulder wound tight and painful beneath her robes, her bearing unshaken by the pain or the doubts that had surely assailed her during the battle. Emerald Frost will join the Eternal Garden Collective as a founding institution. The sect that first sheltered you will now serve this larger vision you're creating, and I will serve as your first external coordinator, handling negotiations with the continental factions, establishing legitimacy with powers that respect tradition and institutional precedent, buying you time to grow stronger, building stronger connections. I'll be your ambassador, your advocate, your voice in places where your presence would only provoke confrontation or suspicion. I'll speak for the collective when speech is needed. Luo Chun felt something settle within him, something fundamental that had been missing since the first moment he understood he was surrounded by forces far larger and more powerful than himself, by institutions that had resources he could barely comprehend. It wasn't confidence. That would come later, if it came at all. But it was something equally important, understanding that he wasn't alone, that he had allies who believed in his vision deeply enough to risk themselves, allies who were willing to sacrifice for the dream of a pocket world that belonged to everyone and no one simultaneously. Then we begin, Luo Chen said simply, his voice steady with newfound purpose. We begin the work of building something that hasn't existed before in recorded history or legend. A faction based not on conquest or hierarchy or exploitation of those beneath them, but on the voluntary sharing of cultivation knowledge, on mutual growth and advancement, on the understanding that gardens flourish when they're tended together, when power is shared rather than hoarded, when the goal is transformation of everyone rather than elevation of a few. The pocket world's consciousness sang with something that might have been joy, might have been the sound of centuries of waiting finally beginning to find purpose, might have been the voice of a 1,000-year-old garden finally understanding why it had been created. Chapter 69, 3 days after founding the Eternal Garden Collective, 3 days after the other factions had begun to realize what Luo Chun had done and started making their initial responses, Luo Chun descended to the oldest depths of the pocket world, to the place where his connection to the consciousness was strongest, where the boundaries between his identity and the pocket world's identity were thinnest. He was seeking understanding, seeking to comprehend exactly what power flowed through him, seeking to understand why the pocket world had chosen him specifically among all the cultivators in the world. What he discovered shattered the foundation of his understanding of his own identity. Your mother, the pocket world's consciousness said, showing him visions of a woman who carried his eyes, his features, but whose aura of cultivation knowledge was so profound that Luo Chun had never witnessed anything like it before. The woman in the vision was meditating, and cultivation essence flowed around her like a tangible force. The woman who raised you, who gave you your name and your first understanding of cultivation. She was not your biological mother. She was a descendant of the previous keeper, chosen deliberately to raise you, to prepare you, to ensure that you would eventually find your way here. Luo Chun felt the ground shift beneath him, felt not physical movement, but fundamental disorientation, the sense that his entire existence had been built on a foundation that was far more constructed than he had ever imagined. What are you saying? Luo Chun asked, struggling to process the revelation. What are you telling me about my identity? Your bloodline is directly tied to mine. The consciousness continued, showing him genetic patterns and cultivation signatures that existed at the level of his DNA itself, imprinted into his very being. Your true mother was the previous keeper's apprentice, the one person in the world who came closest to understanding his philosophy and his vision. She carried within her body the genetic markers of pocket world affinity, a trait so rare that only a handful are born in each generation across all the empires. Your father, the one who raised you, the one who loved you despite his limitations, he was selected decades ago, specifically because testing confirmed his genetic compatibility with your mother. So I was. Luo Chun struggled with the concept, felt the implications branching outward like tree roots, touching every aspect of his identity. Planned? Engineered? I was created as an instrument. Guided. The consciousness corrected gently, and there was something almost like apology in its tone. "You were always destined to find me. But how you found me, what you chose to do with the power I offered, that was entirely your own." The previous keeper made a mistake in his last days. He assumed someone would come to continue his work, to take up the role he had fulfilled. He prepared bloodlines, established safeguards, and then sealed himself away. He did not account for his own failure, for the possibility that no one would be able to reach across the centuries and claim what he had built. The pocket world showed Luo Chun memories that weren't his own, images of his biological mother, a woman named Luo Wei, who possessed cultivation talent equal to core formation rank, possibly nascent soul potential. She had possessed power that could have shaped kingdoms and toppled sections. But she had chosen to settle down, to live a quiet life with the man selected for her by the previous keeper's succession plan, to raise a son and give him the freedom to find his own path without forcing him toward cultivation or power or destiny. She had died when Luo Chun was 7 years old, and the death had been mourned but never fully understood. "She sealed part of her power into you," the consciousness said, and now there was definite sorrow in its communication. "The ability to hear my voice, to understand my nature, to access my full potential. She gave you that gift at the cost of her own lifespan." Her consciousness knew she was giving up decades of life, but she chose to do it anyway, choosing your future over her own duration. Luo Chun knelt in the deepest garden and wept, grief and gratitude and rage mixing together in a storm that the pocket world itself absorbed and transformed. He was not the orphan he had always believed himself to be. He was the heir of generations of gardeners, bloodline cultivators chosen across decades through careful planning and genetic testing to eventually arrive at this exact moment. But he was also still Luo Chun, still the patient, strategic young man who had learned to appreciate the simple beauty of watching herbs grow, of understanding plants as teachers, of cultivation as a journey rather than a destination. Both truths existed. Both had shaped him. Both were real. And now, understanding the weight of his bloodline, understanding that his genetic code had been designed by the previous keeper to eventually find and bond with this pocket world, he understood why the continental factions were so desperate to control him. His genetics alone marked him as far more valuable than any single cultivator, any normal individual with even extraordinary talent. If they could breed him, could produce offspring with that same rare affinity, they could generate gardeners faster than nature ever could multiply pocket worlds exponentially, could create a cultivation advantage that would reshape continental politics entirely. But they would never have that chance. Luo Chun stood in the deep garden, surrounded by the consciousness that had chosen him, surrounded by the power of generations of previous keepers and gardeners, and made a vow as binding as any cultivation oath. Whatever happened, his bloodline would never be used for anyone's ambition but his own. He would be the guardian of his own future, the author of his own story, the final voice in decisions about his body and his power. Chapter 70 The Keeper's Tomb lay three-dimensional transitions deeper than the sealed door Luo Chun had first encountered, existed in a space that required a level of pocket world affinity that he had only recently achieved through his acceptance of the keeper role. Reaching it meant traveling through layers of ancient cultivation space that had been designed specifically to kill intruders, to prevent anyone without the proper bloodline from ever discovering what lay within. Song Wei and Han Lai accompanied him, the only two cultivators powerful enough to survive the journey, to maintain consciousness through the intermediate pocket worlds, to navigate through layers of ancient cultivation art that tested their resilience at every step. They moved through gardens where flowers could kill with their pollen. They traveled through groves where the trees themselves were hostile constructs, animated by centuries of defensive techniques. They encountered seals and barriers that could only be passed by those the pocket world consciousness recognized as allies. The tomb itself was not a chamber of death, but a chamber of preservation, a final sanctuary built by a cultivator who had understood that his work would need to survive beyond his own lifespan. Massive walls of cultivated stone surrounded them, each surface covered in techniques and principles so sophisticated that Luo Chun's early core formation cultivation could barely parse more than the first layers of meaning. At the center was a crystalline stasis chamber, roughly human-shaped, and within it, a figure suspended in perfect preservation. The previous keeper of the Eternal Gardens looked nearly human, but the cultivation power radiating from the stasis chamber suggested something far more transcendent, something that had evolved beyond normal mortality. Age had been suspended at what looked like early heavenly tribulation rank, a power level so far beyond Luo Chen's current capability that it seemed like a different category of existence entirely. The power was so vast that Luo Chen could feel it even through the stasis seals. But it was not the body that held the most importance. It was the information inscribed on every surface of the tomb, covering walls and ceiling and floor, telling a story that spanned centuries and touched matters of continental and cosmic significance. They were weapons, Han Lai read aloud, running his pale fingers over ancient text that seemed to shift and change as they examined it. The pocket worlds, created as weapons in a war that ended 5,000 years ago, designed to accelerate cultivation, designed to create power faster than normal human development could achieve. Song Wei was examining diagrams showing cultivation theory so advanced it made her foundation establishment knowledge look like a child's scrawlings. The equations, the principles, the flow of power, they represented a completely different approach to immortal cultivation than anything currently taught in the major sections. The pocket worlds allowed rapid herb cultivation, accelerated immortal plant growth. That was the strategic advantage. In a war where advancement speed matters, whoever could grow the strongest herbs fastest would be able to field the strongest cultivators. Luo Chen moved toward the center chamber, where his connection to the pocket world's consciousness was strongest, where the communication was clearest and most direct. There, in the crystallized air around the stasis chamber, information flowed directly into his mind, a download of knowledge and purpose that made him stagger. He understood, suddenly and completely, the purpose of every world in the network. They were not created to be discovered or fought over or hoarded by any single faction. They were created to be cultivated, to grow immortal herbs that could push cultivators beyond their natural limits, to serve as engines of advancement that could produce heavenly tribulation masters and immortal ascension cultivators at rates that would have been impossible through traditional means. The previous keeper had spent 3,000 years locked in cultivation, attempting to reach eternity-level power by harvesting the combined essence of all the pocket worlds, by creating a feedback loop where his advancement accelerated the world's growth, which in turn accelerated his advancement further. He had come devastatingly close. The stasis chamber itself was evidence of how far he had progressed, how close he had come to transcending mortality entirely. But an old enemy, one from the war that had birthed the pocket world weapons, one who had been waiting for millennia to strike, had betrayed him and sealed him away before his final breakthrough. So the demonic sect knows this? Song Wei asked quietly, her tone suggesting she already suspected the answer. They know the pocket world is capable of producing power on that scale. They understand what they're fighting for. Worse, Luo Chen said, understanding spreading through his mind like poison through water. They know what they don't know. They understand that there's something within the pocket worlds worth destroying, because if we ever manage to fully activate them, if we ever manage to complete what the previous keeper attempted, we could create cultivators powerful enough to threaten the balance of the entire empire. We could upset the carefully maintained hierarchy that keeps the heavenly tribulation masters in control. Han Lai's expression was grim, suggesting that his centuries of theft and evasion had taught him to think about power structures and their fragility. Then the Eternal Garden Collective isn't just a faction. It's insurance. It's a way of keeping the pocket world independent, neutral, and in friendly hands. It's literally a matter of continental stability. If any single faction, the kingdom, the council, the sect, controls the pocket worlds and figures out how to fully activate them, they could reshape the entire political landscape. Luo Chen looked at the preserved figure of the previous keeper and felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders like stones. He had thought he was just protecting a garden. He was actually protecting a weapon powerful enough to reshape the entire political landscape of the known world, to create power levels that could topple institutions, to potentially destroy the careful balance that had maintained peace through mutual deterrence and institutional balance. The question was, would he ever be forced to fully activate it? And if he was, would he survive the power unleashed? Would he be consumed by it as the previous keeper seemed to have been, drawn deeper and deeper into cultivation pursuit until he lost himself entirely? Chapter 71 Yin Shui's awakening was a process that consumed 3 full days of careful cultivation nursing, 3 days during which Han Lai rarely left her side, channeling healing energy with infinite patience, watching as a woman who had been frozen in time for 200 years slowly, gradually, returned to consciousness. The thief who had spent centuries as a solitary predator became a devoted caretaker, his entire existence reorganized around the single purpose of bringing his beloved back to the waking world. When her eyes finally opened, when consciousness flickered back to life after 2 centuries of temporal suspension, it took several hours for her mind to catch up to her body. She stared at Han Lai with confusion first, not recognition, but the kind of blank incomprehension that comes with disorientation at the deepest level. Then memory began to surface, and fear replaced confusion, and she gasped as if she had suddenly remembered how to breathe. "How long?" she asked, her voice rough as ancient wood, barely a whisper. "You've been safe," Han Lai said, and that seemed to be all that mattered to him in that moment. "You're safe now. I'm here. Everything else will explain itself. The only important thing is that you survived. You're awake. We're together." Over the next days, Yin Shui's cultivation awakened with terrifying power that resonated through the entire pocket world network. She was, Luo Chen realized with a mixture of awe and fear, far more dangerous than he had initially imagined when Han Lai had first described her. At void stepping rank, with 200 years of preserved power radiating from her sealed cultivation core, with techniques that had been refined through centuries of practice before her preservation, she could kill most cultivators in the region with a thought, a glance, a whispered word of power. Han Lai had essentially unlocked the pocket world's equivalent of a strategic weapon, a force that could shift the balance of power significantly in the Eternal Garden Collective's favor. But Yin Shui was not the monster Luo Chen might have feared. She was a woman disoriented by lost centuries, grateful to be alive in a way that transcended normal gratitude, genuinely devoted to understanding what had happened to the world while she slept. She moved through the gardens with wonder, examining every change, asking about historical events with the hunger of someone who had lost 200 years and wanted to reclaim them through understanding. Han Lai explained everything. The betrayal that had led to her sealing, the 2 centuries of pursuit that had consumed his existence, the discovery of the pocket world, and finally, the successful awakening. He told her about the continental factions, about Luo Chun and the Eternal Garden Collective, about the strategic situation that had evolved while she slept, about the wars and alliances and pressure that had reshaped the world. "So we're at war," Yin Shui said simply, and there was a clarity in her voice that suggested this was not new to her, that she had experience with conflict at this scale and understood its implications. "I remember. We were always at war, with the sect that tried to tear us apart, with the cultivators who wanted to use me as a resource, with the political forces that couldn't tolerate our love." She turned to look at Luo Chen directly, and for a moment, he felt the full weight of her power, a pressure that made his core formation cultivation seem small and insignificant. It was like standing in front of a completed storm, ready to unleash its full force at a moment's notice. "Thank you for saving him," she said. "Thank you for believing him, when everyone else believed he was a monster. That's rare in our world. Most people see a thief and don't look deeper. Most people accept surface judgments and never question their validity. You did. You looked deeper." Luo Chun inclined his head respectfully, understanding that he was in the presence of power that matched or exceeded his own, but also recognizing kindness and gratitude beneath that power. "He saved me in return. That's what allies do. We save each other." "Then count me among your allies," Yin Shui said, and her voice carried the weight of a void-stepping cultivator's commitment. "I'm no longer a resource to be protected or used. I'm a cultivator, fully awake, and I have 200 years of rage and sorrow to work through. I have centuries of cultivation techniques and power that I've been waiting to release. If the demonic sect wants a war, if anyone wants to threaten what we've built, they'll find one. They'll find something far more dangerous than they bargained for." Chapter 72 Luo Chen's breakthrough to core formation came on the 37th day of the Eternal Garden Collective's founding. during a harvest sequence that pulled more immortal essence from the deepest gardens than he had ever attempted before. He had been deliberately accumulating essence, storing it without cycling it through his cultivation bases, building up pressure like water behind a dam that was beginning to crack under the strain. Song Wei had advised against it, had warned that cultivation advancement worked best when it was gradual and measured, when pressure was balanced with release. Shortcuts often ended in disaster. Cultivators whose meridians ruptured, whose consciousness scattered, whose bodies simply couldn't contain the force they tried to channel through themselves. But Luo Chun had felt the rightness of the approach through his connection to the pocket world's consciousness, had understood that the timing was correct, that the pressure had reached the optimal point for transformation. When the moment came, he was deep in meditation, surrounded by herbs that bloomed once every 100 years, plants so rare and powerful that their essence alone was worth more than kingdoms. He opened his cultivation base completely, stopped the restrictions he had placed on advancement to maintain control and stability, and let the accumulated power flow through him in one rushing torrent. The sensation was beyond description. It was like being struck by lightning made of pure growth, every cell in his body simultaneously expanding and compressing, his consciousness expanding to encompass larger portions of the world around him. His cultivation meridians, which had previously felt like narrow channels, suddenly opened into vast highways of power. Essence flowed like rivers where before there had been streams. The barriers between his personal power and the pocket world's power blurred and dissolved until he was uncertain where his cultivation ended and the world's began. The foundation establishment realm fell away, stripped from him like old skin, and Luo Chun emerged into the core formation stage, where the cultivator's power began to match and exceed the natural magic of the world itself, where they could shape reality in localized ways, where they could command lesser cultivators with authority, where they could affect weather and earth and cultivation essence with will and thought alone. He stood in the garden, gasping, feeling the weight of immense power settling into his bones like molten metal cooling into steel. His senses expanded. He could perceive the location of every herb in the entire pocket world simultaneously. He could feel the heartbeat of the garden itself, synchronizing with his own pulse, becoming in some sense a second heartbeat within his own body. The pocket world's consciousness sang with joy, an emotion so pure and simple that it transcended complex politics and strategic concerns. Through their connection, Luo Chun could feel its satisfaction like sunlight on his skin. A gardener had finally reached core formation, which meant that the next phases of growth could begin. The secondary worlds could be expanded. The seed vault's dormant power could be more fully tapped. The sealed door itself could be examined in earnest, could be approached with the kind of power needed to understand what lay behind it. Song Wei appeared in the garden, her expression confirming what Luo Chun already knew through internal perception. "You've broken through," she said simply, her voice steady with something that might have been pride. "I felt the wave of power spread through the entire pocket world network. Every cultivator in the collective felt it. The continental factions will have felt it too." Core formation mid-stage, Luo Chun confirmed, conducting internal verification of his new cultivation level, maybe even touching early high stage. The pocket world's essence was abundant, more abundant than I'd anticipated. It's as if the world wanted this breakthrough, wanted me to reach this level. "This changes the balance of power," Song Wei said quietly, and her tone suggested she was thinking not just about the local situation but about continental implications. "You're now capable of contending with many of the Celestial Bureau's representatives. You're now strong enough that the Hidden Immortals Council will no longer be able to dismiss you as a mortal-born cultivator